FerryCon 2021 style, meaning everybody's in faraway places. No one's near each other. So great to kick off Artist Alley with William Boyle. Bill is a celebrated author of Gravesend, The Lonely Witness, City of Margins, A Friend is a Gift You Give Yourself, and others. So how about we start with Bill telling us a little bit about himself?
Oh man, well, I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I went to high school with Anthony, and yeah, I mean, I went to college in the Hudson Valley at a state university in New York at New Paltz, and lived up there for a while, and then moved to Austin, Texas for a year, and then came back to New York and lived in New Paltz again. Was kind of in and out of Brooklyn, and my wife's family is from the Bronx, lived in the Bronx for a little while, and then in 2008 moved to the deep South, where I've lived since. I'm back in New York a lot, well, pre-pandemic anyway. But yeah, I've lived in Oxford, Mississippi since 2008. And I started publishing novels, and I mean, I've been writing my whole life, but you know, published a couple of stories and had worked on a bunch of failed novels throughout the, you know, late 90s, the 2000s, and then in 2013 I published my first novel, Gravesend, which is the neighborhood I'm from in Brooklyn, and that book came out with a really small independent press called Broken River Books. I published another book with Broken River called Death Don't Have No Mercy, which is a story collection. And then in 2016, Gravesend was translated into French and came out with a kind of celebrated noir imprint, Rivage Noir. It was the 1,000th release in that line, and you know, because it was kind of a big deal that it was chosen to be the 1,000th release. It got a lot of attention, you know, and this is the press that had published a lot of my heroes in French: James Ellroy, Elmore Leonard, Jim Thompson, Charles Willeford, David Goodis, and Francois Guarif, who started it, chose my book because he wanted to kind of go back to the roots of the thing, and, you know, choose an unknown writer, and so that kind of started things in a, you know, in a kind of better direction for me. I had some, you know, I had a book come out after that, only in France, called Everything's Broken, and then 2018 I finally kind of got things going in the United States a little bit, on a bigger scale, I guess. The Lonely Witness came out. I got an agent, and The Lonely Witness came out, and A Friend is a Gift You Give Yourself came out soon after that, and City of Margins, and I have a new book coming out this year called Shoot the Moonlight Out. So been kind of working pretty consistently since I started publishing successfully. And yeah, I love you know, films, I love literature, and I love music, and those, you know, that's how I try to spend most of my days. Of course, you know, I love my family too, and, you know, my ideal day is pretty much hanging out with my wife and kids, and reading a little, and watching a movie, and listening to some music, and that's about it.
That's awesome. So I always ask this of writers, so I'll ask you, you write every day?
You know, I try to. When I'm working on a book, it's very important for me to be in it every day. You know, because it's very easy for me to lose the thread, and if I lose the thread, it's sometimes hard for me to get back into the rhythm with the thing. So I try, when I'm planning on a book, I try to know, you know, I'm not going anywhere, I'm not traveling, I'm not doing anything for the next 4 or 5 months, so I can write every day. When I'm not working on a book, I don't kind of hold myself to it. I mean, I probably am writing every day in some capacity. I might not be writing fiction. I might be working on, I do a lot of, kind of essays, reviews, interviews. So a lot of what I've been doing lately is that stuff, because I'm not working on a book right this second. So I've been working on, I write this movie column for the Southwest Review, and I did a couple interviews recently, and so that kind of stuff I am doing. And even if I'm not doing that stuff, I think I'm doing some writing, letters, right, or or even just kind of, I like to log every movie that I watch. So I write kind of just quick sketch reviews of those things sometimes. And that's just kind of, I mean, even if it's not formal, like a formal project, I'm doing something usually. But I also heard, I don't think, I heard somebody talking about this recently. I don't think it's like I'm not a firm believer of if you don't write every day, you're not a writer, or you can't make it or anything. I mean, I think everybody's got different circumstances, and you write when you can. And I've always tried to scrape out time here and there if I can. But it depends on the situation. And certainly if I'm traveling, which obviously I haven't done in the last year and change since the pandemic started, but if I'm traveling, I'm not usually getting anything done writing wise. I mean, other than just carrying a notebook around with me and
right.
writing some quick ideas down.
Those notebooks, I know those notebooks.
Yeah.
Stacks of them.
Yeah, they're important, man.
No, they are. Someone told me a long time ago, I don't know what you think about this, but they said even if you're not writing with purpose every day,
yeah,
you just can't let your fingers get lazy. So there's like a muscle memory physicality thing to it, where you just got to always get your hands used to hitting those buttons and those keys.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. And and my wife was really good at making me feel like I think I used to think sometimes if I was watching, I like to watch, like I said, I like to watch a lot of movies, and I used to think if I watched a couple of movies a day, or if I watched a movie a day or whatever, that it was kind of passive, and that it was lazy, or I should have been writing. But she's really good at making me feel like even when I'm watching films, I'm working. I mean, that's all feeding the process, and it's not passive at all. And I've come to really embrace that and believe that fully. Like, if I'm watching films, if I'm just sitting on the couch watching a film, I'm still doing work, because I'm learning from it, or I'm, it's feeding the thing that I'm working on in some way, even if I don't see it yet. And like I said, even in the least, I think, even if I'm just kind of writing a quick sketch review, like I'm wrangling with how I feel about the thing, and and what I think about the thing and why. So yeah, I mean, I think on some level it's always on.
Yep. Good. So that's interesting. So you mentioned movies a few times, and I know movies for me and for you are a big influence and inspiration. Seeing that the type of event that we are, convention we are, and I know this for a fact. What I don't know though is which comics or graphic novels have inspired or influenced you. I know there have been some in the past.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up reading comics. As a kid, I liked probably, I guess, kind of what you'd expect, whatever was available. I always liked, I liked Spider-Man. I liked the Punisher. I liked that stuff. I think in college, I got more into, actually maybe a little after college, I got into kind of graphic novels and started to read, I mean, I'm not gonna break any new ground here, the big gun kind of stuff, Sandman, and whatever else. But I don't read a ton of graphic novels. Actually, it's probably in the last year or so I haven't read any. Probably because I haven't been able to go to my library. I think graphic novels are something I tend to take out of the library for the most part. And so usually when I'm, or whatever, comic collect, anthologies or whatever. So usually when I'm there, I'm grabbing one, and they're definitely, I'm always on the lookout. I like those Ed Brubaker, Criminal, and Fatale, and I like that stuff a lot. I like Saga a lot. I also like, I love Daniel. I don't know how to say his last name. Daniel Clowes, the guy who wrote Ghost World. And Chester Brown, I really like. There's a, I like Blue is the Warmest Color as a graphic novel I really liked. So there's definitely stuff I've read over the years. I don't know. I will say, I'm kind of always thinking when I'm writing, I'm always thinking about, films and books and music. I don't know that I can think of any graphic novels or comics off the top of my head that I've kind of sat down and that has had some immediate impact on something I've been working on. Maybe subconsciously, I've thought about stuff, but definitely, stuff I've loved and really enjoyed.
Oh, very cool. So yeah, it's only natural, I think, right, that somebody who who works in a creative process for a living, or even not for a living, somebody who does it as a hobby, is passionate about it, that they always draw inspiration from all different platforms and all different genres and types of art and creativity. So I think it's just natural, like to say somebody who, if I say I'm a writer and I only read books and I do nothing else, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. And B, I don't know if that's very helpful. It could be, I guess, everything, different things work for different people. So one thing I wanted to talk about in your work is, so Brooklyn, obviously where we're from and where we grew up, is important to us. Backgrounds are important, and they shape a lot of, obviously, who we are. Also shape a lot of what we talk about and what you write about. And it's not to say that everything you write takes place in Brooklyn, but Brooklyn's always somewhere in your work. And I think location is important. And when you can speak with authority about location and where people are from, obviously it adds authenticity to your characters. It also makes it relatable, I think, to you don't have to be from Brooklyn to relate to somebody who identifies with their hometown, and where they're from, and the people that they know and the people that they grew up with. So it's funny, I had a professor in a workshop in college, because I would write mostly about New York and mostly about Brooklyn. And he said, it's important. He said, Brooklyn isn't everything, but everything is Brooklyn. And I don't know what he meant by that. And then I finally figured out what he meant, but he goes, so the place is not going to identify, it's not going to define and tell your story, right? But it'll flow from the people, and they're going to tell you what Brooklyn is, or whatever the place is. So I know that comes through your work. Obviously, it's really on the nose in something like Gravesend, which is a neighborhood in Brooklyn that you mentioned that you grew up. I grew up in the neighborhood right over Bensonhurst. But even then, just character histories, there's something there that always grounds you back to your roots. And I think that's important, because we all know it's fiction, right? You're all telling a story, right? And it's fake in the sense that this isn't really somebody's story that you're relaying, right? You made it up, right? But I think something comes across much better, much more relatable, much more entertaining when, no matter how fake it is, and I put fake in quotes, right? If your characters are believable and believe the world that you've created for them, then I think it's all for the better.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I obviously I haven't lived full time in Brooklyn in a while, and part of the impact of that for me has been, I think the Brooklyn that I write about is this kind of almost mythical version of Brooklyn, of kind of a mix of my memories, but also the kind of mythology that I grew up in, you know, kind of legend and that kind of stuff that I grew up hearing, which I really like, you know, because I'm not. I mean, I think sometimes people maybe expect or want kind of somebody to be wed to, when they're writing about place, especially, kind of be wed to realism, and I'm not, you know, because that's just not that fun for me. I like to be able to create within the real world. So it's, to me, it's kind of like there's this real Brooklyn that I write about, but there's this kind of mythical Brooklyn layered over it, and I'm moving between those two things, you know, pretty consistently, and probably even more leaning into the mythical Brooklyn more heavily than the real Brooklyn in a lot of ways. So, but yeah, I mean, you know, place is hugely important to me, and I think even when I'm not writing about Brooklyn, which I mostly do, I mean, all of my novels are at least partially set in Brooklyn. I think all the characters kind of carry it with them in some way, which was, you know, part of the reason why I call Gravesend, the novel Gravesend, was, even though a lot of the action in that book is actually not set in the neighborhood of Gravesend, is because these characters are all from there and they're carrying the place with them. So I mean, I definitely feel that, and it feels very much like, you know, whenever I'm writing about Brooklyn, I'm writing about my Brooklyn, and whatever that entails. And sometimes that's a mix of real people and real places I've known, and sometimes it's this kind of mythical fairy tale almost version of Brooklyn. Not fairy tale in like a light sense, because I don't write, you know, I write dark, violent stuff, but you know what I mean.
No, absolutely. And I think, I mean, it's perfectly said, right? And I like the idea that there's the real Brooklyn, right? And then there's your version of Brooklyn, the mythical version, the Brooklyn that you daydream about, right? And that you see behind the walls. And I think that's great. I mean, I think of the same way, when, you know, I think about where I'm from, and it could be a store, it could be a church, it could be a park.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I could tell you all the real things that happened at that church or at that park, right? But let me tell you what it looks like as the kid growing up in Brooklyn, right? And what it feels like. And now that I look back on it, you know, I can sort of, you know, I don't want to say it's revisionist, but it's more of the adult looking back and telling the story maybe a little more articulate. And you know, so that's great.
I always think about, I mean, there's this bar in my neighborhood called The Wrong Number, which I write about a lot. It shows up in most of my books, and you know, and it was a bar that I just remember passing, and I loved the sign. You know, it had this great old kind of dive bar signage, and I was always kind of just, you know, mystified by it and imagining what was going on in that place. And I was a kid, obviously, when I first saw it. And I think, you know, when I write about that bar, for instance, like, I'm not writing about, I never drank in that bar. I never went to that bar. But it assumed this large kind of, you know, it just took over my mind, mostly because of the sign and the way it looked from the outside, that I would, you know, spend a lot of time as a kid, you know, kind of imagining what it was like in there and thinking about stories. And, you know, I'm sure the real world of that bar was amazing and fascinating. I didn't know it. You know, when I write about that bar, it's my imagined version of what that place was and is before it closed down, you know, however many years ago. So yeah, I mean, I always think about that. So if somebody comes to my books and they see, oh, you know, he's writing about The Wrong Number, you know, somebody I know used to bartend there, used to hang out there, they're not going to recognize the world of that bar necessarily, but that doesn't really matter to me. You know, it's my version of that thing.
Yep, it's your story to tell, right?
Yeah.
And with that, so we're going to wrap it up. So if you can just maybe tell us a little bit about where your books can be purchased, you know, online, hard copy, or I should say, you know, in stores.
Yeah.
If you wanna
Well, yeah, it's independent bookstore day, so highly encourage people to get books from their local indie. In New York, there's tons of great bookstores. Mysterious Bookshop in New York usually has signed copies of my books. I haven't been there in a while. And Square Books in Oxford, Mississippi, where I live, if anybody ordered from there, I could personalize or sign anything. So it's a great bookstore, one of the best bookstores in the country. So I will just give them a shout out.
Okay. Very good. And I assume so then your stuff digital,
Like Kindle, you
Yeah.
mean, or
Mhm.
yeah.
It is. Okay.
Everything should be available digitally, and certainly in library. I'm a big I love libraries, so I'm not.
No, I'm with you. And it took me a really long time to start reading comics off my phone and iPad.
Yeah.
Very, very resistant to it.
Yeah, and
But,
all of my books except City of Margins are audio. I mean, well, Gravesend, Lonely Witness, and A Friend Is a Gift You Give Yourself are all available as audiobooks too. Yeah.
Okay, and your new one, Shoot the Moonlight Out, is due
comes out November 2nd.
November 2nd. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Bill.
Yeah. Thanks, Anthony. It was good talking to you, man.
Same here. Love and good wishes to everyone.
Yeah. Same to you and yours, man.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Thank you.
But so now, what is this you're using? So we are recording, by the way.
Oh, sure.
To FerryCon 2021. Cartoonist and creator, Blue Delliquanti, Minneapolis-based cartoonist and the creator of the online comic Oh Human Star and the graphic novel Meal. Their YA science fiction novel Across a Field of Starlight is coming out from Random House in 2022. Random House Graphic, I'm sorry.
Yes,
So.
and I just got a publication date on that literally yesterday. It looks like it'll be coming out to bookstores on February 8th, 2022, which is very exciting.
Okay, so that's pretty early into the year.
It's exciting. It's something I've been working on essentially since 2019. So it's been so like in behind the scenes purgatory so long. It's exciting to hear when it'll actually be out for other people to read.
Yeah. Now sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to answer a question I think you were going to ask earlier about what program I was using, but please go ahead.
Yeah. I am curious.
This is Clip Studio Paint. It's the drawing program I've used for my most recent book. Before that, for my webcomic that I've done, Oh Human Star, I've used Photoshop. I switched over to Clip Studio in the last few years, so this is the drawing program I'm using. I like it. I feel like it's pretty similar if you're used to Photoshop. There's a couple of tweaks that I like a little bit more, but yeah, this will be when I'm drawing, and if anyone is interested to have me draw something in particular.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's great. I'm so used to, I'm old school, so like I'm always drawing on the paper stuff. But
yeah. No,
so,
I draw too on paper. It's honestly good practice. Like I'm a chronic undoer. Like I'll draw and then I'll like press undo and I'll redraw it over and over again. So drawing on paper, honestly, I try to do that every once in a while to like get that bad habit out of my system.
Yeah, the undo button, I don't know where I would be without that. I'd probably be laying on a page somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
The undo, Now you're from Minneapolis. Now, are you from there originally?
No, I've lived there for the last 8 years. I was born in Southern California and I've lived a few different places, but Minneapolis is for all intents and purposes where I see myself being for the foreseeable future. It's a cool town, but yes, very different climate wise than Southern California where I grew up.
Right. Does that add to your work? Like, maybe like, I know because it is a very significant weather difference there.
Yes.
Is there like, how much does, I also wanted to like, because Minneapolis has had a lot of social unrest issues lately. And, a lot of your work tends to center on sort of progressive issues. And does that kind of play into, does the town play into your work in different ways?
It does, yeah. Actually, now that you say that, I have found that I've used Minneapolis as a setting in a lot of work that I've done. And some of it is practical, like it's much easier to go out and get reference imagery or, talk about things that you've experienced with personally. But it's also like a really good town. And I feel like the way everyone kind of came together in the last year really cemented that in my mind. It's pretty small, like especially compared to other towns that I'm used to, like LA, for example, or New York. Minneapolis is geographically pretty small. Everything's pretty close to each other. It's easy to be connected to, folks in different parts of town, and like everyone cares about each other. And I think that, everyone is very invested in the concept of like fairness and being a good neighbor and things like that. So it's been very interesting to be kind of like have my city be, the, center of everything going on the last year, but it's not surprising, I guess you would say. So yeah, I feel like, it is a very interesting, like special environment for living here and like what you can do here.
What was it like? The past week has had to be super interesting over there, just with the trial ending and so on and so forth. Like, have you walked around the streets? Do you go to the mural, the George Floyd mural?
Yeah, so I live in, last year I lived like maybe a mile west of where everything happened, and I can still get there pretty easily through like my regular buses and stuff. It's interesting. I mean, there's definitely been some like logistical changes in terms of like there's barricades and there's like, lots of infrastructure has been put up and maintained by the folks in the neighborhood to like keep the mural going, keep like George Floyd Square going. I feel like I went back there the day after the verdict, and it seemed pretty relaxed. Like, obviously like that whole neighborhood, like a lot of stuff happened, but I feel like the energy was good and everyone there's just, trying to live, so everyone was like, I don't know. You can tell that something like fundamentally has changed in that neighborhood, but like everyone's also trying to like, keep an eye on each other and like do the regular thing. Like I have like, there's someone I know in the neighborhood who like makes their own pickles, and like I'll go get a jar of pickles from them every month. Like that's what I go there for. So, it's just like a regular kind of neighborhood, a couple hippy dippy types, lots of families, that kind of thing. Lots of artists. So
I mean, I could totally see the allure of that over a place like, we're in Dobbs Ferry. We're not far from the city, but just the hustle and bustle here. I do appreciate an urban environment personally, but like if it's a smaller one, that seems to be like the best way to do it. So I think you've made, a solid choice there in terms of, having kind of the best of both worlds in a way.
Yeah, I like living in the city. I like that when it's relatively like geographically small, so you can like go a bunch of different places, a bunch of different neighborhoods, and kind of get the feel of like how lots of people do things, but still have all of like the big city conveniences. I definitely want to stay as close to a city as I can, and Minneapolis is a good one.
Now, I did want to ask about sort of the color scheme in like Oh Human Star, for instance. Now, obviously your name is blue, and a lot of the coloring in the book, in that webcomic is blue. Now, is there a reason you did that specifically, or?
Yeah, so there's some like storytelling components to it. So Oh Human Star, I can give like a quick rundown of what that is. It's a webcomic that I serialized for 8 years. It is a science fiction family drama is essentially
Robots.
What I call
Robots.
it. Yeah, it's got robots. It's about like an inventor who's like come back in a robot body after being dead for 16 years and just trying to figure out what he's gonna do like for the rest of his new like life. And so there's like some flashback sequences, like the primary story is like in this future world that the inventor wakes up in, but it'll also flash back to 20 years or 16 years earlier, when like all these characters were meeting for each other for the first time, kind of like all the context for like what the inventor's experiencing in the future world. So the blue represents like kind of like the primary storyline, and then the like pinkish orangish sections are the flashbacks. So there's that practical component to it, but I'm also really interested in like limited color palettes and
yes, that's definitely a style that I
yeah. Like I think it looks really cool when it's done well. And I was thinking about this recently. I was talking to someone. There's a graphic novel that I was influenced by in terms of color scheme when I'm starting work on it. It's called Asterius Polyp by David Mazzucchelli. He had started doing some work on like, what did he do? He did like some Batman comics, like Batman Year One. He did some graphic novels. This is like about, Asterius Polyp is about like an architect, I think it was, who is like looking back on his life and kind of like, oh boy, what did I do wrong? And it's a very like limited color scheme, like blues and pinks and purples in a way that is very like effective. So yeah, I was influenced by that quite a bit when I was starting out too.
And so blue does seem to be the standout color. Of course, like you said, and there's like the warmer tones in the flashbacks. Now, your room or your studio there looks like it's blue as well. Is blue your favorite color?
It is. It has
as
been
corny
for
of a question
time.
as that is. It seems like a.
No, it's fair. And when I was a kid, you know, to be contrary, I would say it was purple, which I still quite like. But blue is so versatile, and you know, I feel like you can communicate a lot of different emotions, a lot of different tones with blue. It can be like really warm and inviting. It can be like really cold and sterile. Like there's a lot you can communicate with different kinds of blue. For the book that I finished that is coming out in 2022, I got to play with some really like deep kind of like royal Prussian blue, like some electric blues in a way that I think will look really cool on the page. So yeah, it's fun. It's a fun color.
Now, it was funny because the first video, so in doing my research, speaking of research, you're an amazing researcher. And the first video that I found when I was looking you up was you were eating a grasshopper. So I was like the very first thing I saw, and I was like, oh, right, the book meal. So how, like, what is some of the most, I did read a quote from you where you mentioning an interesting part of research. Probably one of the kookiest things you saw was that you need to clench your butt cheeks if you're jumping off of a bridge, right? I was like, that's a good point. I never thought of that. If you're jumping off of a bridge, like say from a high height, the safest way to do it is probably clench your butt cheeks because you don't want the, but I mean, so you obviously do a lot of research for your books, but what kind of research are you doing now for the new title that you're working on called Across a Field of Starlight? And not only that, but I'm curious about what, since you seem to tackle sort of specific issues that are important and relevant today, what is like kind of the theme of this next one going to be?
Oh, let me think. Those are some good questions. In terms of, well, I guess I'll start talking by saying kind of what it is going to be about. It is a young adult graphic novel as opposed to like a more like adult-oriented graphic novel like Oh Human Star was. It is about, the best way to describe it is about two teenagers from like two different kinds of space societies, like societies that are very different in very significant ways, that like run into each other as kids. They stay in touch as like pen pals essentially over the next several years, and they have an opportunity to like meet each other again, but running into each other can like cause that could lead to a really like tough clash between their cultures. And so it is a kind of a space opera pen pal like story where one kid is from a very like warfaring like Star Wars kind of like chaotic society, and one is from a more like Star Trek like explore and observe, peaceful negotiation, solve puzzles kind of society. So that's the elevator pitch of it, I suppose. In terms of research that I did, I got to do a lot of interest thinking about like what are some interesting ways to like indicate like, what different planets could look like what people living on different kinds of worlds, different kinds of like societies in space might look like. So I did some fun researching and reference gathering for like a planet that like one of the characters lives on for much of their life. That's like, I wanted to think of a rock form or kind of a like geological structure that is like really unusual and kind of like alien to look at, but like that I would have reference to refer to. And I ended up looking up these like really interesting rock structures that you can find in Western China. I believe they're called Diansha. They're they're a big mountain range in Western China that is striped. Like all the layers of rock, there's like different layers of rock that are different bright colors, and they're striped, and they lead to these like really striking rock formations that are like nothing I've ever seen. And I ended up referring to those to kind of get the sense for like what this like striking, interesting, alien planet landscape would look like. So I did stuff like that. I did like a couple of other like things. I looked at Zion National Park in Utah because they also have like very beautiful, striking land masses. And yeah, I don't know. I did a lot of cool like character design, like costume design and that kind of thing. Like that kind of research is really fun for me. I like kind of thinking about how different cultures might look, what, could inform them from, cultures that exist on Earth, what might be different because of like the kind of circumstances or like the planet they live on. Like that kind of like what if is very interesting to me. I'm trying to remember where or like under what context I learned that fact about like jumping into water. I don't remember what project that was for, but I remember that was like, I don't know, it was one of those like worst case scenario kind of like guidelines, how do you deliver a baby in the back of a taxi cab? Like, how do you, escape from a grizzly bear? Like that kind of thing. And I just remember seeing that when I was like, oh, I'm never going to forget this for the rest of my life.
That's it. Yeah, no, I'm glad you passed along the knowledge, that's it.
Yeah.
But
it could happen to you.
Yeah, I have jumped off a bridge before, but my friend, that's a long story. It wasn't a suicidal attempt. It was like 25 feet, and I trusted my friend, which I probably shouldn't have, but I was young at the time. But by the way, this has got to be super early in the day for you, right? Like, thank you for joining us from Minneapolis, right? I'm like, I would have needed it.
But yeah, I'm an hour behind you guys. It's not so bad. I got up, I walked my dog.
Okay.
It's a pretty relaxing way to start a Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'd be drawing anyway, so.
Right. And I was gonna say, this is what I was gonna say about the research. I feel like it's kind of, I get the sense it's like undervalued in a way nowadays. Like, and the fact that you go so like full in on it, I think is something. It shows up in the work. You know what I mean?
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate hearing that, and it is something that like. Yeah, I feel like, you can tell when someone's put a lot of thought or like may ask themselves some interesting questions about what they want to try to accomplish in their comic, especially like in science fiction or, something that's speculative like fantasy. It's just, if you ask yourself interesting questions, you tend to find interesting answers. And I think that can inform your work in a really interesting way.
Yeah, and it's led to 8 years, right? You've done Oh Human Star, and you finally kind of landed that plane now, right? So
yes, I completed it last summer, and I kickstarted the final volume, and I finished the fulfillment on that recently. So yes, I can put that baby to bed, which is it's kind of strange. I've been working on it for something 8 years. It's hard to think about it being done, but. I've talked to a couple of friends and acquaintances of mine who have done web comics for a considerable amount of time, like 5 years, a decade, something like that. And they always say that like ending it, if you are in a position where you get to end it on your terms, it is equally satisfying, but also kind of like, what do I do now?
Are you having it's like what's it called? Post-mortem or postpartum?
Like that kind of like post having a baby kind of thing. I mean, yeah. Like I ended up like
that's 8 years Yeah.
Yeah,
It's an interesting way to write. You're not like, most people would do a book and, be done with it. But like, even a magazine person, like they're writing different articles every week. You're kind of with these characters. You're living with them.
Exactly. Yeah. And the process is a little more drawn out than you would do for a typical graphic novel. Like, so for example, the one I'm working on right now, it took me about 3 years from pitching it to completing it, which is like a significant like time. It's a fairly long book, but I could like do a lot of work in bursts and then maybe put it away for a week to like work on something else. And I couldn't do that with this serialized work. I had to do some work on it every single week. I always had to be thinking about what my next page is going to be. And so getting out of that routine more than anything else, that steady routine of like, okay, for at least a day or two a week, I have to work on this page. And to not have that anymore is, it's unsettling. It's a little unusual. And like thinking about not needing to think about those characters anymore, kind of give them some space in my head is like, kind of unusual. They've been in there for so long, occupying some significant real estate.
But it'll definitely, it's going to stand as your legacy, and you've earned the break, I believe. I think, you probably, as sad as it is in a way, it's like a well-earned badge, I feel like at this point.
Yeah.
And I do want to ask one other question. I was curious, do you have one still that you've produced that you feel is like you have a favorite one? I saw a really great one from Oh Human Star where he's the character sitting and he's like, man, I need to have a seat. Like he's so discombobulated, right? That he's
sure, yeah.
So like that was a really great one, like as one still.
Let me see if I can maybe like find an example of a page, maybe from like my most recent thing that I think turned out really cool. Yeah, I can I'll show off a page. I'll pull it up in clip that from like my most recent book that I'll show you like the mountain things that I was telling you about. So this is a finished page from the book I have coming out next year.
Nice.
So yeah, it's like full color. It's a slightly different like inking style. It's just I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, and I think it'll be like a fun kind of break from the kind of work that people have seen me do with Oh Human Star. It's for like a younger audience, and I think it'll look really, really cool. So yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm doing right now.
Yeah, that looks really neat. Yeah, and there's the rock structure you were mentioning in your research. See, there it is. It's the research is right on the page. I really appreciate that. But okay, I really want to thank you, for joining us. I want to let you know, blue is my favorite color. I officially want that to be stated. So thank you again on behalf of the Dobbs Ferry Public Library. And, we're looking forward to the new work coming out in 2022.
Thanks for reaching out to me about this.
All right. Anytime. If you ever want to do another one, let us know, or, we can reach out, of course, too. So, all right. Take care now.
You take care.
Bye. Thank all of you for joining us. Everybody, check it out. This is our 11 a.m. screening of The Spark, a PG rating from the Empire Saber Guild. The Empire Saber Guild is the New York City and Westchester County chapter of the not-for-profit Star Wars global organization, Saber Guild. They perform lightsaber choreography with screen-accurate costumes, as you will see, and scripted shows to raise money for local charities. Empire Saber Guild also hosts an event called Padawan Training, where they teach kids 6 to 12 how to wield a lightsaber. Awesome. Outside of performing, the Saber Guild also hosts weekly classes, which are open to the public to practice lightsaber techniques. So if we have any folks out there that want to learn, these are the folks to talk to. And they're going to get into that. We're going to get into a little interview at the end of this, and they will explain more. So let's have a look at, this is the brand new screening. They worked very hard on it, and let's check it out.
We don't have the ships, we don't have the supplies, we don't have the people. There's nothing we can do.
With all due respect, Captain, that's the attitude that got us where we are now.
What attitude is that, Jedi? What, of skepticism? If you had your way, the few ships that we do have would have been lost with your so-called fleet evacuating Dakar.
What's your tone, Captain?
Watch my... What are you even playing at, kid? I don't know what you think, but Luke Skywalker is gone. The Jedi are gone. And as for that girl...
Luna, Eric, a ship landed nearby. They must have flown under our sensors.
I'm sure my troops can handle it.
They have lightsabers, Captain. Red lightsabers.
The Knights of Ren.
Ren. As in Kylo Ren? Coward bastard. How'd they even find us here? Evacuate the base. Get everyone out of here. Meet at the rendezvous point and wait for further instructions.
Far too late for that.
Eric, take the Kaz, Akila, and the captain. We need to get them to safety. Tarko, you're with me. We need to get the crew out of here now.
What? No! We can help fight!
I won't leave you, Master.
And I'm sure not leaving my troops.
There's no time to argue. Get out of here now!
So, you want to play before your demise? Knights, destroy them!
Tarko, you remember that surprise? I think it's time.
I do believe you're right. May the Force be with you, Luna.
May the Force be with you.
Playtime is over. There's no escape for you, Jedi, or that pathetic captain.
Playtime is just beginning. It's all yours. The sparks of resistance continues, so it seems.
There is no resistance. Just sad, pathetic fools who don't know when to stay down. Tell me where they are headed.
Strike me down if you should wish. I will become more powerful than...
Who did that?
I trust I have everyone's attention. Good. Now where are the officers?
There was only one, and he escaped. I was questioning this so-called Jedi for information before you killed her.
Let's not discuss your failures, Serena. This small, pathetic creature would have told you nothing. Everything you need is on these computers right here. Search the database and find what you need, then destroy it. We need to be ready to find the resistance. Now move.
May the Force be with you, Luna. It's fortunate those cannons got destroyed, or this ship would never have escaped.
Yeah, this ship is great, and I appreciate the save, but I need to get back to my people.
We can't do that just yet, Captain.
What? Why not?
Well, first we need to drop out of hyperspace and make sure that Kylo Ren's lackeys haven't tracked us. After that, we're meeting another group who might be willing to join us.
Just because you are too scared to join the cause doesn't mean that the next group will be.
It's not cowardice, kid. It's common sense. We don't have the strength to stand against the First Order. You saw what they just did. My crew just got out of there by the skin off a womp rat.
And how many people are going to be lost if we continue to run? We have to...
Your enthusiasm does you credit, Padawan, but we won't convince the captain through fear. Captain. We have quarters for you while we make our next rendezvous. Go down the corridor, second door on your left.
All right. Thank you.
What? Did I say something wrong?
Like what? Calling the leader of the group that we are asking to help a coward to his face?
I'm sorry, Master.
I'll smooth things out. Just let me speak to the captain. Why don't the two of you go meditate?
Yes, Master. You're unusually, but thankfully quiet.
Haha. Keela, what if the captain is right? What if all we can do is run? What if we really don't have a chance?
We can't think that way. We will find people that are willing to stand up against the First Order, and we will find a way to win.
I don't think we will. I don't want to die, Keela. I don't want any of us to. I'm worried about Master Tato. What if she didn't...
We're about to come out of hyperspace. It doesn't look like we've been tracked.
Where are we, Master?
We're in orbit above Takadona. Come, I've arranged a meeting with one of our contacts.
I'll be right there. I have to...
Really?
Hurry. The people we're meeting won't wait long.
I'll be right there.
Hello.
Takadana. It has been too long.
You've been here before?
Oh yeah, to see Maz Kanata. What a woman.
By whole accounts, yes.
I let you in on a little secret. She and I used to be an item back in the day.
You and Maz.
Oh yeah. There would be nights that we would just...
If you'll excuse me, Captain, I had best see what's keeping our contacts. Then maybe I'll mind trick myself to get that image out of my head. Keela, stay with the captain and keep an eye out for Kaz. I'll be back shortly.
Captain Karras.
You gonna lecture me again?
No, sir. I want to apologize.
There's no need for that. I respect you, kid. And I get it. I truly do. The First Order has taken more from me than you will ever know. And they'll find a way to beat them, but...
No, we won't. Am I the only one that sees it? There are too many of them, and they're too powerful. We can't win.
Kaz, I understand.
Understand? You understand? They killed Master Tato. You and Master Selmak are all I have left. I can't lose you. I can't. That's why...
Why what? What is it?
Alert! Alert! A ship just came out of hyperspace. The Knights of Ren are here. Find a place to hide until we can extract you. We'll contact this channel in one cycle. Calm blackouts until then.
They can't track us through hyperspace. How are they already here?
They were led here. Isn't that right, Padawan?
That's ridiculous. Tell him, Kaz.
Keela.
Tell him!
It was me. I gave them our coordinates.
What? How?
I was worried about Master Tato, so I contacted the base to see if anyone was still there. But someone else answered, and they said she's gone.
Why would you do this?
I told you why. I don't want to lose anyone else, so I made a deal.
A deal? With the Knights of Ren? You said they just killed your master. Do you really think they'll make a deal with you?
To put an end to the resistance? Yeah. Keela, they don't want us. They want him.
Hey now, a prison cell doesn't look good on me, kid.
We give him up, and they'll let us go.
That's not gonna happen.
Stop! Please! It doesn't have to be this way. We can still get out of here. All of us! Once again, far too late for that.
Not you again.
No one expects the Knights of Ren!
What?
I lost my toys and I wanted them back. Destroying you will send the message to anyone else foolish enough to stand against the First Order that resistance will not be tolerated. Not by you, and not by these pretenders to the Jedi Order.
What? We had a deal.
A deal. He actually thought you had a deal. I know I have a trusting Facebook, but there was no deal. Only death. His and yours.
I'm so sorry. Both of you.
It's all right. I get it. You're only trying to protect your own. Doesn't matter now anyway.
It's good that you've made peace. Knights, destroy them! You fought well. But now you must...
Hello there.
Master!
Good of you to show.
Just here to deliver a message.
Your captain is about to be eliminated, and your apprentices are about to be
Padawans.
What?
Padawans. Jedi have Padawans. You, Sith, Knights, or whatever, you have apprentices.
If you weren't about to die, I'd be tempted to turn you. Captain Karax is about to become a Karax. Your Padawans are about to be pulverized. And you came to deliver a message? Very well. Go on.
Captain, Padawans. Our contacts saw that the Knights of Ren were here on Takadona, so they won't be coming. They were, however, able to send someone in their stead. She's here now.
I am indeed, and I brought friends.
Excuse me?
You will not be taking another one.
I didn't kill that other Jedi, but you, gladly.
This is over. You can tell Kylo Ren that.
Not so fast, girl. These pathetic fools may have not have been a challenge, but they've never faced someone like me.
It's a terrible loss to the Knights of Ren that Darth Katojan has fallen. But to someone as strong and allied as you, Rey, that's to be expected. I believe you had a message for me to give to Kylo Ren?
Yes, I do. Tell him that we will never surrender to the dark side of the Force. That the Resistance and the new Jedi Order will always be there to fight back.
Very well. I'll be sure to pass all of whatever you just said along.
Also, one more thing.
Yes.
Tell him that the next time we meet, put on a shirt.
Okay.
Master, Keela, Captain, Ray, I am so very sorry. I got scared when I heard Master Tato was gone.
Kaz, I'm sorry you lost your master. I understand what it's like to lose people who we look up to. What we're doing here takes courage. It's hard to do the right thing sometimes, but we have to, for their sake. The only way we'll win is if we stand together. Will you stand with us?
I will.
It goes for me, too. I'll admit, when I first heard about you, I didn't think much.
Oh, that's reassuring.
But I was wrong. It would be my honor to stand with you, and I think my troops will feel the same way. We're with you, Ray.
It's good to have you with us then. Now, let's get you back to your people.
Not so fast. I'll get a message to him, but now that we're safe for a little while, thought I'd pay Maz a visit, see if she still remembers me.
Oh, how do you know Maz?
Don't ask, please.
Great job, everybody. You can, feel free, any of the performers, to unmute yourselves.
Yeah.
All right, so do a little Q&A here. Wow, I mean, first and foremost, I want to say that was way better than just a regular read through. I think that is top notch. You guys did a great job. Who was the editor here? Is the editor with us today?
He's just run away.
He just ran away. There he is.
Of course. But yeah, I definitely want to give a lot of props on the editing, because
Thank you.
It's not only is it a tough job to begin with a time crunch as well for the editor. Who's the editor? What's his name again?
That was me.
That was you. Okay, yes. That was a great job. And how was it to do, like, the lightsaber fighting sequences, and you're working within these bubbles, of course.
Yes.
So, and by the way, props to everybody for keeping the social distancing and all that. But, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the main thing was that when you guys first offered us this spot here, we said, well, what do we do? Because usually we do live performances. And since that's not an option right now, even our rehearsal space, and you mentioned we practice every week, we haven't been able to do it. For a while, we were meeting only outdoors, and then winter came, and now luckily, we're getting a little more light. So I think soon we're going to be able to start that up again. But we're still doing contactless, and we're all wearing our masks and everything, of course. So when it came to doing a show, we had to decide, what are we really going to do with this? And of course, the idea of Zoom came up. We said, oh, well, we could do a live show, or we could at least do a script read. That would be fun. We've been kind of doing that to fill some of the time of our practices. So the more we thought about it, we started saying, well, if we do this live, there's going to be a lot of possible technical issues that are going to come up. How are we going to do fights? How are we going to do any of this? And we even do fights. And so it really just evolved into something where we decided, we need to do something pre-recorded. So then, of course, it opened up a whole nother can of worms. Well, what can we do with this? Because that opens up a lot more options to us. So the more we thought about it, the more we kind of just said, well, let's really play up this idea of being on Zoom. Even though it's going to be pre-recorded, we have to be social distance. We can't be next to each other. So how can we film something where we can't even be in the same room? So it just turned out to be a great kind of format for it, and it just led to some creativity. I always say I'm a graphic designer by trade, so one of the things that I always say is sometimes the limitations actually cause you to be more creative. So working inside the box really led us to what we have now.
Yeah, some of my favorite films are like on dirt poor budgets. So, you know, like I agree, like sometimes those limitations can make you work even extra hard. Now, I'm curious, like, so did you all shoot it live on one Zoom at the same time, or did people record? You guys all recorded separate parts? That's crazy.
Michael, you
Wow.
want to talk to that?
I was gonna say that was the fun part, was trying to get everybody so it was filming separate times, almost kind of like a voice actor sound booth in a way. Like we had everyone got a green screen. We had them arrange lights to try and get it somewhat consistent. And then we shot it on their phone with me kind of directing them through Zoom or Discord. So it was an interesting way of like positioning your computer so that I could see both the actor and the phone camera.
Wow.
So it ended up working out in a way. So it was pretty funny just trying to figure out how to do this again, as you said, on literally zero budget. So
that I just find that insane that they were all recorded on separate. I figured there was some way, like at least each scene had to have been recorded together. That is super impressive and super, I just like crazy to edit together. And I give you guys a lot of props for that. I'm curious, your guys' costumes are stellar. Has anyone out there actually been in the Star Wars films? Have some of you guys, appeared in them?
I'm Caitlin. I'm actually our local costuming counselor for Saber Guild. And the costumes for, it's really kind of funny because I wish we could all say, yeah, of course we've been in Star Wars. I mean, you just watched it. We were in Star Wars, right? But no, we have a very wonderful set standard that encourages all of our members to have the highest of highest quality costumes when they're going in. And that includes our combat sabers. All of the materials that we use for our kits are all screen accurate. There's a lot of linens and things like that we use to construct them. And we either construct them ourselves or we have other people commissioned to make the costumes for us. But our costumes are something that we hold with a very high regard, that I feel like all of us can just really embrace the Star Wars universe and feel like we're truly in the films, even though we've never been. So.
Oh, it definitely comes through on the camera. I mean, I think I'd say the very first thing you notice is how authentic everything looks. Like it could be, you guys. I've seen some of the other work you guys, and by the way, for anyone out there, their YouTube channel, they do have a ton of footage on there. Some really great videos you can watch. I watched a lightsaber duel in the subway. I saw that one, and I also they have another video where they come up to the screen, they put their hand up, and then they magically turn into their character. Now, these costumes, are they do you have a warehouse, or is everyone kind of takes care of their own? If it's a warehouse, you must have some big space.
No, everybody takes care of their own kits when we're not wearing them. I have a wardrobe just here full of costumes. I have at least 4 Jedi.
Someone says, I wish there was a warehouse.
I wish. I think we all wish that we could just go in and be like, who do I want to be today? All of our costumes are taken care of by us. So we take care of the maintenance, we take care of the pressing and the ironing and everything else. And then before we do the thing, I'm the one who sits there and be like, you look good. Okay, let's do the thing. But yeah, no, there's no magical warehouse full of Star Wars costumes. Very sad. But we all just make sure that we maintain our stuff to our standards for all of our shows and performances.
Yeah, I think that's the first and foremost. You guys clearly have some good standards. Even the backgrounds, everything was. So has everyone worked off a proper green screen, or because all those backgrounds legit? There was nothing leaking through like mine probably.
Well,
no, I was in the basement, and you could see the edges of my stuff. You could see bookshelves and the washer and dryer, and then Chris had to zoom in on it.
We had to do a little bit of cropping with everybody, I think. Again, this is super low budget, real fast execution of all this. A lot of learnings. This we also been talking about it as sort of an experiment. We've never done anything like this before. So this is really the first shot we've had at doing something with these kind of effects. And of course, you know, if with more time, you can always put more into it. But you even mentioned yourself, you know, with the time frame we were working with, only about a month to put this together. You know,
the skin off a womp rat, right?
That's correct. As Captain Paris would say.
I appreciated that line as well. Who wrote the script here? I'm sorry, the credits kind of went fast and I didn't really get to read all of them. But who was the script writer?
That was Kevin.
Oh, I got to see some of your guys' backgrounds here. I have it on the speaker view. Let me switch to gallery for a moment here.
La 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 la.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, there you are.
Yay, technology. So the resistance, sometimes we have to pull things together, so it's difficult. You have to excuse us for the technical difficulties. So hi, yes, I did write the script originally, and it was tweaked by these amazing people for the type of format that we're doing here today. And I love seeing the finished product for this. So you can write this stuff off, and then it goes through so many iterations for the things that we need to do. So this was amazing for me. I loved watching this at any rate, and I usually hate watching myself. So awesome.
Now, was this the first time all of you saw this? This is not just a world premiere for our general audience, but this is a world premiere for all of you as well, correct?
World premiere for most of us too, yes.
Yeah, I think the only one who saw the whole thing was the editor.
Yes.
Okay.
I had to watch it at least once. But yes, this was again, and my lovely wife also in the show also got to see a little preview here and there.
So when do you guys see yourselves getting? Well, I'm assuming a lot of people are getting the shots now, or you guys must be getting pretty excited to like get back into the real live thing. Feel free to field that, anybody.
Yeah, I'd say definitely. Because as Kevin said, he wrote the script. We actually have kind of a bank of scripts that we'd like to get performing on at various conventions. So when those start up again, we're gonna definitely be ready to get going how we normally do. Because as Saber Guild, I mean, again, we all have fun with the performances and the costumes, but the whole point of it really is the charity aspect. And we go out to the different conventions and we do performances, but then we're also normally raising money for various charities around the county, in our case, and around the city. So yeah, we're definitely very excited to get back into going in and actually showing things off in person again.
Yeah, and I've seen your moves, Michael. I know you're good for it. Michael and Shane and some other folks came here in 2019 when we had it in person. So we had a little Star Wars saber fight, a lightsaber fight out in the plaza there. So just see what special effects software was used. This would probably be for Christopher.
Yeah, so as we said, very low budget. I'm a graphic designer, not a video editor. So my suite of software is limited when it comes to video editing. So I run off of a Mac. Again, with the graphics side of things, it's just the best option for me. And honestly, I'm using primarily the free software that you can get straight off the App Store. So iMovie, GarageBand. I'm also, though, purchased Apple Motion. It's one of the cheaper of the video editing softwares that is available through the App Store. And it's more geared around some animation. So where you might use something like a Final Cut or a Premiere to actually edit the video, I was on a timeline. I was doing that with iMovie. I would take everything after it's all kind of figured out, bring it into Motion, and that's how I was able to grid everything up to look like a Zoom meeting, move everyone around, and then for some of the little things, I'm really kind of digging into my bag of tricks because this is still even new for me. The laser blasts from the blaster pistol from Karis. That's coming from, I'm actually using Apple Keynote, which is sort of the Apple version of PowerPoint, believe it or not. So I'm making the laser blast, animating it to come in one direction, adding a little spark effect, and then I can export that as a movie file with no background And so I just lay it on top of my already existing timeline and time it up, make it a little shorter or faster, whatever I got to do, and that's it. So a few different programs all working in conjunction with each other, and then just doing what I know to make it happen.
Yeah, intense work, but well appreciated. I want to touch on, I see Dan here. Dan's been pretty quiet. Dan is one of the younger, it looks like, of the group. I'm just curious if, I could be wrong about that, but how did you get into it? And, like as a younger, one of the youngest of the group, like how did you find out about it? How did you get involved?
Yeah, so I'm Dan. You are right. I'm 17. And I've been a member of this group for almost 4 years now.
So you did the Padawan training, I'm guessing.
I have not.
You guys got to get on this here.
He helped
Got to get the rook up.
Like 5 minutes after he was approved. So don't let him fool you.
Dan knows how to actually run Padawan training. So
exactly.
I got approved like in mid-October, right before New York Comic-Con, and I showed up to Comic-Con. They're like, "Hey, we're short-staffed on Padawan training. Do the thing," and so I did. And I'd barely even seen it done before. But yeah, so I've been a member since 2017. I found out about the group at Star Wars Celebration in 2017 in Orlando, Florida. I went to a panel and I heard them talk about the group, and I'm like, wow, that's really cool. I got to see if I can get involved. And I met some of the lovely people here. Chris, Kevin, looking at you. Kat, did I see you there as well?
I think so. You may have.
Yeah. And then they started holding practices in Westchester a couple weeks later, and I'm like, this is great. So I got cracking on a costume pretty much as soon as I could. And I've been hooked ever since.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's what this is all about. I mean, I think as soon as folks see you guys, even just before even the verbal, just the visual, it's always a fun and exciting feeling. I knew when you guys came in, for instance, in 2019, it was just like, So everything you guys do, it's very appreciated. And I'm sure all these charities, and we're a library here. So, I've seen you guys, I believe it was you guys too at the Brooklyn Cyclones game. Was that you guys? Yes. We loved that all on the field. It was wonderful. So yeah. I know we've had some other people quiet in here, but I believe Celeste, was that you with the blue? I don't know. Who was the one with the blue makeup on? It's hard to tell because now this is your real faces. So
that was me.
That was you. Okay, so let's correct it. Now how long did that makeup take? That was intense.
It takes about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Wow, that's impressive. Big round of applause for Celeste. That was legit. Yeah.
Called the Skittles. I have actually several colors approved. So.
Now, do you guys do your own makeup? Obviously, Caitlin runs kind of the costume department, if you will. But now, is there a specific one for?
Too. She's also great.
Oh, she is. So Caitlin's kind of the go-to here. If you have a problem, you're going to go to Caitlin.
Yep,
AKA
because besides doing Rey, I also am Ahsoka Tano, and she is orange with the same kind of look, kind of sort of that Celeste has. So makeup and we go like this, but everybody basically does their own makeup and styling and everything else. And usually I come over, I say, okay, you look good. And then they move on with doing whatever. But everybody is we're all very self-sufficient with our makeup and our kits and things like that, which is really kind of awesome. Really kind of makes my job a little easier too. So that's kind of nice.
Now I'm curious of is it like with sports numbers? So say if somebody was a big sports player on the Yankees and another guy came in and wanted like Paul O'Neill's number, for instance, 21. And it's like, I don't know, is there a thing where hey man, I'm the Darth Vader guy, and then somebody new comes in, is like, I want to be Darth Vader. Is there any kind of well, listen, you're a rookie, so you got to start out as a stormtrooper? Is there a pecking order in the Empire Saber Guild?
we don't really have something like that. I know that our particular temple has maybe 2 or 3 other rays. So if I'm not available for a troop that they need ray, we'll go to and use a different ray. And there's really not a pecking order per se. It's just like, who's available? Okay, you're available, you're going to be ray that day. And as for Sith and Jedi, I think most of us have both a Sith and a Jedi. So we like to flip back and forth between, I was a Jedi last one, so I'm going to be a Sith this time. And it's really
I was going to ask, it's interchangeable. It's not like territorial at all. So
we can flip flop, and there's really not a territorial type situation here. But 9 times out of 10, I have a Jedi, I have a Sith, but I'm usually Rey for when we do stuff. So
I mean, honestly, like you could do a little script where there's 3 Rays in it, and like who's the real Ray? You know, I'm just spitballing.
Don't give Kevin ideas, please.
Kevin over here is
Kevin.
There actually are. Chris actually might even know a couple of these. There are a couple of Easter eggs in the show.
Someone might have do the Spider-Man thing where you all point at each other. By the way.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
So Pat and I actually did that once with our Ahsokas. We took that photo.
You're welcome.
There's a point in, I think, one of the big fights at the end. You might have noticed Tina/Serena takes a Pez dispenser. It's actually a Star Wars Pez dispenser out of her costume and starts eating. So that and obviously I was very stupid and made my Mel Brooks reference, which I think might go over some kids' heads, but whatever.
Everybody appreciates Easter eggs,
yeah, and there's a lot of cool stuff in people's costumes that are, everyone's costume has a story. It's not just pieces of cloth. It's all very personal to everyone, and I think that's what makes it super special, is that everyone has a very personal connection to their costume and a story, and it just helps you really get into like the flow and the feel of the show. So
backing on that, we actually, because we develop our characters. So we have characters that we are. I'm, for instance, been Ryben, but we all develop kind of a backstory. So we have that in our heads when we're out and interacting with the kids and the people at the various conventions and whatnot we do. So there's always something we can fall back on if we start talking with somebody about parts of the Star Wars world. So it's a lot of fun in that case, is you get to kind of be your character, and it's your own character. So as opposed to obviously, Caitlin has Rey, so then she has to be Rey when she's Rey. But then when she gets to be her own character, it's all based off what she thought of in the past. So that's a lot of fun too, is getting to develop your own kind of character.
And I think something else that's fun about that too is we have these various scripts that we've been working on. Michael mentioned we have kind of a bank of scripts that we're sort of collecting, and a lot of them have been sort of one-offs here and there, just to have it for a show, but. And there's this one that's kind of a standalone piece. It relates back to the main universe of everything. But in a lot of cases, when we do our live performances, obviously we are there and we're doing the choreography and everything. But the shows themselves are pre-recorded, so we have dialogue, we have character names, and everything already kind of in that audio track. That way, you can put anybody in at any time, and they can be there to play that part. But again, back to the idea of the kind of story, I think especially recently, and particularly since Kevin's been adding his pen to the mix, we've actually been sort of, apart from these standalones, we've almost been developing our own guild canon in a way. So there are certain stories that are in canon for Empire Temple, and others like this one that are maybe a little outside of that. And those particular stories will play more on out the backstories we've developed, and they also help us to sort of grow our characters. So we can kind of think about those moments and say, oh yeah, this happened. So now I have something to react to. And even on top of that, just the interactions we have when we're at conventions and we're being in character, we can kind of think of those things as moments that maybe our characters had. So you actually get this sort of life to your character and the relationships they form with their counterparts.
Diana, you wanted to add something?
Deanna, Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Deanna.
No, it's okay. Yeah, being with this group is really wonderful because a lot of the work that we do with children and of course their families, because they get to see their kids interact. And so when we do go to cons, just a lot like what Chris was talking about, when we're at cons, when I first started with Empire, it was, I guess, like 2013, something like that. And I'd never done cosplay. I was like, what is this? But then being able to interact with the children and see the joy that they have. And oftentimes Empire Saber Guild in general, will go to hospitals, will go to various places to help bring this to kids that maybe might not be able to leave where they are and go to a convention. So whether we're doing live shows at WinterCon or Comic-Con or wherever, or if we're in a hospital just talking to the kids, it's always been such a joy to be able to share that with children and we all have different stories of that little kid that really just, in 20 years, they're going to be like, oh man, I was at this thing when I was a little kid and this person dressed up like a Star Wars character did this. And you know that you're making a difference in their lives. So that's really at the heart, I think, of what we do with the fundraising and everything and the charity. And then the icing on the cake is that we all get to create these great characters and live those for a little while, the same way that actors would do if they were doing a Broadway show. It's just a different kind of medium altogether. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Deanna. That's a great point. And I love how you joined in 2013, just maybe not knowing too much, and now you're making films. So it's like I love that you guys are really growing this, and I feel like it's going to just keep getting bigger, especially as the word gets out there more. Who knows, man? Maybe you guys will take over the Lucasfilms at some point. You never know. I did have one thing I wanted to say. If anyone, maybe there's a person who keeps not showing up for meetings, do you make that person be the Jar Jar Binks character? And how do you guys feel about what is the general consensus on Jar Jar Binks?
Jar Jar's got merits.
Say again.
But there's a place for everyone in the Star Wars universe.
I think Jar Jar was redeemed in Clone Wars, but that's just me. I don't know.
True.
He provides that needed comic relief, so he serves a purpose. So
you can't hate on Jar Jar Binks. So guys, so everybody, we are here. Actually, we're gonna do a Star Wars based drawing. Could you grab me the Darth Vader? Yeah. The Darth Vader. Yeah. So we are going to do a raffle drawing. We're doing this throughout the day at the library, and unfortunately, you have to buy your tickets in person because of the New York State gaming regulations. But this is going to be for a Darth Vader toy, I believe. It's going to be a Star Wars toy. So we're picking this one, and this is going to Ann Souza. So Ann Souza will win the Star Wars toy. So we're doing these on the hour. So if anyone lives nearby, you could come buy a raffle ticket. We have a lot of cool different items. You can find them on our website. Now, we're about to start another program at 12, but I want to give Shane, I could honestly be on here with another hour with you guys, but Shane, I'd like you had an announcement you want, or just to tell people more about how they could get involved with the Empire Saber Guild.
Yes, so a couple of things. For those who want to watch the video again, the video will be going live in 4 minutes on our YouTube channel. So you can go back and watch it as much as you want and play your favorite parts. For Empire Temple, we normally hold practices on Friday nights, both in Westchester and the city. Obviously, with the current situation, and we are evaluating that as needed. But if you ever want to come and attend one of our practices and get involved, please check out our Facebook page. Should just be Empire Temple Saber Guild. Search for it. You should be able to find us very easily. That's where we post events in terms of things that we'll be performing at, or when our practices will be held. And yeah, well, everyone is welcome, and we're excited to hopefully get started practicing again. And as this pandemic starts hopefully leaving us soon, performing for children and adults at shows, at hospitals, and getting back to our mission of raising money and enjoying Star Wars. So I want to say thank you to everyone in our cast. You all were amazing. Thank you to Kevin for writing a fantastic script. Thank you for Michael for not killing me during as we lived together during trying to film this. And lastly, thank you to Chris for all of the amazing movie magic. I don't know how you do what you do, but what you do makes me cry, and I love you so much for it. So thank you.
And also thank you to the library for having us.
Dobbs Ferry for having us.
Definitely. We'll be doing it again in future years, just hopefully in person. So
hopefully in person.
Yeah. I do want to announce the winner. I don't know if it'll show up, but it is a Darth Vader. Trust me, it's here. A big Darth Vader. So this is a pretty neat toy for Ann Souza to win. So that's the raffle prize for the hour. And hey, again, thank you, folks. Check out the Empire Saber Guild's website, as well as their YouTube. They're going live. The Spark will be going live again starting at 12. So feel free to check that out. And we'll have another awesome program just coming up in a minute or two, The Art of the Toy Hunt. So I will be hosting that, and I'll be right back in a moment or two. All right. Thank you again, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, this is our panel, The Art of the Toy Hunt, with Sentri, the Mad Collector, as well as the OG Geek, and What's Poppin' from Marvelous Collectibles and Entertainment. Awesome unboxing, insightful reviews, epic collections. Join me and the three heavyweights in the game to break down all the ins and outs, ups and downs, hits and misses, and best scores of toy hunting. Now, I should say I am fairly familiar with Sentri, the Mad Collector, to the point where I was like, oh, I should write down some questions that I'm going to be asked. And I was like, no, it's so easy to just do this on the fly. So I've known Sentri for quite a few years. I just will give a background on you first. And I believe you started your channel, I'm going to guess it was like a year to a year and a half ago. It was probably like right before this pandemic started breaking out.
Timing would have it. It was a week before the lockdown happened.
A week before.
It didn't really start doing much until June of last year. It's been a lot of fun so far. That's why I'm doing it. When it's not, I ain't doing it.
Right. You know? I've just been amazed at how your channel blew up, and you have thousands of followers now, as well as meeting great people like the OG Geek and What's Poppin'. Now you guys do you guys live in, or are you guys apartment mates there, or you're visiting?
Oh no, we live. He lives. OG Geek lives about an hour from me, but he's always But we're always in the area. We're always hanging out with one another. We're local.
Yeah.
When Mike wants to go toy shopping, he goes and
when Mike wants to go buy stuff, he comes to my house and goes to my collection and buys stuff.
There's so many great options.
He's got to use the bathroom. So, have you, the three of you together, ever gone on one toy hunt? What's the You obviously all have your own channels. What's the cross pollination? Is there any kind of unwritten rules of the game of toy hunting?
I don't think there's any unwritten rules. I mean, obviously, just don't be a scalper or a reseller or a flipper or any of those designations. I mean, other than that, there are times where because we all Ron's up north, and me and Mike are down here, and we talk all the time. We all talk all the time, and that was the great thing about YouTube, is that it it connected everybody together. So I mean, there have been times where Ron has sent me stuff, I've sent Ron stuff, Ron sent Mike stuff, So it's like, we're all intertwined. We're all friends, even though we haven't quite exactly met in person yet. We're all good buds.
Well, that's going to change very soon.
One month.
Yeah, because he's coming down. So we're gonna take him on a.
So he's actually gonna be visiting about 30 minutes from where I live. So we're definitely gonna link up, and then Seth will most likely head up towards my area.
I'll come up to you guys for that.
And there'll definitely be a video with all three of us in it for the first time ever. But
nice.
I feel like I've known Ron for forever now,
Yeah.
because we actually, we started talking on Instagram, DMing back and forth, and then we got to the point where we exchanged numbers, and then we text and talk back and forth. So honestly, when I meet up with him for the first time, it's good. I'm gonna feel kind of like I do when I hang out with Seth. Like I've known him for so long already that. I feel, and I'm always watching his channel, and so it's
yeah, exactly. And these guys, I started chatting with these guys, of course, long before I started my own channel. And these are two, they're two kingpins of the game as far as I'm concerned, and as far as just about anyone that is into this would tell you. And but they're most importantly, they're very nice guys. And so I started talking to these guys when I was a viewer, a fan, a subscriber, and they were huge inspirations, for myself, because of, just that. I think on the YouTube side, the quality of content, the consistency, and the dedication to the hobby on the hobby side of things, it's they're just two very good guys, very good for the community. And two guys that I'm very happy to call friends, and that's what it's all about. I think for guys like us, it's connecting with cool people and sharing, this crazy hobby that we have, which takes up a lot of time and resources. So there's always something to talk about and bond over. So.
Yeah, I think the key word to use is community. It really is. It's like almost like a family I'm a bit of an outsider, but, obviously I've been watching your videos and it's starting to, get me more interested in it. And I'm just really impressed with how close knit of a community it is. Like I've seen some of your videos where someone may have left a toy behind, like a comforter, for instance, and how did that wind up there?
Yeah.
So you guys will add little, like, even though maybe, especially during a time like this pandemic where you can't maybe physically be in the same space, having someone that you maybe never even met before but just know online, having left a toy behind a comforter because it was the last one on the rack for you, it really does speak to that community. Now I'm curious and this one's for like each of you can answer this one, what your most successful video, either it could be the one you feel is the most successful or most views. I remember Ron did one where Sentri, the med collector, did one where he went to a store, and I did not know this. There's the very bottom shelf. If you kind of shimmy it up a little, there may be some toys on. Don't tell too many people this, but there may be some toys underneath there. And that was eye-opening for me. So I'm always checking under there now. But most successful video for you guys that you feel.
Well, so that method, I found out about that method right when I started my channel from another YouTuber, Rocco the Great. I had just happened to click on one of his videos at the time, which went viral. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Didn't really think much of it at that point. It was just cool to see it was something different. And one of my first hunting videos, one of the first toy hunts that I actually decided to record, I was with a couple of my friends, and I had mentioned that, I just watched this guy rock when he lifted up a shelf, whatever. We had nothing else to do, about to walk out. And I lifted up something and happened to find something that has been long delisted from the Target inventory. They couldn't even ring it up. They had to just make up a price for me. And it was the Age of Ultron 2-pack that had come out like a year or so prior. It's weird. Like, you find something, these guys know too. It's like, you'll find some real funky stuff. It's not necessarily always current things. You'll find, and the thing I found was like peeled to the floor. It was just like sealed to the floor almost. You have to peel it off. I mean, it was under there for so long. So I don't know that for me, I don't know that was it was definitely one of my most successful ones for sure right off the bat, I think, from a YouTube perspective. But I think the one from last week is probably, from like a views perspective, all of that, my most successful one. But the under the shelf thing is it's everywhere, and I wound up talking to a few other people, and I didn't realize too, and there are some other videos like this has been going on for years. I mean, like dating back to the Toys R Us days. I mean, this stuff was happening. So
Jeffrey the giraffe was hiding that stuff on
and just yeah. So it's just, you know, I guess it's an age-old thing in the toy game, which I did not. It was unbeknownst to me, you know, up until about a year ago. So, and you see a lot of that stuff happening these days.
It's funny how much underhandedness can be involved in just the toy game. You know?
Oh, it's toy, toy, YouTube.
It's everything. You toys, YouTube, statue community, comic
Spider.
Community.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Spider.
Yeah.
So it's everywhere. I mean, listen, you know, the whole thing about competition and things like that. It's like, and me and Ron have had this conversation a bunch of times. You know, YouTube is a big enough place for everyone to coexist. And if you really want to make yourself stand out, like you want to be the top person, then clearly you need to focus on making your content better than everybody else's. Whether you find something special, or you do little storylines or little skits or things like that, just to keep people engaged and keep them entertained. But there's always a lot of shady and backhanded stuff that goes on with this stuff, and it's like, and again, it sucks because again, YouTube is a big enough place for everyone to coexist, and unfortunately, there are some people that just don't feel that way.
Couple of knuckleheads.
Yeah, there's a few that have to spoil it for the bunch. So
sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Now,
Nicely put.
now for OG Geek, now what was your most successful video that you feel?
He's
actually looking it up right now.
All right, give him a second. View count. No.
I'll tell you. Okay, so the most successful as far as for YouTube, like what actually grew my channel, it's a video that I almost didn't put up. I was talking to Ron about this a few months ago. When the first wave of Marvel Legends for Endgame came out, I really wanted to get them all because I had just seen the movie. I wanted to get all the figures. So I went to about 10, 12 Walgreens looking for the Endgame because a buddy of mine had found the whole wave at a Walgreens. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to start going to Walgreens. So I went to, like I said, 10, 12 Walgreens and nothing. So I thought it was a very boring video. I wasn't going to put it up. I'm like, but I've put up videos that I don't like before and they've gotten views. So I'm like, you know what? I spent all day doing this. I edited it. Let me just put it up, whatever, and move on from here. That video was my first video to break 10,000 views. I think I got like 15,000 views or something. And I was, I think, at just around 1,200, 1,300 subscribers. I actually got up to like 3,000 subscribers because of that video. And I almost didn't put it up. That's like successful, I feel, because how quick it got the views and how many subscribers it got me. But I hated the video. It's a very boring video. But people enjoyed it for some reason. And then I was just looking it up now. My most viewed video is one that's the title says "My Best Haul This Year." So I just put it up this year. And that one's about 18,000 views. So that would be my most successful. But as far as like gaining subscribers, gaining viewers, the Marvel Legends hunt that I did, and this was probably 2 years ago because this is right when I first started the channel. It's probably like 12, 13 videos in. So I would consider that one the most successful because of the amount of subscribers that I gained, even though it has about 12,000 views, I think.
That's the one that changed the game for you. Right?
That's the one that changed the game for me. And I almost did not put that one up. That's how YouTube works, right? So it's funny how like the more subscribers you got, so the subscriber count doesn't really matter. What matters is the views. But because that video got so many views, other people were able to find me because my next video, for example, now I went from 1,000 and change to over 3,000. So now with 3,000 subscribers, I'm getting a little bit more views. And that's how it works. The algorithm, the more views you get, the more interaction, the longer they watch, the more they interact, like, comment, whatever, the more they push you out. So that video helped me get to where I'm at. And like I said, I hated the video. I almost didn't put it up. And, that goes to show you that if you're starting YouTube, if you're thinking about starting YouTube, just put stuff out in the beginning, figure yourself out, figure out your content. You learn as you go. And if you don't like it, then in the future you can always delete it or just hide it from the channel. But put stuff up because you never know what's going to work, you know. And
yeah, no, I think that's
I wasn't
great
even
advice.
successful. I wasn't even successful in that video. That's the thing. Like, I don't think I found that, you know, and people loved watching it. There you go. That's my.
I mean, if you want to get down to the brass tacks, I mean, you know, for me,
what was the watershed moment? What's popping? What was the watershed?
I think. Well, so I like most. Well, I wouldn't say I like most people, but like I started out collecting Funko Pops. That was my gimmick when I first started. Like I was heavily into Funko, and then over the years, I slowly transitioned into figures and statues and Hot Toys. Now is where I'm generally at. So I'm not the quintessential YouTuber, as I like to call it. I speak my mind. I say what's on my mind. I'm very vulgar. I say a lot of inappropriate things. That's just me, because that's just who I am. I try not to be someone I'm not. You know, what you see on camera is what you get in real life, and he can contest for, you know, Mike can contest for that. So the whole thing with me, what got me on the map was I was looking for Funko Pops, and Target had an exclusive set of Pops, which were the very first ad icons which would release. So it was like Captain Crunch, Sugar Bear, the Noid from Domino's, like a bunch of those advertisements. So the video, so right across the street from where I work is a Target. So I go into the Target.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I go into the Target before I go into work, and they're sitting, and I go in there and I ask the guy behind the electronics counter, you know, I give him the product number so they could find it. So 2 hours goes by, I'm still standing there. They haven't found the box. So, and there were a bunch of people waiting there along with me at that point. So at that point, I was like, you know what? The guy was nice enough, the Target employee was nice enough to take my number. I told him I was across the street, just call me and I'll come back over. So I get in my car, I leave, I come back, and only to find, I get in my car, as I'm pulling in the parking garage, the guy calls me. He's like, hey, we found the box, come on back. So by the time I got back there,
it's like a drug deal or something.
I was first in line.
Got the stuff, man.
Yeah, I was first in line, and and then when I got back, everyone that was behind me had already made their purchase. Target employees were even purchasing them when they're not supposed to. And it was a whole thing. So when I got there, they left me with all the damaged boxes. Because, you know, when you're a pop collector, the box condition is a big to do. So I bought what they had. I went in my car and I basically just filmed myself going on a profanity rant of Target and everything that had happened. And I posted that video, you know, because at that point, like most of my videos were only maybe doing like 500-600 views at that point. And I did that video, I shared it out. I went to bed. I woke up the next morning and it was over like 2,000 views already. And I was like, oh my God, I'm like, you kidding me? And they were just comments like, oh my God, the Target employees are horrible, blah, blah, blah. You know, it was mixed reviews. And then come to find out, there's a Facebook group called Confessions of Target Employees. So someone had sent me a screenshot, and my video was in that Facebook group, because all the employees were like, this is why we hide stuff. This is why we don't sell stuff to people like guys like this. You know, it was like a whole to do. And ever since then, that video is kind of what put me on the map. Now, as far as my most viewed video goes, I think it was just a video for me looking for Ninja Turtle figures, and it wound up getting me like almost like 40,000 views. So I mean, you know, that's where I'm at right now, which is great. I never thought I would hit that number, but you know, and again, I do a lot of crazy stuff in my videos, and you know, me with my videos, it's not so much of what I find, it's more about just, you know, giving people like more of like an entertainment, you know, factor to it, because, you know, anybody can go to store and film, but you want to give people something different. You want to give people a reason to watch. Like when people watch me, they know I'm going to be animated, because I get frustrated when I go into the stores and I can't find things. I mean, you know, everybody goes through that, but whether people convey that or not on camera is different. Me, I convey it on camera. I'm in the middle of Target screaming while I'm filming myself. And, you know, he knows, he's been there too. So it's
just walk away.
Yeah, he usually, when I get on one of those rants, he usually walks away from me. He's like, and he starts recording. He starts recording. He's like, "Yo," he's like, "You see Seth over there right now? He's going on one of his Target rants." He's like, "I'm just walking away because I don't want to get yelled at."
I have one
video. So you walk in the store, they're like, "Oh no, this dude again."
well, I mean, listen, I've scaled. So now that I'm not collecting Funko anymore, I've kind of like laid off a little bit, and actually have been more laid back, because in my mindset now, if I find it, I find it. If I don't, I'll find it another week.
You've actually given Target a few compliments this year. I think to start the year, you actually complimented them, which is very bizarre.
I know, right? Well, 2020 was an odd year. So
Now, I think what's Poppin brought up a great point of kind of like having a gimmick in a way, and this reminds me of wrestling. And I bring this up because I know Sentri is a huge wrestling fan. Actually, gets the toys.
I am as well. So we're good.
Yeah. So that makes sense, and you were mentioning the gimmick. So I feel like it's almost like a wrestler kind of has to have a gimmick before they can kind of go over and, have that watershed moment. For each of you guys, do you feel like you've reached a point now that you've been doing it for a little while that you kind of know exactly, I mean, Seth, you kind of spoke on it already, but that you have your persona fully fleshed now, or you're still working and tinkering, or I mean, you're always tinkering, right?
There's always room for improvement. There's no question. There's always room for improvement. And again, when everybody starts out, you've got to find your niche. You got to find what separates you from everybody else. And that's, that's the thing. Mike's gimmick is that, he has a lot of money and he likes to flash it around. He's kind of like the $1 Million Man. He's kind of like the $1 Million Man. He walks into a place.
This guy buys 20 hot toys every week.
And
I flash money. I'm homeless. Remember?
Yeah, you're homeless. So Ron has his his shtick where he goes into the stores and he does the thing with people leaving stuff for him behind the hairs, which is hilarious.
So that's a Ron specifically a Ron thing.
Yeah, which is hilarious, because I love when he does that. Like he's like, I'm coming in here and I'm buying something for Aunt Ethel. Let me see what's behind this. Let's see what's behind this. And there's a figure.
Why is he in the cookware section?
So it's good. It's good stuff. Again, it's about just finding yourself, finding your comfort level. When everybody starts out and starts filming themselves in front of the camera, there's always that oddness you feel in the beginning, and then your comfort level kicks in, and then you're like, okay, what, you're like a kid, basically. You're testing the waters with your parents to see how far you can go and how far you can get, what you can get away with before you get in trouble. So that's basically the best way of going about that.
I don't think I have I've never had a gimmick. Like I don't know. I've always said that I'm just gonna do this for fun. As long as I'm having, like Ron said in the beginning, as long as I'm having fun, I'm gonna keep doing it. And I just try to be myself. I think the reason my channel has grown to what it is, it's not very big, but gotten to where it is. And the reason I get consistent views is because I am myself in every video. And I try to show everybody behind the scenes. So like he said earlier, right? Everybody, like a lot of channels will go and just show you stuff that's on the shelves. So why would you want to see that in my channel or his channel? So I try to show when we go out, which is a lot, right? We're always hanging out together. And a lot of times we're in a bigger group. It's not just us two. I try to film some other stuff that we're doing. I try to film behind the scenes. I try to film if they're messing with each other. I try to show that in the videos. I want people to feel like they're with us when I'm out hunting or when we're hanging out. So when I talk to the camera, I even I speak to it like it's a person sometimes on purpose, because that's the whole goal. My goal is like, you know what, if you live, because a lot of viewers that I talk to through DMing on Instagram and everything, they'll always talk about how where they live, there's nothing going on, or there's no, a lot of people don't even have a Target anywhere near them. So they watch our videos to see what's out there, to live through us, I guess, because they can't go toy hunting, or they don't have, a lot of people don't have friends at all that are into collecting like we are, So I just try to make them part of the group. Every time they watch my videos, I try to just pretend they're there with us. So whoever's watching, and even my channel doesn't really have, like, I'll have, most of my videos are about toy collecting or hot toys and stuff like that. But I also throw up a random video where it's just like a vlog. I'm doing that as a matter of fact. I think I have like a video. I have a toy hunting video coming out Tuesday, but after that, my next 2 videos are more vlogish than anything. And that's just like, it's my channel. I like to create stuff that I think it's like something that I could look back 10 years from now. Like, I don't watch my videos because I lived them, recently. And I've only been on YouTube for a little bit over 2 years now. I make 3 years now in October or November of this year. So honestly, I was just thinking, we were talking about MegaCon, and I was just thinking about how much fun we had in 2019.
Yeah, we did.
And I have a video from 2019, which is going to be almost 2 years now, that I would like to go back and see it because I know we had a blast at that con. So, when I film these things, I'm trying to like film stuff for me as well, so that, when I'm in my 50s, for example, I could look back at all the fun that we had and how lucky we were that we met such great people. I met him through YouTube. I met Ron through YouTube. He met Jan, Captain Powerlift, which is some of our videos, Humpty.
Yeah.
All of them because of YouTube.
Yeah.
And we're lucky enough where we're able to go out to all these cons, all these events. We're able to travel. We just came from Atlanta 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was in the beginning of the month.
We had a great time with a bunch of other YouTubers there as well. And it's a good way. Like, when I was younger, I used to remember the old disposable cameras. I used to always carry those with me, and I would love printing out the photos and putting them in an album. And every so often, I still go back and look at those. So I see YouTube as the same way, but like in the future, right? So now instead of looking at old photos, I could watch what we actually did. I could watch the videos. So that's why when I go on vacation, sometimes I'll just throw a vlog in there. Just, they don't get views, but I don't care. I still do them because it's for me. I get to enjoy that. It's a time capsule, I guess.
Yeah. Now this is like the internet done right. Like this is what the internet should be made for. Like,
like he said, I could make videos if I just cared about growing. I could make videos that I know will, the thumbnail and the title will get clicks, and I'll grow. I mean,
have you guys all gone down the algorithm rabbit hole? Like what can like sitting there in like a dark room? Like what
I don't plan for that. I don't plan for that. I've gotten lucky. Like I said, that first video with the Marvel Legends really helped me out, but I almost didn't put it up. I never thought it would get hits, but I don't plan for that. I just try to have fun. And
I think it's because you guys are doing it for the right reasons.
I always joke about the YouTube algorithm. I call it like a mythical creature that like doesn't really exist. They just say that it's there. It's just there for the sake of being there. Exists. But it's like
I'll be honest with you. If you ever watch any of our videos, mine and Seth, if we wanted to make a living off of YouTube, and we wanted to like have big channels and stuff like that, you've seen how much money he talks about me, but you see how much stuff he buys in his videos. If we stopped doing this and we pulled what we spend on a weekly basis to try to make videos that are gonna get clicks and get views, we could do it. I mean, we know how to play with the algorithm and have channels that will be way bigger than what we are now. But then that's like a job. And we have jobs. I have a successful business. And I'm never gonna make the amount of money I make on YouTube that I do in my personal life. So I just try to enjoy this. This is fun for me, and that's why people ask me, "Oh, why don't you?" We talked about it too. People are always telling us, "Oh, why don't you guys open up your own stores? This and that." Because once it becomes about money, it's no longer fun. And I have a stressful business. He has a stressful job. So when we're together, we just want to relax. That's why, we don't plan. We literally don't plan. It's not like we sit there and be like, "Hey, next week I have an idea for a video." No, if you see our videos, they're the same video over and over. Why? Because all we do is like, "Hey, you want to hang out this weekend?" I say, "Sure." I come down, we go out, we press record. Whatever we do, we film, and that's the video you're gonna get. We don't plan them. If we wanted to plan them, they would be different, but they're not. They're the same video. I mean, you'll see us go to the same stores. I mean, we pick up different stuff, but we're having fun. The proof is in the videos that we're just enjoying what we do.
Well, when Ron comes down next month, we got to put him through initiation.
Yeah.
So.
I have no interest in eating disgusting jelly beans, but anything else I'm good for.
That's big up.
You're safe with us.
Yeah. Other than that, yeah. But
and
I think
Ron, what I like about Ron. Okay, so like I was saying, people watch my stuff. Most of the people I talk to, they watch it because they feel like they're part of our group. They enjoy our shenanigans behind the scenes and stuff like that. That's why I try to include more of it if I can. People watch him. He's a comic relief. Let's face it. You know,
I am.
out of the group, he's the funny one. You watch his videos, you're gonna laugh.
I'm just one bad punchline after bad punchline.
And then Ron, he has like that's why I told him this not too long ago too. Though what I like about his videos is that he takes breaks. He has his coffee time. He has his rants in his car.
Donut time, right?
You get to know YouTubers like that, right? I get to know Ron more about his personality, who he is, and I feel like when you watch someone's channel and you get to know them, you want to watch them more, right? If Ron was only going to store to store to store to store, it's like, well, there's 50 other YouTubers that do that. But the fact that he takes the time, so that to me, that's his gimmick, and I told him that, and that's working for him. Just like his gimmick is that he's funny. That's not a gimmick. He just is crazy, and the crazy sometimes comes out funny. And my gimmick is on myself.
I know that with Ron, I noticed the progression for sure, and it's been like a delight to see. Like I was like, even just like him shooting himself in the car, you know, at the start of each video, like you could tell as each one progressed, it was like he was getting sharper and sharpening that sword, if you will. And it did not to bring up wrestling again, but me and Ron did a Royal Rumble wrestling Halloween one time, so I know it's in
Best
there.
Halloween.
I know he's, you know, the Razor. He's me and Ron have known each other forever again, but like he's got these characters that he can play. He does amazing impressions, so I'm like, yeah, keep pushing that envelope, and yeah. So,
It's
Ron, do you feel like a gimmick wise, or I mean, gimmick's kind of like a negative sounding word, but
it's a wrestling term. It's a wrestling term that I do think applies. We're all saying the same things, whether you want to call it and the best wrestlers. I think this directly translates into wrestling for anyone that follows it or has followed it for a long time. Maybe not as much these days, but any good wrestler, any good wrestler lived their own gimmick. They were their own gimmick, and I think any of them will tell you, when they became successful at promos, when they became successful doing that, it was their persona, their character, it was them, and it was an amplified, it was an amped up version of who they are. They found a way to just channel, the voice that, and doing it, in some sort of cadence that fit into, the 30 seconds or the 2 minutes that they're speaking and trying to get a point across and trying to keep people interested and entertained. And I do think that can definitely be what YouTube is for at least like guys like us, which is being yourself and finding your voice to turn that into entertaining, engaging content. I mean, it's all about the engagement. And Mike just said it too. It's like getting to know someone. And for me, it was, besides having, motivation and inspiration, like guys like, Mike and Seth, OG and what's poppin'. It's about engagement, and you want to feel like, it's like you want to feel like you're either there with them or that you can relate to them in some sort of way. And for me, I always say it's like, if someone asks me like, why did you start your channel? It's like, well, I was sick of talking to myself in the car. So now I'm doing that, but at least I feel like other people are going to see it. So it's some sort of like demented conversation, but it's not nearly as weird as me sitting there being like, oh, this is so cool that I found this. And it's like, no, it's, I'm this like dark, Target parking lot by myself, and no one
muttering
knows.
to yourself like, that kid took the last toy over me.
Friggin' little, but so yeah, I think for me it was just the next step of like, I wanted to just connect with people in the community, and engagement really is everything. And it's and Seth said it too. It's, if you're not going to be, you need to find a way to be yourself. And then if you're trying to do the YouTube thing for whatever and try to grow your channel, it's a way to market who you are in some sort of entertaining fashion and create content around it. So I'm not doing anything that I haven't done for years, except I've got my iPhone whipped out now, and I have my tripod in my car, so you don't see me shaking all over the place. And then I think you just I think you find your own voice one way or the other, because if you don't, then I'm not sure what's going on. But yeah, I think you just get more comfortable figuring out what works best for you.
Proof is in the pudding, and I think the reason you guys have been as successful as you have is like, OG was alluding to, like, being yourself and being genuine. I think that's what kind of sets you guys apart. Now I'm curious, this is kind of a world of its own, this community that maybe, your average Joe would not know. guys, can you break down some of the lingo of toy hunting for me? Like stuff that your regular person wouldn't know. Like I've heard the term in Ron's videos, and I don't know what this means. Prince of Plastic. Like, give me some lingo. Who is the Prince of Plastic? And what is
some weird idiot? Yeah.
Oh, so this is a person, not like this is actually.
It's a moniker. You know, it's an alias. You know, it's Ron's got the Prince of the Prince of Plastic. I mean, God, no, how many freaking monikers I have? You know,
that's I don't know. We only have 20 minutes left. Yeah, I don't know.
You know, people call me the 1/6 scale supreme leader. You know, I go by the sole proprietor of the Hot Toys Lounge. People call me Buttery Smooth. You know, like I've got, I've got a bunch of monikers and gimmicks that I go by, and it's just that you inherit these names because the fans and the subscribers and the followers they dawn you with this. Like again, like Ron's the Prince of Plastic. I forgot. I had another one, and I forgot what it was. That it was a good one.
You definitely leave a couple for sure.
Yeah. This is like a rapper who has like various aliases.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Like when when I'm doing thing, like when Mike's in my video, I'm like, it's the OGest of geeks, and it's like OG Geek,
OG and then, Snitches.
Yeah, he's OG. Yeah, he goes by OG Snitches, OG Thief. There's a few.
That's my favorite one.
All those monikers.
OG Thief is easily the best one.
Yeah, I gave him all those monikers because again, like we were talking about, like things that help us stand out in our videos. So I had a run of videos where I was doing storylines, and one of the storylines is that Mike actually stole my Pepper Potts hot toy sitting next to my Hulkbuster.
Wow.
So everybody was like, "Oh, it's OG Thief," and and it turned into that, and it snowballed. And he's like, "You see what you did?" He's like, "Now you got people calling me a thief." It's
gotta be a nice guy, help him out. So I'm the bad guy.
I got a premise for you guys when you meet up for a video. I would like to see kind of like a almost like an urban dictionary, but like for toy hunting. If you guys could give us like a word breakdown, like this is. I think you said one earlier. What's poppin'? Hot something or other. I didn't know what you meant by that. Hot toy.
Hot toys. Yeah, Hot Toys are it's the brand of the figure that's behind me.
Oh, okay.
It's a company. But I also, God, man, I used to yell just random stuff out too. It's like like when I find like when I was collecting pops, like I would find one that I would really want. I would get it and I would start screaming and I would go Pop God. I would do stuff like that, and then and then I would start doing other things. It's a gimmick, So like now, like I do, the Hot Toys yell where I'm like, we got hot toys, and people get on that. Like people leave comments on my videos and they like type out Hot Toys.
It's to the point where we were Seth and I did a couple of wrestling talk shows, so nothing to do with Hot Toys, nothing to do with and in the chat we would be talking about wrestling, so we'd be like, Seth, can you do a Hot Toys? Can you do a Pop Gods? And so that's a testament to how much that sticks. And even for me to watch both of these guys, their channels, they were collecting pops. I had gotten out of the pop. I was watching these guys more than
the pop game.
Anyone else at the time, and I wasn't even collecting pops. I was watching channels like these guys, like about things that I don't even collect, just because I personally like to just see what people are doing with their collections, and I genuinely enjoy just watching people and seeing what they're collecting and watching them go on their journey. But yeah, I mean, I was watching pop guys and I had nothing to do with pop. I didn't even like pops at the time. I just enjoyed watching their videos. So again, it's really just, I feel like there aren't really rules to what you're doing as long as that sincerity is there and authenticity is there. It's like turning on a TV show. So
that whole Pop Gods thing, that's how we really met. Before I ever thought about, actually, I was planning on starting a YouTube channel, but it was completely different. It has nothing to do with toys or collecting or nothing. I didn't even collect anything. My son was watching his videos in the living room. I have a big TV in the living room, and every time I would walk by, I'll go to the kitchen, go outside to the garage, whatever, I would hear the beginning of his videos. And every video starts with Pop Gods. What's popping? Yeah, that's how it started.
What's popping, everybody?
So say that again.
What's popping, everybody.
All right, so every time I walked out of my room or I was near my son, I would hear that. And I got to the point where I'm like, what the hell are you watching? Like, what is this? So then he, I had taken him to I think it was Target or something, and I bought him a pop, each of them, because my two youngest. So then they kind of wanted to get into the Funko Pop thing. So I'm like, all right, you know, it's harmless, it's cheap, whatever. So then they started watching YouTube channels about pops, found him, and then they're like, oh, watch this. I want you to see how he buys this and where he goes in his collection. I'm like, all right, so I sat down with my son, started watching his videos. And then the next time we go out, I think it was a Target again. I found they were looking for, you know, cartoons, anime, stuff like that. And I didn't care about pops, but I noticed I had an El Bundy pop from Married with Children. I used to love that show growing up. So I'm like, wow, they make this? And I'm like, oh man, this is kind of cool. So then I bought that pop for myself. That was the first pop I ever bought. And then watching more of his channels with my son, I already had a pop. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should get the rest of the family because I had Peggy. And
that's how it starts.
That's how it starts. Fast forward 3 months later, I had like 400 pops. I reached out to him because my kids, they were like, oh man, that looks like fun. Why don't we start our own channel? So I'm like, you know what? Okay, why not? I'll film us going out and buying some pops. I thought it would be cute, whatever. Again, stuff that I could look back to and remind me of my kids when they were younger, stuff like that. So I do a few of them. I contact him just because I noticed he lived close by, so we could meet up one day. Maybe I could do a hunt with him. He replied. That's how we actually met. And then 2 months, I think, after I started the channel, my kids lost interest completely on Funko Pops and on YouTube. So here I am with like 300 or 400 subscribers. I think Ron was one of them. He was one of my first subscribers from what he tells me. I just met Seth. I had a blast hanging out with him the first time and the second time. So I'm like, dang it, my kids don't want to do this no more, but I kind of still want to do it. But I felt weird as a grown man doing this, you know. But I'm like, you know what? Like Seth does it.
Seth does it, so it's okay.
No,
Seth does it.
Vince is older than us. Vince is 40.
Yeah, Vince is 40.
Vince had his own channel. He was doing it. Another friend of ours. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep going with it. I'm gonna have fun, and whenever we hang out, I'll put up a video. And then,
and I'm curious. That's a point you bring up. Like, you guys do have to make these videos in toy aisles a lot, and like, you know, you're assuming there's gonna be a lot of kids there now. As grown men, have you ever had like an issue where, you know, like you're like, hey kid, you know, I was here first with the toy, or like, you know,
it's more of like, hey bro, my age or older, I'm gonna knock you out if you don't either get out of my way or stop taking everything off this thing. I think it's mostly, I think the demographic.
Is there more guys our age in the toy aisle nowadays?
Because kids are at home playing Fortnite. They're not going collecting the toys.
Yeah, kids
are doing more that's because of the era we grew up in, right?
It's those sort of things, man. It's all of that stuff. It's like kids just don't have interest. Seem like they have interest in it.
Like my kids.
Yeah,
have
right.
No interest.
Yeah,
they have a father that has a hobby and a YouTube channel that's dedicated to toys. That's what I do. I buy Hot Toys. I buy Marvel Legends. I buy Star Wars toys. I buy toys. They have no interest in toys. Like if I was their age, like back in the 80s and 90s, man, you would have the best dad in the world. To them, like they don't pay attention to it because all they care about is video games, their tablets, their iPads. They have I mean, my kids, since I think they were 5, they've had phones. So it's like that's all they care about is their phones, their tablets, their computers, their PlayStation. We have the PlayStation, the last one, the 5 or whatever it is. We have Xboxes. We have everything in our house. That's all they care about. You know. Oh, and when I force them to go out, you know, I force them to actually do stuff and leave the house with me. But you would think, you know, you ask your kids, oh, where do you want to go? Do you want to go? You know, you would think, hey, you want to come with me to Target? You know, I'm gonna go look at a toy aisle. A kid my age back in the days would have been like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
They would have been like, nah, can we just go to Longhorn? And then they're like, what? My son Mikey actually likes to read a lot, so he wants me to take him to Books A Million most of the time, which is cool. Hey, he wants to read books. I'm all for that. I'll spend all the money he wants on books.
Oh, that's great.
But you would think that he would want to go to the toy section with me, and no, they don't care.
I didn't realize there was such a generational difference there.
Oh,
now,
yeah, huge.
Big time.
I want to ask, we don't have too much time left, but I want to ask where you guys store these things. Like, this is a big thing for me because, like, I've seen the graveyard of boxes that Ron has put up. Sentri the Mad Collector.
Yeah, it's
where are these
make it out of
toys
there.
going? Then do you guys have these vaults? Are they on display? Obviously, Seth, What's Poppin' has a grand display in the back, and that's amazing.
This is just part of it. It's not even the whole. It's just part of it. It's not.
There's boxes.
There's a whole nother side to the room.
There's boxes.
You know, yeah. I mean, Ron's got Boxville, so and I like that. And he should make a shirt that says "Welcome to Boxville."
Well, talking about gimmicks, yeah. I mean, that's one thing I'm like, if I'm gonna make this channel, there's nothing appealing about this basement, so I gotta figure something out there until we redo it. But yeah, that's where my stuff is.
I have a storage unit where all the empty boxes and some figures and things that I can't display at the moment currently reside in. So you know, I had to go out and get a storage unit, which it's not a big deal. But you know, and I know Mike's got one.
That's where I keep everything.
Yeah.
Mine is not full of empty boxes. Mine is everything's in there. All the thing is that right now, my house I have a 2,000 square foot, 3-bedroom regular house. You know, so I have 3 kids. I don't have a lot of room. So my wife and I are thinking about either buying or building a house within the year. We're still not sure how we're gonna do it, but so I'm thinking like, okay, I could probably do a display in my room, kind of like this, and it'll look cool. But then within a year or less, I have to pack everything back up to set it up in the new house. And I'm like, you know what? I just got a storage unit. Everything I buy in my videos ends up in the storage unit. So I have a storage unit with, I don't know, a lot of stuff in it.
which is great because, like, you know, then you get people like me who are looking for something, and I know that he has it. And I message him and I'm like, hey man, I'm like, do you still have this? He's like, yeah, it's in the storage unit. I was like, well, can I buy it from you since it's just sitting there collecting dust?
Now, sometimes the boxes, you mentioned the boxes sometimes the box itself is worth money. I remember having
that's with the pops more than anything. The thing is with the action figures and stuff, if you ever have the intentions of, you know, saying you get tired of a certain piece and you want to sell the piece, it's great to have the box and all the accessories and obviously everything that comes with it, because then you can get more of your value back for it. You know, but obviously if you don't, then you get
also
whatever.
It's a good way to store the accessories too. They come with a lot of accessories.
These figures come with a lot
one of these
stuff.
figures can have 20 accessories in the box, so you don't want to have that around, so you keep the box, keep the accessories in that you're not using on display, you know. But
I was never a fan when I bought toys as a kid of like keeping things in mint condition per se. I was like, it's a toy, I want to play with it. Is there a rule of thumb with you guys? Like, you seem like you guys also open the boxes, right? Is there any kind of rule of thumb?
I know a lot of people that collect Marvel Legends and Black Series Star Wars figures, and they send me pictures of their collection, and they're all in the box. Like, they'll hang them in the rooms, they'll have shelves full of boxes. That I don't do. Anything that's okay. So the way I see it is, anything I buy, I'll eventually, when I build my man cave, I want to display. I want it out in the open. I'm gonna keep the boxes for the hot toys and the more expensive figures, just in case. Because like he was saying, you never know if you want to trade. Like we did a trade in our last video. You never know if you want to trade something. It's good to have the box because people want it with the box and the accessories for these figures. So I'll keep that. But when it comes to Marvel Legends, Hot Black Series, NECA, I open them and I throw out the boxes. I don't keep any of that. All the accessories, like the extra head sculpts and everything, I put them in Ziploc bags. So all my turtles, all the extra stuff that come with the NECA turtles are in one big Ziploc bag, just all mixed in there.
How could you?
Because my storage unit will be done. It will be packed if I kept those boxes. I have hundreds upon hundreds of 1/12 scale figures.
He does. He really does.
So it's not worth it to keep the boxes.
I did want to, we're starting to, get towards the end here, but I did have one last question I want to ask, and then we'll try to take one or two from the audience. One person from the audience did say, why are all the toy aisles empty today? And I'm guessing that's because you guys might have gone out just before. But,
no,
that was from Anthony Moretta. Yeah. He's actually one of our co-hosts here. Okay. So basically want to ask, what's either your favorite toy or the most rare gem that you've found, like your most prized toy? That goes for all three of you.
Oh, that's a no-brainer for me. It's my Hot Toys Hulkbuster. It's sitting right there. It's sitting right there. It's about.
Can we see it, or is it encased?
No. Let me see if I can. You can see it. Mike can point it out. It's right there.
Big guy.
It's 2 feet. It's like 2 feet tall. It was it's about it cost me about $1,200. So it's
mind you, he has two of them. There's another one in the back.
I have two of them. So it's definitely a the prized possession in my collection. Like people always ask me like, oh, if there's a fire in your house, what's the only, and you have time to grab one collectible, what are you grabbing? My Hulkbuster.
It's like, what about the kids?
The Hulkbuster.
I gotta get the Hulkbuster first now. How about for you, OG? Do you have a particular one that stands out, or like something you're just, I cannot part with this, man, even for like all the money in the world?
Well, so my favorite, my grail, in the community we say grail when it's something that you really, really want and it feels like it's not feasible at the moment. When I first started collecting figures, my grail was the Iron Man Mark, what is it, 4? Which one comes in the gantry? The 4?
Yeah, the Mark 4.
The Mark 4 with the gantry, the suit up gantry. So in the movie, in Iron Man 2, there's a part where this machine comes up from the floor and puts the suit on him. Well, they made that. Hot Toys made a replica of that, 1/6 scale. And that was always my dream. It was very expensive, hard to find because I started collecting late. So this stuff has been out, you know. So I saw it at Atlanta Comic-Con once and it was $1,500 there. I'm like, you know, yeah. So I was like, maybe this is one of those pieces that I'll get someday, but not now. And then I was able, I had the opportunity came up for me to grab it from a friend of ours, Brian, Big Dub, and I picked it up. So now I own that piece. And if I had to say, well, what's the one piece I won't get rid of? It's probably that for those reasons. Number one, I've wanted it from the very beginning. And number two, the only reason I have it is because a good friend of ours was nice enough to give me the opportunity to have it. You know, so it has that double meaning. It came from a good friend of mine, and it was the first figure. I hadn't bought a hot toy yet, but it was the first figure I saw that said, someday I need to have this in my collection. So
I hope honestly, that one's not sitting in the storage unit. You got to get that one.
It is. It's sitting in the storage unit.
Well, when you move into the new place,
it's not one of the, like, honestly, the stuff that I treasure the most is actually displayed in my room are some Funko Pops that I got in the very beginning of my channel from viewers. You know, like the stuff the viewers send me mean a lot to me, you know. And they've sent me some cool stuff. I have a Marty. I don't know what it's worth now. It was like $150 months back from New York Comic Con. No, that was actually a gift from Jan.
Yeah.
It was Marty McFly with I think it's the suit, the radioactive suit from New York Comic Con with the
it was New York Comic Con.
Yeah. Wilford, which is actually a friend of ours now, his son was subscribed to my channel. He contacted me. He knew how much I loved Back to the Future, and he was at New York Comic Con in 2019. So he bought it and sent it out to me. I had never met him, you know. But now, as it turns out, we've met. I've become good friends with him. He's actually going to be in my documentary, Growing Up Sucks. So it worked out that way, you know. So it's like I have a few items like that I've gotten from viewers. I'm like, wow, I can't believe they sent me this. So that's what I have displayed around me because it just keeps me motivated. It keeps me thinking about, you know, how lucky I am to have. Because some people, like when they start YouTube, like they obsess, and people that say they don't, it's a lie. In the beginning, you obsess about the numbers because you want that validation that you're doing something right and people like you or whatever. But you know, it keeps me grounded. Like, let's say my channel's not growing as fast as I wanted to or whatever. I'm like, man, look, the few subscribers, because back then I didn't have that many. The few subscribers I do have, look how cool they are. Look at all the stuff. Like, they go out of their way to send me this stuff. That means a lot to me, believe it or not. And it's not because that one is worth $150. Some of them are worth $10 or less, you know, but I still care about them because of the fact that they went out of their way to ship it to me and they thought about me to buy it. Like, that's cool, you know. And I'm sure that you have stuff from
yours. I just gotta start landing the plane here a bit. But Ron, just wanted to Sentri Mad Collector. What was your most prized toy?
Man. And I've had some time to think about this too.
Better be that figure I sent you.
I'd prize it. Well, that goes without saying. But number one, Red Hulk. I still have his shipper box, by the way, downstairs. It's right next to the box.
Really quick, I don't want to interrupt, but the turtle Batman you sent me, you seen it in my Instagram or displayed in my room?
That's what's I've seen that. Oh yeah. I have seen that on your display. When
I display that stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Means a lot to me.
yeah, outside of Red Hulk, Marvel Legends from the last year release, deluxe figure set. Thank you very much. And that was, I mean, he sent that out for like absolutely unprompted, unsolicited. I couldn't find that anywhere, but so something like that is very special, and I do love that figure. But I'd probably say, since I'm moving out of the statue game, figure wise, either I think it's between two. One is I have, and I'm mostly an off-card collector, but like certain things I do keep on card, and I have a lot of vintage stuff. So I have an original 10 card back, one of the first 10 Playmates Ninja Turtles made. I have an unpunched Raphael.
Wow.
That's, you know, if I sent that to AFA, which is a grading company, I would probably come back like a 9.5 or something like that.
Nice.
I wound up finding that at New York Comic Con 2019. I found this and I posted pictures on my Instagram. I saw like this huge stand like from across the room. I was actually over at Super 7 at the time, and I see just like vintage card backs, and I'm just like, get out of my way. I just beelined over there, and it turned out it was an uncirculated ex-Toys R Us employees collection that this vendor had, and I got a really good deal on it. It's right before a lot of that stuff blew up too, so I got a very good deal on a lot of that stuff. So I'd say unpunched Raphael, original Playmates Turtles, and probably I also have an original WWF Hasbro's Brutus the Barber Beefcake in his zebra pants, which is very hard to find, totally in mint condition. So I'd probably say it's between those two.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, we have a raffle drawing because we're doing them at the end of every hour in our programs area here. Anyone can come to the library and purchase a raffle ticket. Unfortunately, we can't do it online because of the New York State gaming regulations, but a bunch of people have purchased tickets, and I figure what better to do than a couple of figures. I don't know if it'll come through, but we have a Ghostbusters figures, Venkman,
it's a plasma line.
Zed Moore, and Stans. There's only 3 of them, but that's all right.
That's awesome.
Someone may already have the 4th one anyway. But let's see who's going to win this one. Throwing up the jar here. What do we got? All right. We have Gina Elbert. All right. Has won it. So congratulations to Gina. You are now the sole owner of some Ghostbusters figures. Do want to really thank Sentri, the Mad Collector, the OG Geek, and Seth, What's Poppin'. You guys, this was great letting us into your world, and just hearing about the community of, you know, the toy hunt. It really, thank you very much for joining the library. Really appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
All righty. Take care, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to FerryCon. Next guest up in the Artist Alley is the great Alex Segura. For those who aren't familiar with Alex's work, Alex is a novelist, a comic book writer. I don't think you illustrate, but if you do, that's even better.
I wanted to when I was a kid. That was definitely the dream, but I do not now. I mean, aside from doodling with my son.
Yeah, I still want to, but I can't.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you also, what's your role again at Archie?
Co-president.
Co-president, right.
Mhm.
So Alex is a big deal at Archie. And so actually, let's do this. We'll back it up. You tell us a little bit about yourself, however much you want to divulge, and then we'll get into the meat of what you do.
Sounds good. Yeah, my name is Alex Segura. I'm a comic book writer, novelist. I've written podcasts like Lethal Lit, my Pete Fernandez Miami Mystery Series, which ended in 2019, received 3 Anthony Award nominations, some nice acclaim. I wrote a Star Wars novel, Poe Dameron Freefall, which came out last year. And that was a lot of fun. My next novel, Secret Identity, comes out from Flatiron Books next April or thereabouts. And it's a comic book murder mystery set in 1975, starring a woman who moves from Miami to New York to work in comics, and you know, a murder happens, and it's a fun way to blend all my favorite things into one. I've written a bunch of comics, most notably The Black Ghost, which is my superhero noir for Comixology Originals with Monica Gallagher and George Cambadeas, and it's just been published in print for the first time, the first collection by Dark Horse. It'll be coming out in May. And I just completed a successful Kickstarter for this book called The Dusk, which I think you and I can chat about. It's kind of a more modern take on the superhero idea. Kind of asking the question like, what really would be, what can a man do really to do some good in the world that's complicated? That it's not just like punching the bad guys or throwing bad guys in the insane asylum and then wiping your hands and moving on to the next. It's a tweak on the Batman genre a little bit. But it's also done with a lot of love because, I've just been reading a lot of comics with my son and just kind of seeing what the narrative is. And I kind of wanted to present maybe a different one that feels a little more real, but also feels true to superheroes.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. So the Dark Horse one, the one that's being published by Dark Horse, I assume then it'll be widely available in comic book shops.
Yeah, it'll be in comic shops, bookstores, anywhere else online you buy print books. So wherever books are sold.
And digital download.
Yeah, it's already available digitally if you're a Comixology subscriber or you use Comixology. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Very cool. So I always like to ask this of writers. Well, this morning I Bill Boyle.
Yeah, I was going to say it's tough to follow Bill Boyle.
Yeah, I had a chat with Bill this morning. So the one question I always ask everybody is, do you write every day? So I'll ask you that.
That's a good question. I do not write every day. I think a lot of writers are limited by that idea. A lot of established people say, you got to write every day. You have to hit your word count every day. I think that makes it really hard for people that are trying to break in. It makes you feel like you're not a writer if you don't write every day. I think as long as you're thinking about your work and you have to be the kind of ultimate judge of whether you're doing what you need to do. Like, obviously, if you're on deadline and you need to turn in your manuscript in a month, you should probably be writing every day and you should make time to do that. But if you've got 2 jobs, you've got kids, you've got a bunch of other stuff happening, it's just not possible. And that doesn't mean you're any less of a writer as long as you're still working towards your goal. I don't ever want people to feel limited by that kind of adage. I think it's meant to motivate. It's a craft. Writing is a craft. You should do the more you do it, the better you get. And it would be great if we could all write every day. But as long as you're thinking about your work and you're working on your book, whether it's like working at an idea while you're taking a walk or driving your kids to school or roughing out an outline on a napkin between, work shifts or whatever, it's always, there's other work that can be done. Sometimes I knock out a bunch of emails that are related to work that aren't exactly sitting down and writing words, but it's still an accomplishment. You're still kind of pushing the boulder up the hill. So I think only you can really be the judge of whether you're working enough on your manuscript or your script or whatever it is your project is. But I don't think you have to write 1,000 words a day or X amount a day to feel like you're quote unquote a writer.
Well said. I like that.
Thanks.
So in terms of, and obviously we all have probably too many to talk about, not enough time to really discuss. But in terms of influences and inspirations, where do you think your main ones flow from? So, I mean, I guess, I'm inspired by literature, movies, music, comics, so what are some of your main influences?
In terms of genres or like authors or?
Authors. Yeah, however specific you want to get, however vague you want to be.
Yeah. I've always been, I think to be a writer, you have to be an avid reader. Like you can't just dive into writing without being a passionate reader. So I've always loved books and comics, and I do love movies, and music's a huge influence too. So for my crime novel, it's all one pot. So, I can't really say like, these are the influences on my crime novels. Like they're all influences in different ways, but authors like George Pelecanos and Dennis Lehane, Laura Lippman, Greg Rucka is a great influence, Brad Meltzer, Jaime Hernandez, who does Love and Rockets. Like that comic series was a wake up call for me. It just made me realize that people like me could tell stories in comics and in prose, and we could tell stories about people like, you don't have to conform to what is happening. Laura Lipman is huge, a huge influence. Megan Abbott. Trying to think who else. What other comic book writers?
You know Megan, and everybody
Yeah,
meets Megan in person. You would never think such big stuff comes out of a small person.
She's a
I
very
mean,
she's that's the one thing about crime fiction is that everyone is very nice. Like someone like Bill Boyle, who we just spoke to, is literally one of the kindest people I've ever met. And some of the stuff he writes about is pretty brutal. And I'd like to think I'm pretty nice, and I write about pretty gruesome stuff too. And I think it's a way of it's a cathartic thing. You want to get all this stuff out of your system or out of your brain, so you can
and you're telling a story, right? I mean, that's what you're doing, you know.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it's a good question, because the question of like violence in fiction comes up a lot. Like, how do you know if you're overdoing it? And I think someone very smart told me this once, and I think it's very true. Sarah Weinman, she's a great true crime writer, and she said, look, as long as the author doesn't seem like they're enjoying it, they're just like telling you the story, then it's fine. Not fine, but it's for narrative purposes. But if you read a book and it's clear that the person is getting some kind of visceral pleasure out of the violence or the the darkness, then maybe that's not the intent. Maybe that's not great. The idea is we're telling a story, we're kind of unspooling this narrative, and you're experiencing it, and you can kind of gauge whether you like it or not, or whether it works for you. But it's not like we're enjoying talking about these violent things. We're just telling you it's part of the story, the bigger story.
Right. Yeah, and sometimes, and there are people that do, that write about things or show things for pure sensationalism. Just to
and that's where I think you get into trouble. Yeah.
Right. Shock value to me is valueless. Right. It's your only purpose is to people to react a certain way and to talk about it, but there's nothing really intellectually stimulating about it or anything interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've written some dark things. I've written about serial killers. I've written about murder and bombs going off, but it's never written in the way that in a visceral kind. It is visceral, but it's not in a pleasurable way. Like I don't get pleasure from writing it.
Right. So very good. So let's. I know this segment's kind of short, so I'm trying to pack in a lot.
No worries.
Yeah. So in terms of Archie, and Archie has a big footprint, right? We know it's a very old comic imprint, been around forever, local to New York. But now you got the Netflix series, and you got the TV series, and not to mention the multitude of comic lines. And that's always been the case, and that crossover has always been very funny and very fun. So what's your and this doesn't have to be a sort of a CV analysis, but what's sort of your role at Archie, your day to day, and do you have a hand in all the different platforms?
Yeah, I mean, what I like to say is the title co-president is just a fancy way of saying I do a little bit of everything. I do some editorial, I do publicity and marketing and communications, I do new business, which is also a fancy way of just saying, you kind of reach out to people and say, do you want to work together, either personal or businesses? And I handle a lot of kind of like our relationships with our big partners like Comixology. And, I interact with basically every part of the company I interact with to some degree, some more than others, but my background is publicity and marketing and editorial. Like that's where, and new businesses, I think, are the big buckets that I work in. So you kind of see it with partnerships like Scholastic and Little Bee and Spotify and Graphic Audio, these different companies that we partner with. I think our CEO, John Goldwater, his big goal is to have Archie everywhere, which sounds very kind of ambitious, but it's also doable because Archie is such a recognizable brand. So if we see like a company like Graphic Audio is doing audio versions of comic books, we reach out to them and say, do you want to work together? Archie should be in this space. A lot of people forget that Archie was very much the leader in digital comics. We were the first company to go day and date, and that's just a fancy way of saying our books come out digitally the same day they come out in print. And that was a big controversy at the time. Like everyone was like gasping, like, oh no, is digital gonna eat into the print market? And it didn't. It's just a different way to buy comics. It doesn't. I don't think it's a one for one. And I think there's
and so many people do both anyway, right? I mean, I was resistant to digital comics for so long, but now I wouldn't say it's an equal library, but I still buy hard copy.
Yeah. I mean, you live in New York, so it's there's space challenges. You can't always just
Right.
keep adding to your comic pile, and you want to support comic shops, which are basically indie bookstores, but you also want the convenience of, if you need something that moment that maybe you're not going to head to your shop till the next Wednesday, you can pick it up digitally. Anyway, and also we were the first recently to go completely day and date with our streaming. So Comixology Unlimited has all our stuff the day it comes out for streaming. So if you're on their streaming platform, you can read our new stuff. So it's a lot of that. It's a lot of maintaining partnerships. Like I work with Spotify to work on these podcasts that we're doing. Scholastic has a line of prose novels based on the shows. And to some degree, I also interact with WB, and it's all through my boss, John Goldwater, who's the head of the company. And so I work with him on a lot of projects. And so it's a little bit of everything. It's good for me because I like to do a lot of different things. I like to be busy, and I like to kind of split my brain 50 ways to a point, and then I get exhausted and I realize I've done too much.
And your brain hurts. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, it's funny. So Archie was very popular, very around, ubiquitous, I guess is the word, when I was growing up. Every drugstore, every candy store. But I came back around to Archie with the Afterlife with Archie, which, and I'm sad to know that it's pretty much ended for now.
Well, you never know. Yeah, you never know.
Unless if somebody told me. So, and I was like, oh man, I was like, it took a long time, I guess, to get those final books out, those final issues. But
yeah,
I read it, I was reading it, and first of all, the art, Francesco is an amazing artist.
He's a master.
And the art, and the art is incredible. But the writing and the tone and the feeling and everything, and the mixing in of some humor with some really, really, really dark material. And it was the closest that, for me, and maybe not everybody has this interpretation or this feeling about it, but for me, I'm a huge Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan. And I was always looking for something to satisfy my Buffy fix when the show ended. Never got into the Buffy comics. I felt like they lacked whatever it is. They just didn't feel the same. This didn't look like it. It's not the same story. It's not the same characters. But I got the same feeling with Afterlife that I got with watching Buffy.
That's interesting.
But then and then from a TV perspective, the Sabrina series really brought me back to the way it felt, sitting down and watching a Buffy episode every Thursday night. And
you're probably not alone in that.
Right. So I thank you through you. I thank Archie for that. So that's just my 2 bits on.
Yeah, I mean, Roberto, I think one thing I always tell John, and he's in agreement, is, the best creators that come in and work on Archie are A, talented, but B, passionate about the characters. Someone like Mark Waid has an amazing resume in comics. He's written every character, he's written them well. But what helped him, I think, with his Archie reboot or relaunch was he knew the characters. He knew how to play with the tropes and kind of push different things. He had a passion for the world. And so he kind of knew how to come in and kind of drill down. And one thing he does really well is kind of boil things down to the synthesis, to the core character. And Roberto does that very well too. He loves those characters. He knows the dynamics. He knows why. He knows what makes Archie Archie, what makes Betty Betty. So you can throw them into this like zombie apocalypse, and it doesn't feel cheesy and it doesn't feel forced because the characters are still themselves. They're still acting like themselves. And I think that's the best part of most of the crossovers we do that come out well, are true to the characters and just kind of bring them into these surreal situations and then let them be themselves.
Right. Now, have you written for television? Do you ever see?
No, I haven't.
No? Okay.
Maybe someday.
Yeah, that's got to be a whole different animal as well.
I mean, I've written podcasts, which was very much like television in that it was a writer's room. Well, it was 2 writers, and we worked with a production company and kind of banged out the story and then put together scripts. But I imagine even that's different from Hollywood.
Right. Okay, so I guess one thing we can also talk about is, I don't know what you can share, but future projects. Anything that you're working on personally, or anything through the company. Anything that you'd like to tell us about?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the Dusk, which was just funded, is going to be a big priority for now because now that we've been funded, we can actually put the book together. You know, we had some sample pages and some high concept stuff, but I'm working with Elizabeth Little as the co-writer. She's an acclaimed crime novelist and a friend of mine. And David Hahn, who's done a bunch of stuff like Batman 66 meets Wonder Woman 77, Fight Club, a bunch of things. He's got a great, clean, dynamic art style that is reminiscent of Batman the Animated Series, which is very much our holy grail in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. Kind of giving the book a timeless.
You got the Batman Animated Bible, the Bruce Timm Bible, right?
Yes,
the Paul Dini, Bruce Timm. Right.
Yeah, no, I've been reading a lot of the Batman Adventures comics, which are super underrated, I think. I think, you know, especially during an era where I think Batman was very complicated and a lot of stuff was going on with the character, it provided like this very true, iconic version, which was great. But that's kind of the vibe we're going for. We want to tell a superhero story that feels modern and complicated, but also can still be adventurous and fun. And I wanted a hero that wasn't super grim dark. You know, he can have some conflict and some issues, but he's more of a Wally West type. Like he's cheerful and optimistic, and he'll smile while he captures you, as opposed to everything being this kind of psychotic obsession with vengeance.
Right.
Which isn't a criticism. Like, I say this as a huge Batman fan, as a huge fan of like vigilante comics and crime fighters and all that. But so the Dusk is a big priority. Finishing up Secret Identity, which is now into the copy editing process, so that's exciting. And that's been a lot of fun, just researching comics of that era. I talked to a lot of people that worked in comics at the time. This is the most like research intensive book I've ever done. You know, with my Miami mysteries, a lot of it is just ingrained because I'm from Miami, so I know I always do research, but I hate to call it research because it's usually just stuff I'm reading for fun. And I was reading a lot of comic book history books, and I thought, well, this would be a great setting for a crime novel. But I also wanted to make sure I got it right, so I talked to a lot of comic pros, women that worked in comics at the time, just to make sure that the tenor I was going for was accurate. And you also want verisimilitude. You want it to feel like it's happening alongside all these other things. So that was challenging, but also really fun. So those are the two big things. Black Ghost is coming out in May. I've got a few things I haven't announced yet, but some other comic book projects that are in the pipeline that I'm excited about.
Very good. All right. So as we're nearing the wrapping up part of the session, you mentioned something before when you talk about Jaime Hernandez, that you said something that you can write about yourself or several people writing that made you. I guess you said something about that made you know that now you can write about yourself or people like you. So I want to really pick up on that and what you meant by that.
Well, I think it's an issue for all writers of color or marginalized writers that, sometimes, at least for me, like when I wanted to write a private eye novel, it was really because I wanted to see characters like me. I wanted to see like a Cuban American person in the starring role, as opposed to being like the funny sidekick or the supporting character, and this is not a diss on the writers I was reading, but I was reading a lot of Raymond Chandler and, Ross McDonald, and their PIs are middle-aged, very capable white guys, and that's fine. But I also wanted to see myself a little bit more, and I think that becomes a motivating factor for a lot of writers of color. And I think we're seeing so much more diversity in the output that publishers are putting out in terms of protagonists and authors, and I feel really strongly that, you've probably seen the hashtag own voices, that it's important to have authors telling their own stories as much as they can, because that's how you get genuine narratives, and experiences, which isn't to say that I can't write a character that's not like me. You just have to put in the work. You have to kind of show that you put in the work and try not to be definitive in the story you're telling. Like, I can't tell somebody else's experience definitively. I can maybe have a character that isn't like me in my story and be a protagonist, and that's fine. But I think it's really, we've seen like the floodgates open up in a great way. Like, people are telling their stories, and we're seeing a diversity of characters and narratives and experiences. Crime fiction, I was drawn to crime fiction because I could go to different places and learn about different places. And And that was what, maybe like early 2000s was when I could really see, like, you know, I could go to Baltimore and see Baltimore through Laura Lippman's eyes, and that was a great experience. But now I can, and you know, it's not to say there weren't any writers of color then. You know, were of course, but we've seen so many marginalized voices kind of step up and get a platform and get the ability to tell their stories. It's really great, and that's something that happens when you see people doing it already, and it motivates you to do it yourself.
Right. I guess opportunity, right? That's all anyone really asks for, is an opportunity.
Yeah, opportunity, and you know, we're all fans. We all love, you know, people love the medium, and I think there's a hunger for different stories. I don't think I don't think people just want to keep reading what's been put out forever, you know.
Definitely. Okay, so the session ends at about 25 after, so we can set up for the next. So I want to thank you on behalf of the Dobbs Ferry Public Library, on behalf of FerryCon.
I'm glad we made it.
Oh, absolutely. And we're thinking next year that it'll be back to, I guess, the way it should be.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
You know, this would have been our third show, and then obviously April last year wasn't happening. So luckily we were able to pull this together.
It's been a challenging year.
Oh, absolutely. So thank you again.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me. This
Our
was
pleasure.
great.
Thank you. Take care, Alex.
Take care.
Bye.
There we go. And now that we're ready to properly get started, Karen and Craig, would you guys like to say a little bit about yourselves and what brought you to working with the Jim Henson Company and Jim Henson Legacy?
Well, Craig was there first, so I'll let him start.
Okay, I'll go first. I came into the company as an intern. I was a big fan of Muppets growing up, and I was trying to figure out what to do with my summer, in the summer between my junior and senior year at college. And a documentary called Henson's Place happened to be playing on TV in Chicago. I went to Northwestern, and I watched it, and I was like, wow, I was a big Muppet fan, and maybe I'll see if they have interns. And the next day I got information on the phone and got Henson Associates, and I talked to the people there, and got an internship interview for the next time I was home on break. And then that's how I spent my summer as an intern. And then when I graduated, I got a job in the PR department, which that included looking after the Henson archives, which had been started by Bob Payne, who was one of the very earliest Henson employees. But most of my job was answering the phone, so I really didn't have enough time to whip the archives in the shape. The best I could do is just to try and get people to not throw things out and stack up a big pile of things. And I eventually moved into writing for Henson, and then that's when Karen came along, and she took the pile of things and developed it into the wonderful Henson archives.
So I had been working more in the fine arts field. I worked for Christie's Auction House, and but it was down the street from the Jim Henson Company, and I used to see people walking around in their Kermit the Frog jackets, and we thought, gee, that would be a cool place to work, and hadn't really thought about how I might connect with them, but saw an ad for a job in the exhibits department and sent a resume, and they had already filled the job. But Jane Henson, I guess, knew Craig was moving up and wasn't going to be doing archives and wanted somebody to really take care of the archives, and was starting to talk about forming the Jim Henson Legacy Group and find ways to preserve Jim's legacy and share it with the world. And so it was Jane's office that reached out to me and asked if I was interested in sort of doing archives. And we talked about it for a couple of years, and I actually started at the PR department too, as the archives was sort of under that umbrella at the time. And so then I came in and was sort of given free rein really to do what I wanted, to create an archive based on the work that Craig had started, which had a lot of scripts and some artwork and a lot of licensed product, a lot of PR materials. There weren't a lot of production files. There were some very early ones that hadn't been processed. But so I went back and started pulling files from storage. And as Craig said, the idea was not only to not get people to throw things away now, but what was left from before. And as it turned out, Jim kind of saved everything, not in any kind of precious way. Boxes were sent off to storage, but in general, everything was there. It just had to be pulled and sorted and processed and cataloged, and so that was
one of the biggest finds that I had with there was actually just in boxes that were labeled old production files. We had to transfer storage from one warehouse to another, and each department sent someone up. And this was before Karen had started. So I was sent to go through the PR files, and production person gave me a list. Well, we don't know what's in these, but you can have them for the archives. And when I got there, it was 5 or 6 boxes that had all of Jim's old storyboards from the commercials, the Sam and Friends scripts, the Sesame Street counting film storyboards, just everything from like the first 15 years or so were jammed in these boxes. And it was just, it was amazing. A lot of it ended up being used in the Jim Henson, the Works book, which we were starting to work on. And then now everything's been sorted and cataloged properly.
Yeah, that was the first book really that utilized those collections.
Wow, that's really interesting. Great. Well, let's turn to kind of what you guys were just talking about, the objects that are preserved in the archives. What kind of things are there in the archives, like other maybe than what you've mentioned, and generally, like what kind of projects do they get used for?
Well, we have a lot of artwork. We try to document the creative output of the company. So, the documents and the artwork that go into making a production, a show, an event. So artwork by Jim Henson, of course, but also, it's been many, many years. The company's been around since 1955 or 54. Jim started on television. So there's been a lot of different artists, what have you. But then we also have stuff. So like the program before was collectibles, toys and dolls. And of course we have a huge collection of licensed product, but we did, the family donated about 350 objects to the Strong Museum, which anybody who's a toy collector should know about the Strong Museum in Rochester, because that is the Hall of Fame of toys is there. And so we gave a lot of Henson material there. We have a small group of puppets, but most of those historic puppets have been donated to museum collections in the last 10 years. And then we have a huge media collection. So every sort of bit of film, tape, audio, video that has been created over the years. Yes. So Craig is showing you an example of that, which we'll get into. He really took advantage for his book to really mine materials that have never been seen before. But I have a...
And there are also some things like some props, that, I remember when I was dealing with the archives, we had like bags from Doc Hoppers and the newspapers from the end of Muppets Take Manhattan.
The baseball diamond. Yeah. So we have a little bit of that, and we've in recent years been working, actually in recent months, have been working with our workshop on some of the Fraggle Rock props and costumes because we're in production with a new Fraggle Rock show right now. So we're looking back at all of that old stuff. But I did make a little deck to share on screen some of the projects that we've worked on, and we can sort of flip through that, and then we can talk about some of them, I guess. So let me share my screen. Let's see. So can everybody see that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Oops. I'm going to do full screen. Okay. So yeah, so that is obviously the archives. So these are the two books that are near and dear to Craig's heart and my heart. So Craig, tell them what your book is.
Well, mine is the Muppets Character Encyclopedia. And while we used a bit of stuff from the Henson archive, this was really it was a Disney Muppets project. And a lot of the stuff was made up. because so little
Not from the
history.
archives.
Yes, it's now archival, but there's a lot of characters in here that only appeared in 1 or 2 episodes of the Muppet Show, and but part of that archive that you now have is that big archive of photography, and now it's sort of split up between your archive and the Disney archive.
Right. Yeah, because when the Henson Company sold the Muppets to Disney, most of our archival collection, the papers, documents, and artwork didn't transfer, but the photo library did, and of course the media get transferred as well. But we work closely with them when we need images for museum exhibits and things like that.
And it's all of that stuff that went over. This was before the era of digital photography, so it was just boxes and boxes and binders of transparencies and 35 millimeter slides and black and white negatives, and just, you know, all of that had to be then scanned and digitized.
Yeah, so that's a huge.
And a lot of that was done for this book, because there are photos in here that I think were only used in Muppet Magazine, and, you know, there's things that you know, we hadn't seen in years. So someone had gone in and scanned deep.
But I'm a big proponent of using archives, you know, putting it out there. I mean, what's the point of saving all this stuff if nobody's ever going to see it? And since we're not a public archives, or, you know, we're a corporate archives, you know, the museum exhibits are always a great thing. Museum of Moving Image is reopening on Saturday next week, so I'm excited about that. The Jim Henson exhibition there. But my book, Imagination Illustrated, came out of something I did on the internet that's still there. It's called Jim's Red Book, and it was a blog I did where I posted entries in Jim's journal, which was the Red Book. And then I sort of elaborated with sort of the backstory of whatever he was talking about, and tried to post items from the archives so people could see special drawings or photos or documents that hadn't been seen before. And then that got distilled into this book, Imagination Illustrated. We've done a lot. The first project that we did with the Legacy and was an exhibit called Jim Henson's Designs and Doodles, and it was that artwork that Craig was talking about, the storyboards and a lot of the original character designs, which when I got to the archives, you know, I had never seen Jim's hand really, you know, the puppets, but people didn't really know him as a graphic artist. So I thought, what a great exhibit, and the Legacy group got behind that, and we had an exhibit in New York. And then out of that has come a lot of different projects. This book, Designs and Doodles, which was sort of a compilation of the information that was presented in the exhibit. And then we've done lines of product like this doodling with Jim Henson, with Walter Foster. We've done how to draw books, journals, pins, various things using these doodles and drawings. And
it's kind of interesting, Karen, to point out that before the Designs and Doodles exhibit, there were many Art of the Muppets exhibits that toured, but they were all really concentrating on the final puppet. And you know, that was considered the art of Jim Henson. And we sort of were able to, through that, really show people what the original work looked like.
Well, and sort of how his visual sense and his mind worked.
And those also included final puppets.
Right, right. You can see the bottom left, there's just his notes from a meeting about a show they were trying to develop. And you can see, you know, how active his mind was visually all the time. And then, of course, the Jim Henson biography written by Brian J. Jones, that was came out in 2013, and Jane Henson was very involved in the process of, and the whole family, of choosing or allowing a biographer to do Jim's biography. And Brian was given full access to our archives. And really, when you read the book, you see he took full advantage. And then the other book is a book that Cheryl Henson took the lead on and edited, and it's a book of quotes. There had been a book about Mr. Rogers. He was quite a prolific writer, and Jim was not. But I mean, Jim wrote scripts and things. He wasn't an essayist. We had a little more trouble finding quotes for Jim, but I had created a database in the archives of quotes from Jim that we used. And then we went through and found quotes from other people that were very telling about Jim and quotes from characters that sort of expressed his philosophy, and put together this book, which was a fun project and really nice to have out there. We republished with Archaea Boom Studios the novelizations for the Dark Crystal Labyrinth and the Storyteller, which had a storybook attached to it. And those were fun because we were able to add archival material in the back from various sources. And Jim's sort of sketchbook with his ideas for Labyrinth. For the Dark Crystal, Jim wrote extensive notes on the draft of the novelization, which is not really very common for a filmmaker to get involved in the creation of the novelization of a book. But so he got very involved. So we were able to transcribe those notes and put those in the back. And I can't remember what's in the back of the storyteller, but and then we could talk about this a little later, but this also with Archaea Boom Studios, 2 graphic novels based on unrealized scripts from the archives. But we can,
and you also did the script too.
We did, yeah, we published the script too in a box set. And then more recently, we've done these sort of coffee table books with inside editions. We published Labyrinth and the Dark Crystal, and then we did a making of Age of Resistance book, and now we're getting ready to publish the Fraggle Rock book. So we're excited about that. And then finally, the big project coming using our collections, Craig's book, which I guess we'll talk about more as well.
I have a fake copy right here.
The cover, but Craig really inspired us to pull out some amazing media materials from our archives, which I'll tell you about. Let me stop sharing. And I'll turn it back to you, Gina.
Awesome, thanks. That was really interesting. And actually the graphic novels caught my eye. And I was wondering, could you tell us more about them? Like, how did they adapt that from an unpublished script? Like, how did you pick the art? Was the art by any chance maybe even inspired by Jim Henson's doodles that you were talking about before?
Well, what was interesting was, Lisa Henson we have a relationship with Archaea Boom Studios, which is this great comic book publishing company, and they've done a lot of our comic books. And Lisa Henson was talking with the editor there, and he said, well, you have any stuff in the archives that we can use that hasn't ever been seen? And so she asked me for, lists of projects and scripts and pitches and things that were directly from Jim, not later things. That had never been, finished. And we came up with this one, The Tale of Sam, which was a feature film, live action from the 60s that Jim wrote with Jerry Jewell, his writing partner. Very different from any of his Muppet things, much more like his short film Timepiece that he had been nominated for an Academy Award for, very abstract, sort of paranoid guy out being chased out in the Southwest, not knowing why he's being chased, and then these funny sort of episodes where he manages to get out of whatever the situation was. It was sort of a crazy film. And what was interesting was there was a very detailed script written, although it has very little dialogue. It's all descriptive pretty much, but there are no images. And Jim was an incredibly visual artist, and he usually worked like Timepiece, his first film. He didn't write a script; it was all storyboarded, and so it was only images. No, it wasn't no descriptions of what was happening, and he shot it from that. Whereas this was all description and no images, but it seemed like a perfect thing to adapt because it was a very visual script. And they hired a wonderful artist named Ramon Perez. They tested a bunch of different artists, and he's a Canadian graphic novel comic book artist. And he looked at a lot of Jim's experimental film work from that period, video work, and still photography, and of course he knew the Muppets things, but he was trying to go for that other look. And then he did incorporate some scans of some of the archival materials, the scripts and things like that within the body. And one of the really fun things is that for the lettering, they wanted to use Jim's handwriting. So we scanned tons and tons of Jim's handwriting for storyboards, which is kind of like, they're almost like comic strips. And so he wrote out very neatly. And they made a font of Jim's handwriting, which is very similar to Comic Sans. So it's not, you know, it wasn't a widely different thing, and they used that as the lettering in the book. And then it was very popular. It won all the Eisner Award, all kinds of awards. And so then they published it as a box set with the script, with more archival material, photographs and things like that reproduced in that book. The other project was a little sillier, The Musical Monsters of Turkey Hollow, with another movie, play, whatever that hadn't ever gotten made, and that has a more Muppety kind of look to it, to the graphics. And we did eventually adapt it to a different story, but to a television special.
Oh, cool. I really love the fun fact. It was really interesting. That's so cool. And you know, do you guys what kind of like objects would they have gotten his handwriting from? Like if they're just like handwritten, you know, if they're just notes or whatever. Oh, you said the storyboard, that's right. But I was just thinking about like in terms of what gets preserved in the archive and what you choose to keep there or not. Like how do you just keep everything? Are there things where, you know, do you have a kind of collection development kind of
policy? Well, it varies. You know, certainly anything from Jim that was Jim's papers, anything in his hand, and we do have a whole series of records that are his correspondence and his business records and that sort of thing. But then for sort of more recent productions, first of all, most of what we save now is digital, which is complicated. But we have sort of a minimal, you know, scripts, storyboards, credits, synopses, music cue sheets, music lead sheets, the kind of things that we would need if somebody was going to utilize the production in some way, distribution or whatever. But then there's, you know, corporate newsletters and things that talk about the personality of the company that we try to save. You know, we do save all our samples of our licensed products. We continue to do that. And, you know, and then all the medium material.
Don't you have also sometimes you have former employees or employees that sort of contact you with their treasures that you sometimes accession?
We do. And sometimes we've been working a lot with our museum partners, the Museum of the Moving Image and the Center for Puppetry Arts. They're the two museums that have the big Henson collections donated by the Henson family through the legacy efforts. And often somebody will have something that's appropriate to their collections. It makes more sense for it to go into a public collection like that, where they can be accessed by researchers or exhibited, rather than go into our collection. So it really, it varies, but we act as kind of a clearinghouse for that and help people navigate what to do with those things.
And on that note, I think that's a good place to start. We'll transitional into Craig's side of things. But first, I want to ask both of you, what's your favorite object that you found in the archives?
Well, there's actually something on exhibit at the Museum of the Moving Image, which is a maybe it's the librarian in me, I don't know. It's a little card file box. And it was Jim's sort of catalog of all his audio files for sound effects. So if he needed for a film, and this was from the 60s, a screeching card, you know, or a slamming door, or a, you know, a chomping monster or something like that. And if he recorded a sound effect like that, he would, you know, have it on a reel. And in order to find which reel it was, he had a card catalog that he made. And it's just very funny to just read the cards because they do say things like chomping monster, whatever. And they're in Jim Henson's handwriting, they're in Jane Henson's handwriting, they're in Frank Oz's handwriting, Jerry Jewell's handwriting. And so as an object to me, it's very telling, and it's fun that it's in the museum.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think the Wilkins storyboards are probably among my favorites because they're just so pure, and it's basically it's as if Jim was doing a comic strip. Well, yeah, Jim and Jane did this series of very short 8-second commercials for the Wilkins Coffee Company, which then ended up being reshot for local manufacturers all across the country. And the format was very simple, where it's one character who will drink the coffee, one who won't. So the character's name is Wilkins, and there's Won'tkins. And something always bad happens to Won'tkins whenever he says that he's not, he never cares for Wilkins coffee. And, either a building falls on him or he falls out of a plane. And there are some very, very, there are some ones we just really can't show anymore. But they're hilarious, and they're very simple, and the drawings are very simple. And it was basically just so he can send to the advertiser to show what they were going to do. And I think I really enjoy those. Any of Jim's storyboards or art. Yeah. I think there were about 180 or 190 spots altogether. And it was very much, each company would just order them by number. I'll have number 3, I'll have number 8. So, you've seen Karen has these great invoices, which just list the 10 different ones. And it added up. It wasn't a lot of money to order these commercials, but when you're doing, hundreds of them, Jim did pretty well, and he was still in college when he started doing that.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's not a project I knew about, so that's really interesting. Just as we move into,
you can see some of them on YouTube.
Oh, okay, that's really cool. We can try to dig some up
or at the Museum of the Moving Image.
Yes.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
We've been sort of engaged in this ongoing project. We have to go back to. We're trying to do high definition scans of the film of all of those commercials. So I've been compiling them, and there are little gaps in the sequence that we have to go into the archive and try and find the films for.
Cool. Yeah. And if there are any participants here in the audience who are interested, you can email me or email the reference desk that you emailed to sign up for this program, and we can help provide you with the links for the museum, and maybe we can dig up some of the YouTube footage as well. And on that note, really quick, I noticed some people have been putting questions in the chat, and I just wanted to let you guys know that you can continue doing that, and that's the way we prefer to do the Q&A, and I will get to those after we finish the main portion of the Q&A, and that'll be in about 15 or 20 minutes or so. So Craig, do you want to tell us about, so you're writing a book called Sam and Friends, the story of Jim Henson's first television show, which you wrote, which you showed us, as well as the Muppet character encyclopedia. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about each of them, and maybe the impact?
Yeah. Well, the Muppets character encyclopedia, I think, is still available. And that was a very fun project, but it had to be done. I had a very strict deadline. And, it had to be published to coincide with the release of the Muppets Most Wanted. And we had to have images in there to promote the book. So it was very much a commercial project. And by comparison, the Sam and Friends book is about as uncommercial a project as you can imagine. It's a book about a show that only a dozen episodes still exist, and it's not in distribution. So it's a book about a show that nobody can really see. And I approached Karen and Lisa Henson a couple of years ago with my idea to do this book, which was really made possible only because of a recent find in the archives. Karen and her associate Carla, and they discovered reel-to-reel tapes that Jim Henson had made starting in 1958. And there were about 44, 45 of these tapes. And on them are just the audio from more than 400 episodes of Sam and Friends. So we finally know at least what these shows sounded like, more than just a dozen of them, and more than just what the scripts, that there are a few surviving scripts in the archive. So this was sort of the missing piece. So I approached Karen and Lisa and I asked if I could write a book about it. And instead, this is a little different from the books that Karen talked about because this is not a Henson Company project. So I don't get to work with Jim Formanek, whose name I see below. Hi, Jim.
Jim is our wonderful, wonderful publishing everything. He does everything for getting these books out.
But although in the future, I'd very much like to work with Jim again on something. So I was able to, they at first, I think Lisa expressed the same skepticism that, that I had initially thought, can a book be done about this? And Karen, was very confident that a book could be done. And so I got a great response from Karen and Lisa, a very generous response, and them allowing me access to the archives. And I also then had to also approach Disney because while the Henson Company owns Sam and Friends, Kermit, who appeared on Sam and Friends, is owned by Disney. So I had to get Muppet Studio involved in the conversation, and everyone has been very wonderful and generous. And then, but it's taken a long time because there's a lot of material to go through, even though there aren't a lot of surviving films. All of these recordings on reel to reel had to be gone through. Karen had the original acetates that survive pulled out, and I had to clean those out and get those transferred digitally and go through all of the
we really benefited
scripts.
as an archive from Craig's work because, the result is we're getting digitized all of this material, which we really didn't have sort of a reason to digitize before other than just curiosity, because we obviously have so much stuff to digitize, we have to prioritize. And unfortunately, Sam and Friends kept getting put to the back of the line. And now, thanks to Craig, he's really done an amazing job with this material.
Well, and we've been finding wonderful things in the archive. And I took a trip down to Baltimore to go through the SK collection. SK was the meat company that sponsored the show, and got to go through the collection of their material at the Baltimore Museum of Industry. And I went through, I went with Karen and Heather Henson and Karen's associate Susie. We went to WRC where they did the show in Washington. And, we're just, and the archives at the Smithsonian where the characters live together, we live today, we went and visited that. So it's just been a wonderful process, but a time consuming one, but I've really loved exploring it all.
What are people going to learn from your book about the show?
I think, what's fun is that it's divided in two parts. The first part is the history of the show and how it came about and the process, the characters. I sort of alternate these chronological history chapters with chapters that are more about the characters and the surviving shows. And we're printing 5 full scripts out from the archives and doing a chapter about the process, how Jim put together the show and how similar it is to the work he did later, even though it's very primitive. A lot of the same sort of, music lip sync, although, Simon Friends was done as a lip sync, he did very similar routines on the Muppet Show, just with original recordings of old songs. He had a full orchestra and he had performers, to do new recordings of everything. So that first half is really the story behind the show. And the second part of the book is sort of a forensically assembled episode guide. I summarize all of the surviving scripts and or audio recordings. There's information on each song that was lip synced to with the artists and the song information, and when applicable, when the Muppets subsequently recorded it, performed it on the Muppet Show or Sesame Street. So there's a lot of information. That section is going to be a great resource. So you can really use your imagination to recreate the show from the information that's in there.
In the audio files. I know, a lot of it was existing popular songs, Jim used Rosemary Clooney, that is accustomed to your face many times, that kind of thing. So that is probably the large part of the audio recordings, whether from the acetate or the reel-to-reel. But what is the original part that you've heard? What is it? Is it mostly SK ads, or is it?
No, there are a lot of sketches, and it's very interesting that sometimes the show was a little like a comic strip where they would do a running storyline through the week. We're on our, we're just trying to get from from Baltimore back to Washington, and these things happen along the way, or Yorick's relatives are in town and start eating everything in the studio. And then every once in a while, there's a sketch that pertains to current affairs. From a great historical perspective, Sam and Friends was broadcast from the same studio where Kennedy and Nixon did one of their great debates. So on the same day of the debate, there was a Sam and Friends episode about the debate and how all the equipment was being taken from the Sam and Friends studio down the hall where the debate was going to be taking place. And while that's happening, there's a routine about Kermit trying to assemble questions that the boss asked them to come up with questions for the candidates. And then there's a little running gag we're reprinting the script from that one, as well as a Sam for president. Sam ran for president under the Republicratic ticket. Mm-hmm. So there are a few episodes they did that. So over time, they sort of went from these very primitive lip sync routines, and then they did lip syncs with introductions where they set up a little comic reason for the song to be done, and then they went to there are these full-blown comedy sketches, and they alternated. I remember one of the big parts of this book is that Jane Henson sat and did interviews with me on a few occasions. So there's a lot of great firsthand accounts from Jane in the book. And Brian J. Jones was generous enough to share his interview transcripts for the people he talked to. So there's a lot of firsthand information. I talked to Bob Payne, who's the only surviving puppeteer left, and Joe Irwin, who was Jim's best friend in high school. And there are a lot of interesting stories, but it's the story of how this very young artist sort of matured and went from, and he and television sort of matured together. When Sam and Friends started, television was only, 6 or 7 years old in terms of regular broadcasting. And it was, he was working in black and white television from an old hotel showroom. And by the time Sam and Friends went off the air, he was in full color broadcasting from a brand new TV studio, state of the art, that was built to do television. And sort of interesting that through the rest of Jim's career, he and television were sort of maturing side by side.
Craig, I was thinking maybe we should do like Tale of Sam. Maybe your publisher wants to do a companion script book.
Oh, they would do it in a second. My publisher has several of those. They did the scripts for Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. They did a great script book for Hold That Ghost, where they did the version that got shot and then the version that was eventually that was originally written before it was shot, and that was completely different. So yeah, I'm sure they would do it.
Lots of archives getting used there, it sounds like.
And it sounds like there's...
But I thought before, Gina, I just want to point out that as I went to this publisher, Bear Manor, which they specialize in entertainment books. So they did, June Foray's biography and Patty Duke, and they, it's everybody from these obscure, big names like, Patty Duke, but they also did the guy who was inside of Bingo on the Banana Splits. He has a biography out through them. And I approached the publisher directly because I'm like, is anybody going to be interested in this? And I got an immediate yes the same day, because it's the power of Jim Henson. And it's a great part of the story that a lot of people don't know.
Wow. Yeah, all I was going to say before was that I was wondering if it sounds like there's a lot of information to work with. Like, did you ever feel overwhelmed, or was there any sort of challenge in trying to put that together into the story that you want to tell?
there's a little bit of that. At times I was overwhelmed, and Karen can attest to that, because there's still stuff in the archives that we have to look through, and you know, but I've gone through a lot of things multiple times. But at the same time, what is great about this particular project is that it has a very narrow scope. You know, we're looking at basically 6 or 7 years. And so there's only so much material that can exist from that scope of time. And stuff is still being found. Like Karen recently found the account ledgers from that Jim had when they first started the corporation. So she scanned those, and I can go through those and find, you know, he bought records at this record shop. That was also the record shop that Jackie Kennedy used to shop at. And, you know, there are a lot of great little DC connections. And, but yeah, if I were to do, you know, going through all of this and going through the clippings, it just gave me a new appreciation for Brian J. Jones and the work that he did, because his scope was much broader and he had so much more to deal with. And I think that that's the only thing that made this somewhat manageable, and not, it's more fun than overwhelming.
Well, I think when you do something like what Brian did, which is enormous, you know, it's the art of leaving out.
Yeah.
You know,
well, Brian and I had some great internet chats about this, because he had, you know, during Salmon Friends, the SK company had this big contest. And in his first manuscript, he went into great detail about this contest. There was the load of loot contest and what was being given away and all of this stuff. And his publisher, his editor, sort of made him leave it out because it was too much information for that. But in my book, I have all of that in there. I talk about what they gave away. I talk about the commercials that the Muppets were doing to promote it. I talk about who won the contest, you know. And it's
that was when I did my blog, the Red Book blog, because I was zeroing in on one day that Jim did something. I could say, yes, he had lunch with Michael Eisner and they talked about XYZ. And I could go into great detail on that one entry because I was just talking about one day. And then if you were putting it into a big book, which I did, you know, I each page I only was allowed 130 words. And so, you know, you leave a lot out.
What's sort of a fun process is well, the archive has all of this stuff, but they have it sorted according to what it is. You know, the scripts are in this folder and the calendars are in this, and you know, and what I started to do is, as I was going through the scripts and the recordings, I made Excel calendars for 1955 through 1961. And I put the episodes on, you know, because part of the process is that some of these scripts were undated. So I had to try and figure out kind of where they were. And you have to, you know, when you're dealing with this stuff, you're kind of a detective, because you have to say, okay, they're due this song in this script, and this song came out on this day. And Jim kind of liked to use songs when they first came out. So we don't know exactly what the year is, but we kind of, it's either 1957 or so. By putting these events in these calendars, then I can, you know, there's Jim did, for example, Jim did an appearance with the National Institute of Health. And that was on a day, and Karen had there was a clipping that had that information and a photo. And then in another folder, there's the script for the Great Debate. Those were on the same day. But I didn't find that out until I put them into that calendar. And it's like, okay, now I can sort of put together what Jim's day was.
And
because
you can figure out what it looked like.
Yeah.
And he had a 6-month-old daughter that he was carting around, he and Jane, right?
Yeah, and that was sort of the amazing thing you take away from. I love this part of the story because it's really inspiring to young artists, because this is a guy who was a high school student when he first started, and then most of the Salmon Friends era was when he was in college, and he didn't, you know, he taught himself how to do puppetry. You know, he got himself this job, and it's, this was at a time when, there was no YouTube, there was no internet. If you wanted to be on television, there were three choices basically.
No video cameras, no.
Yeah.
Even,
And even practicing, they had to practice in front of a mirror because the TV cameras were only being used when they were broadcasting. So
do you want to get to some of the questions?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes to 15 minutes. So I think that I'll start at the top, I think. So Sarah actually is our adult reference librarian, had a couple of questions about digitizing. Do you guys have any active effort to, and it seems like to scan the files that you're using and to digitize them and put them, I guess, for your own use, but it looks like somebody else was also wondering if there's any sort of effort to make those, any digitized assets available to the general public.
Well, we have made a concerted effort to digitize artwork. We had a whole sort of regular schedule where we were scanning artwork, and with COVID, of course, that's gotten, we weren't in the archive for a year, so we have to restart that, and we have prioritized by sort of active productions or productions because we're a corporate archive, that the Jim Henson Company owns the IP rights to, that we can utilize the materials, and it serves us really well because we've done these coffee table books with inside editions, the Labyrinth, the Dark Crystal, and now Fraggle Rock, and we have over the course of a decade now scanned high res all of that artwork that we have, Ryan Froud's artwork and the Fraggle artwork, Michael Frith and what have you. So we've been able to, in a very quick way, access that and use it for those projects. We also, have been trying to digitize production materials, scripts, and things like that. Again, prioritizing active things or projects that are, that are owned by the company. That said, for the media materials, the Jane Henson Foundation made a contribution to the Jim Henson legacy to underwrite digitizing, basically doing high-res, high-def transfers of all of Jim's work on 16 millimeter and 35 millimeter film from the 1950s and 60s. And so that archival material, the Sam and Friends material, the commercials, the Sesame Street counting films that Jim made, all of those have been transferred to high def, and Craig really led that project and has curated those materials in public events at the Museum of the Moving Image, at the Center for Puppetry Arts, at the Smithsonian, various places, as well as for the video materials within the exhibit. So if you go to the Museum of the Moving Image, for example, there's a lot of video within the gallery, and Craig has curated that as well, using these high-def scans. And I think people are always asking, can we put that stuff out, make it available? And while we've been able to put some clips and things like that on our YouTube channel, there are a lot of rights issues that we've been navigating. Craig just recently negotiated with the Ed Sullivan estate to allow the Legacy Group to do screenings of The Great Santa Claus Switch, which is a 1970 television special that we did, and that we now have a good HD scan of, and we will be hopefully doing a program, right, Craig? You're going to do a program?
Well, yeah, we have to, there's actually, the Sullivan people have found more in a CBS vault somehow, that they're someplace that they're trying to get their hands on. So hopefully we'll have an even better version of it. And, but yeah, it's, we'd love to get more out there, but it's tough. Karen, we did a great scan of Timepiece, which we've been able to do a couple of screenings. Yeah.
Great. I think you mentioned the Fraggle Rock book when you were talking, right? And somebody did have a question about how close, they asked how close to the originally planned Inside Editions book, which got canceled, will the new planned Fraggle Rock book be? And are the materials going to be reused? And to what extent is Jocelyn Stevenson still involved?
Well, it's not really a canceled project. It's more a project that has evolved. So, Jocelyn Stevenson worked with us on the first version of it, and drafted a draft, and we pulled together artwork. And she has continued to work with us as in order, now that we've done these other Dark Crystal Labyrinth books and what have you, we have a better sense of how these sorts of behind the scenes visual histories work with our materials. And so the Fraggle text was going to take a different direction, but utilizing a lot of the work that Jocelyn did and the interviews and what have you. So, pretty much the imagery, the artwork, and all those materials are, we have a certain body of work. We're trying to put the best of the stuff out there. And so what we were going to use originally is pretty much what we're going to use. We're choosing from the same materials. The text will be better, is more about sort of the visual history of the film and how it worked. But Jocelyn definitely has continued to consult on the materials that she worked on. It really takes a village. Luckily, Michael Frith, who was the conceptual designer and designed the characters, has been really, really generous with his time and has given us a lot of information and access over the course of the project.
That's great. I think that we might not be able to get to all of the questions, but it looks like somebody would like to know if there are plans for the Sam and Friends audio files to be released.
It would be a wonderful thing. And I think it's really up to the Henson company and what they want to do with it. But I know that Henson has some great music people and recording people that they work with. And I think if this was being done at a different time, I don't think there would be any sort of hesitancy to put out a CD or an album. But it's just that's not done a lot these days in terms of this sort of programming. You used to have the Ernie Kovacs record collection CDs and the Hanna-Barbera CDs and a lot of stuff that Rhino and Shout would do. And I think there's a lot of material there. I think what I would love to do is have a CD or a collection that combines beautiful master quality copies of the records that Jim lip synced to, with the recordings of these intros interspersed with some of the full-length comedy sketches, and really make it, a sort of a cross between a Jim Henson record collection and a Sam and Friends recording. And, we've had some discussions, but it once you start dealing with that, it's a big project in terms of rights and permissions. And I think it would be great because Shout Factory and or Rhino, Rhino, I think, has the rights to Stan Freberg stuff or has released it in the past, because you would need to work with whoever owns the Stan Freberg library in order to do something like that. There's so much of
that's
Stan's.
it's such a big percentage of the material is other people's recordings, music recording. I think there may be some opportunity in a different format rather than producing, something you sell like a CD or something, maybe something like a radio show or a podcast kind of situation where the ability to play other people's music, the rights are different. It's a different kind of process and different logistically. Radio is they're allowed to play music on radio. That's part of the people play records, and there's a whole system for that. So we actually, our music people, have been looking into different opportunities as to find ways to get this material out there, because it is such a rich collection.
And people are very grateful for that. Oh, sorry, Craig.
No, I was saying that I would love it for it to happen, and I'm happy to participate and work with Henson to do that. It's a wonderful collection of material, and the sound quality is surprisingly good on a lot of this of this comedy sketches. The acetates don't sound that great, but the reel-to-reel recordings, the great majority of them sound really great.
I love those recordings because on the box, Jim was very methodical in really, logging every single item and with the dates, which of course we wouldn't, you wouldn't know that from the recording. You have to have this combination of the tape, the audio, with the packaging. And
But then he got a little sloppy over time because he would like put the dates between that, or just some tapes would just have the new numbers, as he called it, which are the records, and or some of it would just have the new sketches, and it would have this very long range of dates from, you know, September 9th to January 3rd, but, you know, they weren't labeled on individual dates. And when he first started doing it, it was great to listen to because he would vocally say, March 3rd. And, you know, then you do that. And so you knew exactly when it was done. But then after a while, he just stopped doing that. I'm like, oh, Jim, why didn't you keep doing that?
Well, I think he was maybe an archivist or librarian at heart because he did save things and he was organized. And his intentions were really to track and organize. I mean, his family kept scrapbooks. It was kind of like, I think it was something in the blood. And so he would start something with the intention of really doing it the right way and recording things. Even his red book, his journal, he started that in 1965. He went back to fill in the information before, and then he was trying to write regularly. And then in about 1966, it stops, and then it says, it's 1968, and I'm going to recap what happened, because clearly, you know, he had intended to write every day. But then he did at the end of every year go back and fill in what happened that year. So he kept true to his intentions, but maybe not as carefully as he might have wanted to.
I also want to say that I know someone had asked when the book was coming out, and I don't know yet. But I do want to point out that Frank Oz was kind enough to write the foreword for the book. So I thank Frank, and he was wonderful to do that.
That's great. Yeah, that was actually the next question I was going to bring up, and I'm glad you addressed it too. And we can keep an eye on when that starts. If you ever want to pass on that information when you know, Craig, I can pass it on too.
Yeah, I'm imagining it would be, you know, I don't see it coming out before the end of this year. It will probably be early next year because we do have a fairly decent version of the manuscript now, and a lot of the photos have been selected. And did you get the email I sent you, Karen?
I did.
Okay. I just sent Karen the manuscript.
Oh, that's great. Well, awesome. Well, that's actually, unless you have any quick final words you wanted to say, that's actually our time for today, as we have to do our raffle drawing.
Hi, Michael Goldman.
Hello. Thank you guys so much for joining us here today. We have at least one person in the chat who's really grateful for all the valuable work you do and preserving half a century of materials and making it available to fans. So thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully we can do something like this again soon.
Well, thank you so much, Gina. It was great chance.
And congratulations for winning the Ghostbusters figures.
Oh, thank you. That was an ironic twist that I called 5 minutes before it happened. But now we are ready to take a look. We have quite a bit going on today. I'm just gonna put on my mask as our page is gonna come in and help with this. So we are raffling, I believe.
So
we got our grab bag of comics.
So here's one grab bag number one.
Grab bag number one. Do you want to pull it, Nina, while I show off our snazzy Teen Titans?
Yes.
Superboy, the Supergirl, Superman, and Aquaman comics.
How'd he get in there?
The lucky winner is?
Our lucky winner
is Ann Souza again.
Ann Souza. She is having a lucky streak today. Okay.
Gonna have to put
Ann
that together
Souza.
with her. And Souza.
And then we have another. What else do we have today, Nina?
We have
oh, we have some. We have more comics. Grab bag number 2 coming right up. This one's got Venom,
Venom, and Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. And it's a variety of Spider-Men for us to enjoy.
Let's see who's the lucky winner. It is
Ann Souza.
It's Marjorie Winters.
It's Marjorie. Marjorie has won our graphic novels.
You'll pull the next one.
And our last one is the Star Wars Pez dispensers.
Yes.
That they're collectible. They're really snazzy, and they're from. That's from Solo, a Star Wars movie, I believe. So, the person who won this one it's Benjamin Kupka. Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you, Nina. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Our next event will be starting in a couple of minutes.
Hey, welcome back, everyone, to Artist Alley at FerryCon 2021. Pleased to let you know that we're now joined by artist Michael Grassia. Hi, Michael.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you, Michael?
Doing good. Yes.
Michael generously has offered to share a illustration session with us. I believe you can see his screen on yours, and then we're going to chat a little. And so I always like to start by asking our guests to tell us a little bit about themselves. So, Michael, want to give us a little bit of that, your background?
Sure thing. My name is Michael Grassia. I'm a cartoonist. I'm also an educator. Excuse me. As you can see on my screen, I got some of my social media up there. Get in Tune is two actually things. I have a I do an educational, that's my educational programming. I travel to schools, libraries, things like that. And with the pandemic and everything, it's been virtual. And I talk about cartooning and animation and teach kids and adults and whoever really wants to learn. I also do a show every Tuesday night at 8:30 p.m. on YouTube, Facebook, and just recently started going to my Twitch stream. And it's called Get in Tune, where I interview independent comic artists and other creatives in the industry, and we talk about their background. We talk about projects they're working on, if they have Kickstarters, all things like that. We do. And I'm getting ready to launch a webcomic this fall called Dax Photon, which is a sci-fi adventure story, humorous adventure story.
Very cool. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you.
So is this a couple of questions?
Yeah.
Your workshop or your I guess your workshop open to the general public?
The virtual stuff you mean I do, the teaching? Or
right. The teaching and the and also the program, the show.
The program, yeah, the program is open to the public. It's live every Tuesday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I try to make it as family friendly as possible, but I do put warnings up if I know some of the language won't be, or the topic won't be appropriate for kids, because some of the topics I have looked at comic wise have been horror based and talked about that with people, and I don't think 13 and under would really be exposed to that. The workshops I do where I actually teach, those are paid. So people can hire me privately. Schools, organizations hire me privately. I come in and I talk about storytelling, basic cartooning. There's different topics you can see that I do. And if you go to my website, getintune.net, which is on my page right now, you'll see a bunch of the different workshops. I do virtual stuff. I do private tutoring. So, I don't have anything specifically opened to the public in the sense where anyone can just come in and watch. But right now, since everything's virtual, I work out usually, do you want a class where it's like 8 weeks of lessons? And I say, this is the price. If it's going to be one day for a few hours, whatever, this is the price. So I just I talk it over with the client and find out their needs.
So to say at least people have options and you're pretty accessible.
Yes,
So,
yes.
right.
I keep it as open and as flexible as possible.
Very cool. So, and I know we've discussed this, and whenever you want to get started, whatever you want to do.
I can start drawing anytime. I'll start drawing while we talk.
I don't have to wait for my prompt.
Okay.
And if you don't mind talking while you do it, that's great too.
I do it all the time.
You and I had discussed this in the past at the first FerryCon.
Yes.
And I think it'd be beneficial to our audience now if maybe we could rediscuss, and for my benefit as well. Is there a difference between cartooning and whatever else people do when they illustrate comics?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right. And if there is no difference, why does one choose to call it cartooning versus something else?
Well, to me, there's no difference. Cartooning is the stylization of reality. That's really all I've ever considered styling. So if I'm drawing, like right now, this is actually my character Dax that I'm drawing, right? He's kind of cartoony, right? And a lot of people think, oh, he's a cartoon character, so I'm cartooning, right? But if I said, hey, you know what, I'm going to break it down and draw out something a little more serious, like say Batman or something, right? I'm going to come in and now I'm it's still not realistic, but it's a little bit more, it's a completely different style coming in. And now you could see, and this would be easier, so that would be up there, that doesn't matter what I'm doing, I'm cartooning, you know. And then his cape would, you know, stuff would come down like that, you see. So it doesn't matter what I'm what you're doing, it's cartooning. So if you make greeting cards and you draw funny pictures on that, you're a greeting card. You can be called a greeting card illustrator or just an illustrator in general, but you're a cartoonist. You know, this is something a question actually I get a lot from everywhere I go. It doesn't matter where I'm at. Everywhere I go, I get these questions on terminology. And what it comes down to is people, it's just how people want to sound. Some people like the term graphic novel. People don't want to use the word graphic. They want to use the word graphic novel instead of a comic because graphic novel actually sounds a little bit more
sophisticated.
Yeah, sophisticated. It's like, oh, it's published, it's a graphic novel. But then somebody could be like to me, and I've had this once, some kid asked me if I ever read the Crisis on Infinite Earth graphic novel. I'm like, it's not a graphic novel, it's a trade, it's a collection of comics that were already single issue.
Those flimsy issues that were just sitting on a shelf, right?
The floppies there that I love and I still love to look at and read and collect, you know. And I try to get that as much as I can. But you know, I'm doing a project. Companies asked me to work on something with them, and I said I'm happy to use it. And they said, can you do like a storytelling class? I said absolutely. And they said, but we're going to call it what'd they say? I think they said they want to call it sequential storytelling. And I'm like, just call it making comics. It's the same thing. It's just how they want to sound. Make it. It's, to me, it becomes a little pretentious. You know, it's just I'm happy. A cartoon is a cartoon. I don't care who drew it, what style it's in, as long as it's a good story. That's all I care about. You know. So.
Well, if the business side of things are ever worried about not being taken seriously when they refer to things as comics or cartoons, let's just take a look at what's happened with Marvel and Disney.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, look at them. They've really turned out some really great stuff, you know, and especially in the film industry.
Yep.
I don't read a lot of mainstream books these days. I'm more of an indie guy, but you know, what they do is to get the readers back in. Marvel changes their comics to make them fit kind of what's going on, or at least the look of what's going on in their movie universe. You know.
Right. So just to go over some of your titles, I know there's one of my favorite titles is Plunger Pup.
Plunger Pup. Yeah, I could talk about that. Plunger Pup was a book I did in the 90s, and he's in the process of being brought back. He was being looked at by a publisher back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and it fell through. But yeah, it's a parody book. I love parody work. Actually, speaking of that, it just came out. There's a book called X Farce Reloaded by Parody Press.
X Farce, okay.
Yeah, Don Chin and Bill Mouse. They did back in the they started back in, I guess, the 80s. They were first published by Eclipse and then moved on and stuff. And one of the first books Don, I know, did, I don't think Bill worked on it, but what Don did was it was a parody on the Ninja Turtles. It was the adolescent radioactive black belt hamsters. And that went out. Then they started doing other parody stuff. The book just came out. You can get it on xfarce.com. I did 3 pages in there with my friend Delphin Barrel, so I did some of the illustration in there, which was fun. But yeah, basically when I created Plunger Pup, I created him off the cartoon series Darkwing Duck back in the 90s. I was homesick and I was watching the show, and the character Megavolt I thought was a dog with a plug on his head, right? So I drew a dog with a plunger. I'm like, if you just take the prongs out and just stick a stick in there, it looks like a plunger. So I drew a dog with a plunger on his head. And that's kind of how he came into existence. Then just kind of fell into parody, and I would make parodies of other superheroes. And I just started telling stories with them.
Wow. Well, there you go. That's the secret origins of Plunger.
Yeah, Plunger Puff, yeah. So I do a lot of sci-fi work. I love science fiction. I love fantasy. Actually, I stopped. When did I end? Was it March? Yeah, I did February and March. I was library. I did a virtual library event for kids, and we were playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I was the dungeon master for them. So I do a lot. Like, I love fantasy, but I tend to draw more science fiction.
Got it.
So
well, point of sale for your work.
Yeah.
Could people purchase stuff directly through you?
Well, the current work, I don't have much of a catalog at the moment. I've been I've for the last few years I've been running kids sections at comic book conventions, and I've been teaching them how to cartoon and how to do all this stuff, and it's really fun. But I was away a good maybe 30 plus weekends a year for the last 3 years before the pandemic hit, that when the pandemic hit, I got a break. I realized, what? I don't have product like I used to have, or like I want to have again. So I said, I'm going to take a break from doing shows. Maybe I'll go in and teach at a kids section here and there, because he's my old business partner. He still runs them, and if I want to go, I'm always welcome to go in and do something. But right now, I want to come in and just build product. I finished a children's book in, was it December? I gotta just get it up and ready to. It's all laid out. I just got to put it together. Really comes down to money to buy the ISBN number and all that, the US, the barcode, all that stuff. Once I have all that book will be put together and sent out. Dax Photon is my next big project. This guy right here, and he's a intergalactic hero who is right now he's your typical conceited hero, thinks he's this amazing guy and everything's perfect, and realizes throughout the story that things aren't always what they seem, and the people he took for granted, or he takes for granted, maybe he shouldn't have. It's really more a story about family and learning about who you are and what's really important in life. I just do it in a sci-fi story. But yeah, so he'll be free starting in, I believe September is my release. I don't have a firm release date, but September is my target date to release it. And we're looking at either, I'm thinking of going twice a week. Probably put it on a website like Webtoons or something, so I don't have to pay and build a website. And it'll run twice a week. It's I believe a 60-page story. My writer is a friend of mine. I asked him, I said, I didn't want to write this story. Can you write it? I just want to draw it. So I gave him the plot. I gave him all the characters, names of everything that I had. He came up with a couple of names himself. And as of yesterday, he sent me the final draft of the script. I asked him to make some updates on the what we thought was going to be the final, and then I rewrite it. I'm like, oh, there's some changes I need in here. And he's like, yeah, I totally understand. But he got it when I explained the character to him. Every time he sent me a script, I was like in my head, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, he got the character, he got the idea of what I wanted to do. And I'm not gonna lie, I was reading one of the parts. It's towards the end, probably in the page 50s, between page 50 and 60. And I started tearing up. Like, he got me. I'm like, oh my God, this is my story. I knew this was going to happen. And the way he wrote it, he made me tear up. I'm like, this is going to be great. And so like I'm super excited to be drawing this guy right now and working on the stories. The official drawing is going to start probably in 2 weeks. I'm just still finalizing some page layouts on it right now. So
that's very cool. So someone actually gets your vision and
yeah, I like
presents
that.
it, and it's just right, and it just works. It just clicks.
Exactly. And what we're going to do with this is it does have a large ensemble cast, but Dax really is the focus. And there's some great characters that that my writer really loved and that I loved too, that I wanted to expand on. So after Dax finishes online, which should be about 6 or 7 months based on how I plan to release, while that's going on, we're going to be working on more Dax stories or character stories, and we're going to put it together in a book. And that's what I'll have as a product to sell later on, where you get everything from the webcomic, but then there's going to be probably another 40 pages extra of story, whether it involves Dax or it involves characters from Dax. So
very cool. So folks out there, see Michael's info there in the top left corner of the panel. And I've used Webtoon in the past, and pretty easy to use. Pretty good platform. I have close friends of mine who have great success with it.
I actually had I'm sorry to interrupt. I actually had one
Okay.
of my college students today message me through Instagram. I used to teach college full time up until about end of 2016. And I still stay in contact with a bunch of my students. They as a rule, I've always said, I'll never reach out to you, but if you want to stay in contact with me, please, feel free after you graduate to friend request me. So I have people on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all these social media sites I'm on, and a lot of them are my students. And one, this guy who messaged me, I haven't talked to him in over 10 years, and he's like, I only had you for a short time, but I learned a lot from you. And here's the link to my webcomic just posted on Webtoon. He has a brand new strip up, so I plan to read it later tonight, and he wants my feedback. And I'm like, that's really cool that I helped inspire. I helped somebody learn how to do all this, and it's a very very nice feeling. That's why I continued when I left the college with Get in Tune to create and brand cartoon education.
Yeah, this world, this network that we're in is a very collaborative, very social, very supportive one.
Yeah.
And if anybody's ever worried that I'm not cutthroat, so I don't know if I can hack it. It's not really what it's about.
Yeah. No, it's anyone could do it. Everyone, there are some strips out there. You got to remember, what was that webcomic? Was it called oh God, what was it, like Stick and something, or was it was like a stick figure character, and then there was like a wooden plank stick. It was the simplest drawings. It was like a nothing drawing, but the scripts were funny. The stories were funny, and that's why it came out to
I know the visual.
popular.
I just don't remember the name.
I don't remember the name of it, and so but yeah, that's that. I mean, anyone could do it as long as the idea in cartooning is have good writing. I'm talking with a friend of mine who's a bit of a celebrity. I'm not going to name drop or give any names, but yesterday we were on a call. We're talking about doing a comic together where it's going to be co-written by us and illustrated by me. Nothing has come out yet. We're not announcing anything until we have at least like 20 or 30 strips done. But yeah, here's a guy who loves comics, and he just never thought about doing one until he was like, I saw something you did. I like it. I want you to do it for me. And so we're working together now on building a comic around him, so it's, anyone could do it. Anybody can get into it at any time. Cause I'll tell you right now, my friend, I'm 45, my friend's in his 60s, and this is going to be his first attempt at comics, so you're never too old or too young to start. Just you want to do it, learn it.
Never, not at all. In fact, I'm thinking, hey, I'm never too old to restart, even if you take a break.
Exactly. I got lots of friends who've done that. My thing, and I know my time's almost up. My thing with drawing I'm very big, and I'm just gonna say this right now. I'm very big on character and character movement. I have a big background in animation, and I've done mostly on the computer, but I've worked in lots of different digital animation platforms and stuff. And to me, it's all about how do you move a character? How does the character behave? Like right now I'm drawing this little vampire-ish character walking. His left arm seems to be in front, right? So that means his right leg would be in front as well. So it's like just understanding that, and that's something I'm big on. I mean, I also, I do backgrounds, I talk about everything, but I'm very big on getting believable movement. I'll never say real movement or reality. I hate the term trying to create a real world. I want you to create a believable world. I don't, when you do comics, you look at something like Superman. Well, in reality, we know Superman doesn't fly, but I got to create a world that we believe Superman flies in. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's was that the Mel Brooks or Gene Wilder key to comedy, right? No matter how crazy it gets, if your characters believe what's going on, then it's just going to be that much funnier and that much more engrossing.
You might, I've heard that before. I don't remember where it's from though. I did a picture. If you go on my Instagram page, it's a quick pencil of Captain America. And it's not dynamic in the sense where it's like Captain America throwing his shield or going into battle, but it's looks like a guy jogging, and I took, and I'm not gonna lie, the picture was what I would consider a quick drawing. It was like maybe 10 minutes at the most I spent on it, but it's the movement there. Like you look at it, you're gonna like, yes, I can tell that's someone jogging, like he's in mid position. It's not like I'm trying to draw, here's the dynamic and Cap throwing his shield and it's coming down and or whatever, and he just punched someone, now his arm's up here and this arm's out here and this leg is forward. It's nothing like that. It's just a believable movement. And that's what I strive for on my work. Although I do this because without dynamic illustration, you don't have good action in comics, So
that's actually very enlightening for me.
Yeah.
I've heard someone talk about believable movement versus just doing an action scene.
Well, that's the thing. Like you look, I love Jack Kirby. Behind me, I have my trade, the DC showcase of was it the New Gods behind me. I love looking at Kirby's work, but Kirby's always so dramatic, his action poses and stuff. And I do that when they need to be in there. The rest of the time, I'm like, I just want it to be believable, I don't need it to constantly be, but I also don't want it stiff at the same time. So I'm really about, let's learn how to move a person. And so your characters look believable on the page, or if you're animating them on the screen,
Right, and it's all about storytelling, right? It's all
yeah,
technique,
storytelling.
Story.
Yeah, and I'll leave you on this because I know my time is up. If you want to learn comics, all right, number one, please come to me. I can always teach you. I'm happy to be take on new clients. But if you want to learn, just sit down and do it, but read what other people are doing. Study how the people you respect, the stories you like, how are they telling the stories? What do you like about them? How are they using their panel, laying out their panels? How are they composing a scene or a page? Go through that. If it's anatomy you're looking at, how are they drawing? Who were their inspirations? So you could be looking up, but get a good book on anatomy, get a good book on storytelling, and all this stuff could lead you into understanding how to do storyboarding for film or television or commercials or something, because all storyboards are just comics. That's it. They're basically, there's more stuff going on in there, but they're comics basically.
That's it. I used to call comics movie books. So,
yeah, that's it. That's it. And you'll learn and you'll do it. And you know what? You're going to fail the first time. You might fail the first 5-6 times, maybe more, but every time it's going to be better and better and better and better, that you're always learning from your mistakes. And at one point it's going to be like, there's no more mistakes that other people will see. You're going to be the only one seeing your stuff, because I do that a lot. I look at my work and I'm like, I see every problem that I have in a picture, but no one else will see it. you know. So you'll be fine though. I mean, just do it and you'll get it done and you'll learn.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much for being a part of FerryCon.
Oh, thanks for having me.
The second time.
Anytime. I enjoy it.
And hopefully next year we can do this in person.
I'd love that.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Good luck. And take
Thank
care.
you. All right. Bye.
This is going to be The Joy and Rage of Painting with Deadpool Bob Ross. All right, so are you ready for some Deadpool Bob Ross, Mike?
I am indeed. I'm very ready. I was born ready for this specific Pacific Ocean moment in my life.
You've been waiting all your life for Deadpool Bob Ross.
It is true, actually. I can't think of a better thing than Deadpool Bob Ross.
This was one of the programs when we were creating this that really stuck out to me. But so here's the description. Come through to watch an episode of the delightful Joy and Rage of Painting, starring Deadpool Bob Ross. He doesn't always paint trees, but when he does, they're happy. Are you ready for some happy trees, Mike?
Yeah, I need happy trees. I need happy trees and fluffy clouds and, just a really nice, fro, a good old afro, that's.
I think you will not be disappointed then, sir. So let's get into it. And then, so we're going to join our friend in progress, Deadpool Bob Ross, and then I'll meet you on the back end. So if you want to mute yourself in the meantime, and I will share my screen here. And let's check in with Deadpool Bob Ross, the joys and rage of painting.
It looks like the happy guy must have left something here. We aren't painting anything like this today. Today we're going to be painting a nice self-portrait of a very handsome fella. So it's about time we get to the joy and rage of painting. About time I get rid of this happy mess. It's time that we get to the serious stuff. So we need to grab a nice little fine, nice brush. And we'll begin the nice painting of a good old happy fella. Someone you know pretty well, me. So we'll start with a little bloody nose red. And we'll start about here. Create the torso. Make sure you got enough paint on your brush. Remember, there's no mistakes. Just little giant mess ups. You know what I'm talking about? In art, a good artist needs something called patience. That's something we don't have today. So let's get this done as soon as possible. Sometimes you just gotta go put a little effort into it. You know, nothing like a little hard effort. So finish this part up. Look how nice it's coming along, you know? Looks like a real artist did it, not me. That, and then we grab a little nice little black. Take the black, we got a little soulless black, in there. Art's all about lights and values. Of course, there's not going to be any present here today. Who's this guy? He's coming along pretty well. See the resemblance, right? Looks just like me. But you know, that's enough about me. Let me introduce some friends. So, there's nothing wrong with having a little sad cloud to, you know, add a little variety. So here we got Anthony up here. He's not having a great day. Probably add a little rain to, little black rain, you know, add a little bit of scenery. Little mood. Just gonna make sure none of the rain hits me. That's all okay. Look at that. But, you know, Anthony's got another brother, you know, Edward. Edward's, you know, he's pretty mad. He's gone full out rage mode here. See, he's not having it today. He's even giving me, oh no! Oh no, he's getting rained on, oh no! But enough with these guys. We gotta create a little happy sky. Of course, you know, skies are never so happy when they're orange. So let's do a little nuclear Cheeto orange. Just put the little Cheeto here. Create this nice illusion of a nightmaric sky. Yeah. It looks quite nice. You see? It's looking so joyful. But I don't have time or patience. I gotta bring out one of the big guns. So I'll just grab my atomic orange. Oh, that's much better. This is how you get it done. But enough with this. Let's go back to the person you're here to see, me, and let's do a bit more work on me. All right? Let's see. Oh. A little bloody knee red. Add a little variety to the painting. Make it stand out from my other portraits. Of course, of myself. Add a little more red. Continue here. It looks like Edward wasn't really listening to me, so he's dropped a little more rain on me. You know, rained on. It's never fun. Neither is the show. A little paint here. See how I get it done. This looks like it's done by a professional. Of course, not a professional artist, but a professional, no less. So then we gotta add a nice little happy skyscraper. Nothing says nature like a good little skyscraper. Put a little building here. Oh yeah. Standing nice and tall. Yep. Oh yeah. Good old skyscraper. We'll touch it up a bit more. Maybe put a little black rain coming down on it. Showing how lovely day it is. Of course, it's not complete until you add another happy cloud. Of course. So we'll put a new one. What should we name this guy? Seems kind of a little sad, depressed. Maybe I'll call him Cable. Kind of like my buddy. Put him here. He's right here. Of course, you know, more rain. It's looking like a lovely day. Once we're done with him, it's about time we pull out a little mustard breath orange and we touch up the sky a bit more. Yeah. Remember, this is your world. It's how you want to make it. So let's make it nice and angry. Of course, if you want to get things done a bit quicker, you got to bring out the really big guns. So let me get a bit more of my mustard breath orange. And we'll touch it up here. Try to get some stuff done. Looking so good, right? So far, so good. So then, let me just put this guy down. Grab a bit more paint and we'll touch me up. Grab a bit more of the bloody sky red here. Touch it up a bit more. You gotta grab a bit more. Maybe you gotta do a little mixing of the red and the mustard orange. Oh yeah, a little mustard breath. You'll grab your handy Devil Black and touch things up a bit more. Coming along so good so far. What do you say? Look at this. You can see the resemblance, right? Going along pretty well. Maybe sometimes you gotta add a little dark gamma green to create a nice little sad tree. Come on. see the trees not having a good day. He's already bending down, can't stand up, defeated, flying, back broken. You know, there's nothing like having a good old tree as a friend, you know? Even if they're a little sad some days, you can always brighten their mood up. You know, and there's nothing that's more likely to brighten the mood than a little fiery rain. Alrighty, seems like a happy day. So then we're gonna add a bit more happy trees to the mix, because why not? Here we got Johnny, who's attacking me so violently. I don't think I can go on like this. Can you cut for a second? So here we have our final finished piece. You can see after many hours of hard and infuriating work, it's all complete. You know, remember, there's no mistakes, just a couple unhappy accidents. You can see, look how nice this turned out, you know? After, you know, a couple hours of work, fine tuning, touching up, it's complete. It's good seeing you. Thank you for joining us today for the joy and rage of painting.
All right.
Wow.
Here we go. Yes, wow is right.
Wow.
I gotta say, it wasn't bad, especially the finished product, of course. But that first rendition and iteration he had of it, and that's through Mask. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Just the artistic abilities alone. I mean,
Yeah.
that final stroke is masterful, you know, where he just had a kind of, you know, a somewhat acceptable picture and he did one last stroke and it became a beautiful piece of art. That's, I mean, honestly, he should really be more widely worshipped and adored than he already is.
It really belongs in the Met, I believe. You know, it was a master stroke of genius. That last, you know, sometimes an artist needs a little time to, you know, get it right. And he just had that last master stroke of genius, really. Now, I was curious, Mike, what was your favorite color? Was it bloody nose red, atomic orange, perhaps dark gamma green?
I think the soulless black was the one that really, that I identified with the most.
Got really to the heart of,
yeah.
Painting. And then the skyscraper was a very nice touch. He did add a couple of happy trees. There was a sad tree, understandably. It was a rainy day, a dark gamma green, I believe. What was the rain called? Blood.
Raining blood red.
I wonder if Slayer is an influence for Deadpool Bob Ross. It's very possible.
I think it's very possible that Slayer is an influence. I would say, you know, it was quite a bit of Nietzsche. He probably reads a good amount of Nietzsche.
Sure.
Little Sylvia Plath before bed, you know, just, you know, anything mildly suicidal is probably, you know, his comfort food.
Yes, I mean, this was great. I'm really impressed that Deadpool, especially since he's working on his third film right now, was willing to come in here for the Dobbs Ferry Library and produce this for us, you know.
Wow, yeah, Buzzy loved it. Buzzy loved it.
Buzzy, what's Buzzy's favorite color?
Come here, Buzzy. Come here. I'll get her. Buzzy's favorite color is, I would say,
I think I already.
Depression gray. Depression gray.
Depression gray. I
But
think
for
that was
all-
the color of the skyscraper.
But for all of the Melvins fans out there, I'm sure there are many. This is who she's named after, as you can. Queen Buzzy.
Oh, yes, Buzzy from the Melvins. That's right. Any last thoughts, though, Mike, on Deadpool Bob Ross?
I think he's destined for greatness, and I do believe he's probably actually dead Bob Ross, who didn't die at all, and is, he's like Andy Kaufman's Tony Clifton. Andy's still alive. Tupac's still alive. Elvis still alive.
I think Bob Ross felt a little, pigeonholed into having to be happy all the time. Yeah. And he had to create this alternate personality. Yeah. And I think that's what we've seen here today. So, but I love it. I like a different take on things,
It's makes me feel glad I never mourned his loss because I didn't have to.
Exactly. He's just painting
different he's stuff. Alive.
Yeah. Hey, somebody needs to tweet this already. Bob Ross is alive and well, and he's just painting some still happy trees, but also some sad ones. And that's okay. Because, there's both things in life. So we do have a ton of other awesome programs coming up today. Check our website. And thanks again, Mike Noble, for stopping through. And thank you, Deadpool Bob Ross, for the amazing painting. Cheers.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome back to FerryCon Artist Alley. Joined here today by Dave Conca of Toy Store Guide and Nick Bartley of Hunting Nostalgia.
How are you? Thank you.
Very good. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
Nick and Dave are toy experts, toy aficionados, toy crazy, whatever you want to say. And they just, they know their stuff. They're really fun to talk to, really fun to listen to. And I'm going to allow them to explain what they do, what their expectations are with Toy Store Guide and Hunting Nostalgia, and if it's okay with you guys, talk about your team up, your partnership.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just let it roll. Whoever wants to start, go ahead.
All right, Nick, you want to go first?
Sure, absolutely. Hunting Nostalgia is a documentary style on the road reality television show. It's available to 1.1 million people that have Armstrong cable in Pennsylvania, New York, West Virginia, Maryland, Ohio, Kentucky even. And what I do is I'm on the search. I'm literally hunting for nostalgia, the feeling of nostalgia. It has nothing to do with what the items are worth. It has nothing to do with finding that holy grail that's going to get me $1 million whenever I flip it and sell it, because I hate selling toys. When I find something, I keep it, unless I already have it, because as Willy Wonka said himself, no one needs more than one. At least that's how I feel. I let my kids play with them and everything. But yeah, I'm on the search for those feelings, my feelings of nostalgia and your feelings of nostalgia. I'm searching for those items that maybe you had as a kid that maybe you weren't able to hold on to all those items. I'm not even sure how, but I was able to just hold on to all those toys that I beat and abused as a kid. And some of them slipped through the cracks, and that's what I'm searching for, those items. And it is an absolute blast. And teaming up with the Toy Store Guide was just a given. I mean, because that's part of the journey, part of the hunt is going to these amazing vintage toy stores that have treasures that you have never, you have no idea what you're going to find. That item could come in hours before, someone's selling their collection. And that's what's important about that, is you got to keep going. You got to go every single day to these stores because you never know what they're going to get in. But normally I'm hunting in basements, attics, flea markets, stuff like that. Like that's my normal go-to. But now teaming up with the Toy Store Guide, I'm able to travel and go to all these amazing vintage toy stores with their help. And it's going to be so much fun.
So yeah, well, Nick was out there producing a show and getting people, riled up to, I think, to get people to go out there again and search. what we were doing, we started about a year and a half ago, is we said, let's build an online database of resource for people to find these toy stores. A lot of times it's hard to Google them. And I know that because every time I go on a vacation or a road trip, I'm always trying to find toy stores, and it's always hit or miss. And I talk to other people, and the same thing. Hey, every time my job sends me here, I'm bored at night. I look for comic book shops, toy shops, places to go and visit. And then I sat down, me, my brother, some partners, and we said, we can make this database. We can make something that helps people, whether it's down the street, around the country. We have stores around the world, help them find cool stores, and then showcase these places. And then, so the team up with Nick is going to be great, because if he's doing the going out there and getting you riled up, and then you say, okay, well, now I want to go out and do what Nick's doing. Where do I start? Boom. Now we have a place. You go online, you see what's near you. You see what's on, like, hey, I have to drive to the in-laws house over here. What shops are along the way? So it's going to be exciting. And we hope that we're useful. We know that we've been useful. So many shop owners have told us that people have went to them and said, hey, that's how they heard of them. Toy hunters have been, messaging us saying, hey, it's great. You guys are really helping me out. And we think it's fun to go into a store and pick up a toy and then bring it to like the register and purchase it. And you can't do that on the internet. So we're trying to just bring that feeling back to people.
Dave, did you ever in your life imagine that we would live in a world with no Toys R Us?
And then it came back, and I went to the grand opening of the new one, which was okay, not for me. And now it's gone again. And now it might come back again.
But that's why you are so important. That is why the Toy Store Guide is so important. We as collectors, it is our obligation. It is our responsibility to support these stores. And it's an amazing thing to walk into one of these vintage stores and pay a toy price for a toy. You don't have to get online and get into a bidding war for a toy. You can find them yourselves. And that is what people, honestly, I've lived in Pittsburgh my entire life. And there are stores that I still discover. I'm like, wow, I had no idea that this amazing, it doesn't have to be humongous. It could be a tiny little store, but that's why you joining forces with Hunting Nostalgia is so helpful. And so I cannot wait. I'm so excited to do it. And on the website, be able to interact with your map, which is so cool. It's a treasure map, man. It's a treasure map.
To that too. I mean, when we started the site, it was a lot about, sometimes, and I was going on, and I still will go on eBay sometimes and buy something, but if I can't find it out in the wild, or if the price is just too good.
Right.
But it was,
Yeah.
But as far as Amazon and these other, websites, which is good in their own right, it was my brother came in one day and he saw me like online shopping. He goes, if you don't go to and he said specifically the store near us is Zap Comics, the comic book shop in New Jersey, because if you don't go to Zap, there won't be a Zap. So let's just go, give them the few extra bucks. Oftentimes it's not a few extra bucks. He goes, we just drive to the store, give them money, talk to the guys, and that kind of snowballed into this concept. And then we had a road trip, and the road trip was just us Googling, and I think I'm good at computers, and I'm Googling stuff and I'm not finding the stuff, and I'm finding going, I don't know if that's worth it, or I'm finding it and I'm saying, well, that looks like a cool store. We drive out of our way a few hours and it wasn't great. So we said we could just make a list, showcase the stores, help them, help the toy collectors, bring the people together. And
that's what it's about.
So far in a year and a half, we're getting great results, and we're proud and happy that we've done it. And we're proud and we're excited to team up with Nick.
Bringing people together. You know what I mean? That is the most important part of collecting, in my opinion, is the community of doing it. And it is so much fun. And when you walk, truthfully, these people that own these stores, first off, they're all awesome. Imagine the mentality of a person that you are if you own a toy store as an adult, but they're just so much fun, And I've become great friends with all of these guys. And what Hunting Nostalgia does is we help these places, I will find items. And like I said, I only need one. I truly only need one. So whenever I find, multiple items, I will, deal with these stores. I will trade items with these stores so they can stock their shelves, and they can stock their shelves for little kids to walk in and be like, wow, look at this. This is a 1991 Playmates Dick Tracy figure carded for $10. You do not have to watch someone put on fancy white gloves on the internet and hold something up and tell you what something is worth and what you should pay for it. That's absurd. I think that it doesn't matter what the price is. If you're you never ever have to worry about overpaying for a feeling. You know what I mean?
And the best part is when you the best part is I never remember the toys that I paid a lot of money for, but I always remember the time I got this for $3. I remember like, oh, I can't. It's it's like almost a gambler's mentality.
Well, I mean, Dave's guides helped me a lot. I was able to find a couple of things that I've been looking for. And like you said, you know, if you're looking for something that you know is going to be pricey because that's just what the market bears, then that's fine. The problem with going online is you just become inundated, right? Too many resources, too many places to get things. Then I'm like, you end up buying nothing. And you know what? I'm going to wait until I find it in the wild, like Dave says. That's where I'm going to get it.
I mainly use eBay and the watch list as a reminder of I could scroll through and go, oh yeah, wait, I do want to buy that. And then there's 4 of the same things. You could kind of see a price that, you know, it's worth. But then I'll happily, like I said, pay a premium to buy it from a toy store. It's almost like paying your admission to a museum too, most of them. Some of them are museums, but all of them are like, when you go to a toy store, the toy shows, the flea markets, it's how much of it is that, oh, I had that when I was a kid, or I remember when my mom bought me that. And that's just, so I'm going to walk into a toy store and I'm saying, I'm going to buy 1 or 2 things, but I'm going to look at like 18 things, pick it up, look at it, look at the back. And it's just, I mean, it's my idea of a great day out.
Yeah. And what's happening, it's funny that you should say toy museum, because I love going into a store that feels like a store, right? It feels like a store that I used to go into as a kid, where you just go to this, like how you have the peg set up behind you and the stuff on shelves and stuff on the wall. You just grab it. You grab it. I want it. I buy it, right? How many places the stuff you can't touch it? It's behind the counter. There's one place I've been to where it was a literal museum. They had glass showcases with lights and alarms and sensors. And like you could just look, and you had to call somebody, you had to come over, and you had to open it for you and get it for you. And I'm like, it didn't feel like a shopping experience. It felt like going to a museum.
You're right.
Where you can't buy anything in the museum, right? It's just there for you to look at.
There's a couple different styles of stores that I've noticed over the last year or two finding. And now on Toy Store Guide, we have over 250 stores. We have a list of stores waiting to get put up, and we can only go as fast as we can go. Yeah, like who's coming next is always exciting. But yeah, some stores are like a toy store. You walk in and you go, this feels like a toy store, like a KB or a Toys R Us, smaller. And that's awesome. Some stores are like almost an experience. You walk in and you go, this is weird and different, but this is exciting. And then some stores are the museums with the glass. And there's ones that I love that are like all of them. We've been going, I think this might be the first weekend I haven't been to Hidden Treasures, which is in Menlo Park, New Jersey. But I went there the first time, and that's everything's in a glass case, and it's multiple vendors, so they have to keep things kind of organized. But you look at something and everything's priced out, and then you call the guy over and you tell him, hey, I want J15, I want this. And it's very much a museum, and it's lit up that way. It's clean, it's organized that way. But I'm telling you, I've been back there 3 weeks in a row, and if this week would be the 4th week, but I can't make it there this weekend.
Yeah, I love being able to go. There is actually a toy store that is on the Toy Store Guide that will, I hope, be on a future episode of Hunting Nostalgia. And it is called Action Toy Man. And it's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And what it is it's an old house. It is a 4-story house, like, you know, the basement. And it is, every level is something different. Like, and then the basement is all filled with loose toys, just filled. And at the bottom of the steps leading into the basement, I mean, you know, old wooden steps are little baskets, and it's fill the basket for $10, and you can just scavenge around like a rat, is what I always say. Is I'm doing, because I feel later sometimes I'm crawling through an attic or wherever I may be. I always feel like I'm a rat scavenging around for some, which, you know, I am scavenging, but it is so cool in this basement because I've never seen anything like that. You know, everyone's seen digging bins, which they could be like $1 bin, $2 bin, whatever it is. But this was an entire basement filled with loose toys, and you fill your basket for $10. It is so neat. And it is different. And they're all different, like you said, but I like them all. You know, I mean, I like them all, but there's something different about walking in, picking something up and saying, yep, this is what I'm leaving with here today.
What's happened with, and then you guys, let me know what you think, is, we've become in a world of manufactured collectibles, right? A lot of the new stuff that's out there is made for people to buy and put on a shelf, or wait a little while and flip, or create a buzz because there was only 10 made, or 15, or 100, and hey, I got one, But the first time I heard somebody talk about toys for adults was it's whenever the Buffy toys first came out by More. I think it was More Collectibles. And maybe 1999 or so. Yeah, because I was around 2021 at the time. And I remember seeing them, so I'm a huge Buffy fan. And I was like, oh, these are cool. And I wanted to buy them. And the guy's like, yeah, just don't open them. And I was like, well, okay, why can't I open them? He's like, well, they're not really made to play with. I was like, well, what are they? He's like, well, they're toys for adults. And he's like, they're really just supposed to just collect them. That's the first time that someone told me about toys for adults. Like, okay. And then from that point forward, it really only became, what can we make for the guys, and to put it crudely, for the guys who have money now to spend, that they didn't have to spend when they were 10 or 11 or 8 years old. Now we can use their money to buy stuff that we're making, and we're going to call them collectibles, because it's just, fancy term for something that everybody wants. And that's the first time I was like, wow, a little bit they're taking the joy out of stuff. And it's becoming more and more just a business and the hunt. But the hunt is okay, right? Because that's fun, right? To find something, right? Yeah. But when the hunt is just to find the thing that the next guy doesn't have because you want to say that you have it, right? Then that's not fun.
No,
right?
No.
And so that for me, that's what soured a lot of the experience for me. It didn't stop me from looking for stuff and going out to places. But, when I met Dave and I got into the stuff that he was doing and following him, I was like, yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I needed. I needed to know about these places and these things and what's going on. And one thing, this is more of a vanity project. This doesn't really help anybody now, but I would love to do a guide of all defunct toy stores, places that are no longer here.
Yeah, well, that's I could go down the YouTube rabbit hole of people explaining like the rise and fall of Toys R Us and KB and Lionel Kitty City. I can remember the last time I was able to go there, and it must have been like 5. Yeah, you're right about the manufactured toy collecting, and it's happened before because it's happened with like the baseball cards and the comic books. So I always say, like, wow, my uncle and my dad were going out and buying a comic book because they saw in the 90s that the ones from the 40s were worth so much. So now they're buying them just to put them into a bin, going, oh, this will be worth something. Well, everyone else is going out and buying those same ones. So everyone has the Death of Superman, 3 or 4 of them, right? At the same time my dad was doing that, he's buying me just random Batman figures. I'm destroying them the way he was destroying comic books when he was a kid. And now I'm, approaching 40, and that's the same thing. We're looking for the things that we played with and destroyed, and they were looking for the same things, and it just keeps on going. And that's why if you want to get into collecting in 90s toys, the 90s toys, we're hitting that age now where we're the 40-year-old, and that's the toys that we cared about 10 years ago, they were always 3 for 10 bins. And now the stuff that we like, and I know specifically, Anthony, the price is skyrocketing. And it's partly because probably we're becoming older, we're getting more disposable income. I do think part of it is, and I do like when like Marvel Legends does like the retro looking box. Because even if I wasn't into toy collecting 90s, if I walked down a Target and I saw like the Gambit that looks like the old, I'm probably throwing that into the cart. And
the old card art and that stuff. I mean, they capture a lot of it now. Superpowers, I think, did something, right? They did something with the old Superpowers, and they look really cool. But it got me, and I wanted to ask this before I forget. So, and Dave's obviously big into the 90s toys. When I think in 90s toys, right? The Dick Tracy jumps out at me, screams 90s. But what also screams 90s, and I don't know if anybody really remembers these. Do you remember Zen, the Intergalactic Ninja?
Mm-hmm.
Right? When you see that, it's like, that's from the 90s. It can't be from anywhere else. It's from the 90s.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so remember when I was a kid, I wasn't into it, but that's the best is like when your aunt or someone like get you a toy for Christmas that they just picked up something and, well, Dave will like this, throw it in the cart. So I had the standard Zen, and I'm actually a very standard collector. I always, when I'm searching, I need like the regular Batman, the regular Superman. So I had that, and he fit in with everyone else, and he was like a little alien guy. And yeah, and I've come across some Zen figures, and it's always like, oh, I remember this with the little comic book and everything. Yeah, that's a great, that was a fun toy line.
I know. I don't remember that one actually. I wonder why. I don't know. A lot there. I see regionally a lot of toys aren't available at different spots. You know what I mean? Like for wrestling toys, for instance, in Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania, you were able to get all the WWF figures you wanted. But trying to find WCW figures, Southern wrestling figures, it was almost impossible. Like you had to go to, you know, not that KB Toys was an obscure toy store, but it wasn't Toys R Us. You know what I mean? And that's where you had to go to get the WCW figures. You know what I mean? Well, that was also because they had a stranglehold at Toys R Us, but that's a whole other different story.
I
But
think
what
you
you were
got to-
saying
yeah.
about ruining toys whenever you opening them, no, that is when you have released them. That is whenever they can fulfill their most potential. Is then, for instance, my uncle. All of my uncles lived right next door to me whenever I was a kid, and they were just a little bit older than me. So I would go into their rooms when they would leave. The second they would leave, I would wait for them to pull out, and I would go right into the rooms, and I would play with their toys. They had 77 Star Wars figures. They had wrestling figures. It was fantastic. I took a little bit of each one of their interests and made it my own. But my Uncle Joe, he was the one, he collected the 77 Star Wars. And that Star Wars collectors are possibly the most serious collectors of any collector out there. They don't want altered Star Wars figures. They don't want any open figures. And I think the exact opposite way. I love whenever they're opened. My uncle actually painted all of his ships. All of his spaceships, like the Falcon got painted. All of these ships got painted. And those are my favorite items in my collection. No, I mean, yes, they are ruined in a sense, but they look exactly how they looked in the movie. You know, whenever you open that 77 Falcon, it looks yellow. It's like a little yellow tinted, you know what I mean? He painted it white and black, and it is awesome. And that's one of my favorite things in the collection. So no, I think when you open those toys, when you open them up, that just makes them even better. Because I'm never selling them anyways. I hate selling toys. I hate it. I'm glad people do. I'm very, very glad that people, you know, open up vintage toy stores, because then I can go there and buy them. But I hate selling them. I do not like selling toys at all. Not at all.
It's hard.
It
I never
is.
buy
It is
something.
hard.
I've never bought something with the concept of selling it, you know, 6 months later. And even when I buy something, I'm like, or when you buy a lot, like you go, hey, you get, you know, 4 or 5 things, and the one thing in there you didn't really care about, well, it's not going anywhere. It's going to go on a shelf somewhere. I'm a peg hook guy. It's going to go in the peg hook.
Oh, it looks so awesome there. It looks so cool.
The toy
Oh,
community is great though, because I purchase new in box, but I do have my old toy collection. So most of this stuff is upstairs in a bin if I want to play with it. And then I have other, you know, people in the toy community that I met, and they're openers. And I'm like, okay, good. We'll each buy one. You open it. I'm going to play with it. I'm not going to. So it
Well,
is.
that's the thing. It's whatever anyone likes to do, and there's no wrong way to do it. You know, just because I have hundreds of collections, I have thousands of items. Not a single one has come from online shopping. But that's okay if that is how you achieve that feeling of nostalgia. You know what I mean? If when you walk out that door and you have your online shopping packages sitting there filled with toys, and you're opening them up and it feels like Christmas morning to you, then that's awesome. That's great. And, you know, another reason I don't buy online is because I never want the hunt to end. I never want it to end, because what happens then? What am I going to collect then? You know what I mean? Once I buy everything, then the fun has stopped. And I never want that to be the case. But the people who go into the stores, and we talk about this on Hunting Nostalgia, the people who go into the stores and they wipe out every toy that is on that shelf, shame on you. That is just the most horrible. Those toys are put on those shelves for kids to play with. They are not there for people to wipe off of the shelves, double the price, and put them on eBay. Number one, come on, are you kidding me? You have time to, why is that a goal of anybody to do? That's not fun. That's not collecting. That is not collecting. If you are filling your cart with one figure and then, you know, quadrupling your money, that is not fun. That is not fun. And it jacks up the price, you know, for everybody else. But sorry, I could get on a
There's a podcast. There's a podcast right near I know it's local to New Jersey, and they're always going to stores and actually letting you know, hey, this is in stock, like in the morning. But their motto is Adventures in Collecting Podcast, and their motto is leave one for the next collector. And that's, yeah, those are great people.
That's so cool. You know, come on, just be fair. And listen, if you want to go in and you want to buy 2 and you want to keep one in the box and you want to open one up, that's fine, you know. But if you're buying 60 of them, come on, give somebody else a chance. It's just not right. I hate it. It drives me wild.
All right, guys. Sorry, we got to wrap it up. They tell me we
No
got to.
problem.
They tell me we got to do a 5-minute buffer for the next session.
Anthony, thanks for having us. And
thank you
next
so
year
much.
when it's hopefully it's in person, and I'll be there in person, definitely.
Definitely. So Toy Store Guide, Hunting Nostalgia, David, Nick, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. And obviously I'll be checking out what you guys are doing, and hopefully everyone else does too. Thank you.
All right, brother. Talk
Thank
soon,
you very
guys.
much.
Take care.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Well, AK, did you
I've been
want to
doing
do
my
any
hair.
kind of like sketch or while we're on here? Because we are recording, so ultimately this, you know, could go up on YouTube. I think Anthony was going to run the interview sort of piece with you, but I guess, you know, I'm here for the meantime. So, you know, I'd like to,
Yeah.
you know, ask you about your work and all. So,
Okay. Yeah, I had a really I was kind of still trying to figure out exactly what this was going to be. The whole internet convention thing is a novel concept. So
yeah.
I actually don't have any pieces that I'm working on right now when it comes to drawing. I just literally just finished the first issue to a new series that I'm working on. And I've actually been doing writing over the last couple of weeks because I have another project that I'm working on that I had to like type up a formal manuscript for. So I've been working on that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Is it like a film or TV?
It's a graphic novel, but one of the publishers I'm talking to, they asked if I had like a formal manuscript, which has been a bit of a process. So that's what I've been working on. But it's interesting. It's been a real learning experience, which I'm actually really happy for, because it's different than especially when you're making comic books and it's a creator-owned thing or an indie thing, but basically when you're kind of wearing a lot of different hats, you end up kind of working in a sort of shorthand because you're the same you're also the person that does that other piece. So the way that person might do that if they were the only person, if that was their only job, is different than if you're doing that and the other thing. So it's been an interesting experience. I'm happy from it. But yeah, so that's where my work situation is right now. I have some pieces I could show you guys, but it's like,
yeah, we'd love to see them. Sure. I was going to actually do a quick screen share just because I had some of yours in the folder here.
City Walls. On a time. On a time now.
Yes.
This
is such a great cover, though.
Oh, thank you. Thank
you.
Yeah, I still like that cover. I had a very certain kind of thing that I was going for. Whenever you're able to get into the high 80s, 90s of what you're trying to do, it's always feels pretty good.
This one is super cool. I think I found this one on your Instagram, perhaps. Hey, you.
Let's see. Oh yeah, that is it's another one of my with all the covers for City of Wolves or all the like pinup work for it, I always try to have it be multi-layered. It wasn't I tried to not be like, a guy getting punched in the face, and that's what's gonna happen in this issue. A guy's gonna get punched in the face. So a lot of it has like meaning layered into it in terms of what's happening. So the symbolism is that's the god of the sea versus Zeus, basically. So Neptune versus Zeus, essentially. Neptune is the god of the sea. Zeus is the god of the sky, or the god of the storm, as it were. And it was the whole idea is like the kids at a museum. There's no such museum exists in our story, but in theory, like the idea of them being on the outside world, having gotten to the outside world and in a museum and kind of staring at this grandiose painting, the kind that you see if you've ever gone to some museums in Europe where like they really have some insane Renaissance paintings that are as big as the wall of a house.
Yeah.
And basically the Neptune symbolizes the kids and Zeus symbolizes the storm. The kids, the plane that they're building, they name it the Mako, which is a shark. So there you have your sea reference. Headlong into their escape flight, they fly directly into like basically a superstorm, like basically the rainy season's clouds, like the last clouds of the rainy season that passes through the part of the world that they live in. They end up inadvertently flying right into it. So they're basically staring at their battle or staring at their fight. So I had a lot of ideas for this piece, and it pretty much came out. The colorist did an awesome job of adding that layer of texture to the painting, so the painting feels different than the kids. And
Yes.
I love this. One of the details about that I always loved. Yeah.
This still really stood out. I was like, oh man, this belongs in a museum. Yep. This was another, I guess, this issue of City of Walls. So you seem to like the three figures seems to be a bit of a theme, right? With the
I mean, they're the three main characters, and with the exception of the last book, all three of the covers feature them. All three of the covers feature them. That was so in the individual covers for the books, I did do more focused character specifically on like whatever character was in whatever kind of movie. It was always important to me in the series to make Ariana, which is this character's name, not be the third wheel. That was really important to me. It's a story about three characters, and two of them are boys that are like, even in the story, they're friends before she enters the scene. So it was really easy to fall into the trap of just writing a story about three characters when there's only really two characters, and the third one is kind of just there.
Mm-hmm.
And between that and the fact that it was a girl, and also the fact that she's a Black little girl, and that does play a role in the world she's in, because everybody else is Asian pretty much except her and her father. They're like transplants basically. It made it that much more easier to screw it up, and that much more important that me and Sean got that detail right. And this is kind of like this piece itself is kind of like, it's a weird thing. It works on that level for the story, and it works on that level for the challenges for us, the creators, because it's her basically stepping up to the plate to try to pull the sword out of the stone, and that's like mirrors her kind of journey as a character in the story, and it mirrors our journey as creators to make her pull the sword out of the stone. So I always liked this piece. Thought it was cool.
Yeah, that's I definitely selected ones that really stood out to me, and this was definitely one of them. Do you have a preference now, because you've been writing a lot now? Do you have a preference for writing or illustrating? Like, I guess maybe illustrating was more your bread and butter first, maybe, and I don't,
I mean, I'm always going to be I'm always a visual creator at heart. I just am. I always think in terms of pictures. I mean, I'm always thinking about stories, but the visuals is always a part of it. And but it's also it's interesting. So I have a project right now where I'm just a penciler. I have another project where I'm just writing, and I have another project where I'm doing both. And I honestly appreciate all those, each scenario respectively, for they both have their pros and cons. It's really nice to just have like one role in the chain and be able to kind of like do your job, pass the buck, and go about your business. That's a very nice, that feels nice. That feels good.
Yeah.
But and then the obvious other one is like just the control, like the sheer master of everything that happens aspect of it, which is obviously has its own benefits. It has a lot of drawbacks. Being so close to the subject matter that you stop being able to see it. The sheer amount of work, the dangers of redundancy during the work process, which is like a real moment killer. If you I don't like inking my own work. Actually, that's not wholly true. I actually enjoy it a lot more now than I used to. But I've gotten a lot better as a penciler than I used to be. But I still sometimes struggle with that line of, if I'm inking my own work, how far I need to take the drawing in order to have enough there to have enough of a solid roadmap for myself when it comes to the inking part.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with that is that if I sit there and I literally really draw something the way that I would just normally draw it if I wasn't inking it, and then I ink it after the fact, not so much now, but certainly in the past, it was like redrawing the whole thing. That's really what it started to feel like. And that'll burn you. I mean, you just get burned out. Like, you're like, oh, why did I ever put myself in this position?
Just talking about like burnout and stuff. I think that's kind of a topic we've all been like thinking about over the past year. It could be like Zoom burnout, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for that, for instance. Now, have you found that affecting your work at all?
Oh, absolutely. It's been, I mean, before and certainly after COVID, man. Before, as an artist, that's just a part of the thing that is always there. It's like a wave that never ends. It gathers, it crests, it crashes, it rolls into the shore, and then it recedes and starts all over again, so that's like an ongoing thing. I don't know if it's the case for all creators, but I know for me, and I'd imagine for a lot of people that I've talked to, for me, the thing about it that makes it traumatic is that it always feels like it's the first time. And especially when you're younger and you're just starting out, that is extremely terrifying, because you're just like, oh my God, can I still draw? Like insane. It's an insane thing. It sounds insane, but you really, have those moments like, oh my God, did I forget how to draw? And, when you're younger and it hasn't happened before, or it hasn't happened a ton of times, that is a terrifying moment, because like, oh my God, I'm trying to make a career out of this. What's happening? But even as I've gotten older, and now I'm older, and I've been, working in this industry for a while and have accomplished a few things and whatever have you, it still is extremely emotionally and mentally taxing, but I'm able to balance it out with the very rational fundamental history of me knowing that this has happened before, and I always come out of it. So that the rational part of my brain is just like, bro, you know how this works, but it's never fun during it. It's never fun during it. It's never easygoing. I've gotten better at it because just in general as a person, that's been something that I've focused on being able to take that deep breath, try to relax and not, spiral basically. But it never gets like comfortable or normal. And then COVID just everything has just become that much more intense and exhausting because of COVID. So
yeah. Before John, AK was speaking about his new project he was working on. So for
you said you might
recording
put some new pieces up.
So I have a couple of pieces on hand that I've been working on. I can show you. This is
cool.
part of a inside cover for one of the new projects that I just finished the first book on. This is another piece from it.
And this is basketball, huh? Basketball based or?
Yeah, so basically the name of it is called In Evil Hours, and it's basically a homecoming tale. It's about we have two main characters, and one is a basic small industrial town superstar, high school superstar, got his team to the Final Four in college, missed the game-winning moment. Like he didn't make the right decision. His team lost, and he kind of leaves. He gets an opportunity to play basketball in Greece, and it's basically a perfect opportunity to forget any of that stuff happened and go live a completely separate existence where nobody even really knows who you are. So that's what he does, and our story begins with him having to come home to bury his father and finish up his father's affairs. And it basically starts with him arriving home and basically finding out that his hometown has been taken over by vampires. Yes, I did that. So there's basically this underground corporate mob of vampires. I say corporate mob because they have like a corporation, an actual vampiric corporation that they run out of this town.
Yeah, I think most corporations are vampires, probably.
It works. So does the writer. So, and basically, this is like a forgotten Midwest town. It is used to be an industrial titan, and now half the factories are gone.
Rust Belt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Rust Belt, like forgotten Rust Belt town where like half the factories are gone, half the business is gone. The homeless population has exploded. Downtown, half of downtown are boarded up buildings. It's like a really desolate, it's like the South Bronx. It's like the world that God forgot. It's just been left behind. And that's the world that he's returning to. And these vampires have it's like the perfect thing for them. It's the perfect conditions for them to be able to thrive and not be bothered, because nobody wants to live there. Any young person with any type of opportunity is getting the hell out of town. It's basically just this forgotten place. And the other main character is basically a vampire. Not basically, he's a vampire, and he's on a quest for revenge, essentially, because he is a vampire that he became a vampire unwillingly, and his conversion caused him to do something extraordinarily awful. And he basically is only sustaining non-life for the purposes of getting revenge on the monsters responsible for this. And it's their unlikely pairing is the story that we follow.
Oh, it sounds very interesting.
Yeah, it's really fun, man. It's been a lot of fun working on it. The characters are extremely well written. That's actually what really sold me on the book when I started talking to the guys about it. The characters are extremely well written. There's a lot of humor to it, and in a good way. The basketball player, for instance, like the way that he kind of conducts himself, and the fact that he's this, like the back and forth with him being this physically imposing person. One of the things that was important for me to capture is that basketball players are not normal people. I think that we have this thing where we see basketball players on TV and we think, oh, they're not normal people, and they're not, because we see them within the context of being surrounded by other basketball players.
Like if LeBron James walked in the door right now, I'd be like, oh my God, like this is a large man. Like,
exactly.
Like this is no joke, man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's so impressive. Like these guys are so athletic. Like if you've ever like even just walked down by the main, on the main floor, is like, oh, I've never gotten seat down there, but I was able to walk down there one time, and I was like, these guys are gigantic, man.
Yeah, they're huge. Yeah, and you always see them within the context of other basketball players. So you really lose a sense of the scale that you're dealing with. You watch basketball in your head, Chris Paul is short. He's short for a basketball player. He's not short for a regular human being. So, and it's only that occasional blip during the game where they'll be standing right next to a referee, and you'll get that glimpse like, oh, okay, yeah. So that was something that I really wanted to capture in the book, was that this guy he's not playing in the NBA, but he is a professional basketball player, and that is a different category of body type.
Yeah,
it was important for me to like capture that in the thing. So when he's standing next to other people, because he's back in his hometown, he doesn't want to be there. He didn't leave on good terms. Everybody knows who he is because he was the guy. He was the guy that everybody like kind of like pinned their hopes on between showing up for their job if they wasn't sure it was going to be that much long. But it's not like he can hide when he gets there.
Right.
Because the minute he walks into a room, everybody knows exactly who he is. And but at the same time, he's kind of like a very gentle person in a lot of ways. And just like the back and forth of that was really a fun thing for me to play with. And you kind of seeing how this guy has kind of really constructed like a whole new reality for himself, where he can forget that he was the town's hope, that other type of stuff, which he didn't react well to, didn't go well. So, and then you have the other character who's an actual vampire, and he's going through his own kind of his own quest. And one of the things that the writers did, which I thought was really nice, is that they specifically had the idea that he would be Korean, and which I really liked. Not necessarily because of like the whole diversity thing or the minority aspect of it, even though that's a good thing, but I like the cultural angle that it brought to the story, because especially since his whole thing is revenge, and if you have any type of familiarity with like Asian culture and some of the themes that play a role in how like a lot of Asian cultures kind of structure their life in society, like the idea of honor and the idea of being slighted and responding to that. It's like it's different with them. So like his attitude about what happened to him, but that was like a real like instant in for me, for his attitude about like what happened to him, and the idea that it wasn't about, he's not clinging to unlife. He's not clinging to undead or immortality because he's scared of dying. He doesn't really want to live, but he's not going to allow himself to die until he evens the score. Like, I love that kind of,
revenge at all costs.
Yeah, revenge at all costs. Like it's like that great line from Quesada's Daredevil run. It was like, the most, it was some Kingpin line. It was like, the most dangerous man in the world is a man with nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun, and I enjoyed the first issue a lot. I'm waiting to get started on the second one. They're still cleaning up the script for me. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Now the piece you show, especially the first one you showed with the basketball player, I was like, that could be in a magazine, like advertisement almost. Like, have you? Like, I didn't see anything in like from a little bit of the research, but have you done work with advertising specifically? Like,
yeah, I've done a lot of different things over the course of my career. I've done like ad agency stuff. I've done storyboard. I've done a lot of storyboarding stuff. That stuff is always usually ends up being behind the scenes. It's usually like the stuff that they use to tell the people that are going to make the final product what the idea looks like. So, but comic books are really weird in that they kind of require you to be good at a lot of different things. Like, you need to kind of know how to do a lot of things pretty well. And certainly, having come from a creator-owned background or indie background, whatever label you want to attach to it, but coming from a background where like I was really responsible for a lot of stuff, I had to learn a lot of things that when I first started doing it, I didn't have as much of an understanding of. I had to become a graphic designer over the course of City of Walls, because if it was going to compete, it needed to be able to look like other professional comic books look, and not just in the sense that it's a well-told story that looks good, but also in the sense that the quality of the actual printed book is on point. The logo looks like a real logo.
Yeah.
All these kind of things that when you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and you're just jumping in feet first, you don't really think about it. Then when you're sitting there putting the book together, it's like, oh my god, oh wow, okay. Sean always described it as we jumped out of the plane and started putting the parachute together on the way down. So,
yeah.
But yeah, definitely, it's been being able to. So for that particular image, it's basically an old news article in the inside cover, and it was like the creator wanted like a photo of basically. The idea was Thomas right before he does what he does, like, so, and when he wanted that, he had like a real specific idea of like wanting an isolated shot, which I'm so happy that it's always nice when you work with people with real clarity of vision. He's a film director, so like he already has a certain visual acuity, which was really nice, because some writers make you want to throw stuff at things. Like, so he had a real solid idea already visually of what he wanted for the scene, which was really cool, because he's like, for the image rather, because he's like, it would be really cool if we could get like one of those isolated shots where everything is blurred out but him. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a very unique kind of arena shot in basketball. Like, you really have to have a couple of things in play to get that to work. You need the darkness of the arena behind the player. You need all the other players far enough away from them. You need enough of the court in view to understand that, oh, they're in, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was really fun to like to do an image like that, because I had it.
I immediately was thinking of Jordan when you start, like.
Yeah. So when he first suggested it to me, I didn't know. I just thought like, oh, well, you want me to like show him dunking or like breaking somebody's ankles or something like that? And he was like, no, I want like really like zoomed in, and I want the moment before he does what made him awesome or makes him awesome. And this is supposed to be like at the height of his powers before the fall, so to speak. So it was cool. It was like really nice, succinct directions.
No, that's always helpful.
Awesome.
Thank you for joining, AK Lovelace. Thanks, Mike, for hopping on board as well. Did you have any other final thoughts, Mr. Aker?
No, not really. Just what's the website or the place where this new, like, the issue was just released for this new book? It was because Evil Hour.
It's called In Evil Hours. It hasn't been released yet. We're finishing
cool.
up we're buttoning up the first issue basically.
Cool.
But if you follow me on Instagram, we're gonna start posting stuff about it basically in the next couple of weeks because we're at that place now. So
nice.
Awesome.
A.K.Lovelace on Instagram.
Awesome.
Thank you. You're always welcome back if we do this again. Great work as always, and appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Take care, Mike. Hopefully I see you guys around.
Next
All
year.
right, you too. Take care now.
Bye.
Well, I want to welcome everyone to the session for the 4 o'clock hour of FerryCon 2021. We've got a very special guest here with us, Selah Douglas from Pathway Comics. It's a small family-run business based in Texas. Selah is the creative editor and colorist at Pathway Comics, which is the self-publishing company owned by herself and her husband, cartoonist Brian Douglas. While Brian has spent his life immersed in the world of comics storytelling and black and white line illustration, Selah has a much wider drama and fine arts background with a degree in theater from the University of Texas. As Pathway Comics, Brian and Selah have created an all-ages flagship series called The Dimensionals, about a team of superpowered young girls determined to stick together and figure out which adults will help them and which ones mean them harm. Their comics and graphic novel collections are available for sale at pathway-comics.com. And what I'd like to do today is give Selah a chance to answer some questions I'm really curious about. I think many of you are too, is how do creators use art and text to work together? I'd like to know about how her training and apprenticeship years shaped her career. I'd like to learn about the creative process. How did you make the jump from theater and performance arts to commercial illustration? Maybe talk about the business side, like how do you blend income streams with your creative outputs? What are you working on now, and why do you think superheroes are important today? So let's maybe just start with the first one, big question. Why do we need superheroes today? I mean, your series features girls who are solving problems with some adults and not having luck with other adults. So
yeah.
What do you think the popularity?
Well, I mean, superheroes have been popular since they began. They really got started back in the 40s, which was in American history, a time period of a lot of like scary and unsettled things happening in our world. And superheroes have always kind of been like a sort of escapism / wishful thinking, fantasy kind of wish fulfillment sort of venue for people's imaginations. But it's also a really interesting medium because superheroes have been used in really inspiring ways, and comics have really taken the idea of a superhero and really taken it in a lot of different directions, stylistically and like thematically and like symbolically. There's lots of different ways you can go with just the concept of what is a superhero or what is a tale or a comic book story that kind of, works for, a superhero kind of vibe, even if it's not really a superhero. There's a lot of comics out there that are historical, like just history comics that have to do with real life, heroes, and kind of putting it in a comic book format makes it more exciting than reading about it in just a regular history book. So just a really interesting and powerful medium for telling exciting stories. And I think, obviously superheroes became a part of that just because it was kind of right place, right time. But it was also, I think, that comics are such an amazing communication storytelling tool, because there's so much that gets combined all in one small space, that it's just like really concentrated kind of storytelling. There's so much going on all at the same time that it just can be very sort of complex without seeming that complex. Because there's a lot that goes into the small details. I do think superheroes are just really fun and important. It's funny because my husband, when I met him, was not making superhero comics, though we had both grown up reading superhero comics and loving them. And when I met him, he was doing all these comics, and I didn't really like his comics that much. And they were okay, and he was obviously talented, but I wasn't that into the stories. And he seemed like he really wanted to make the stories. And I was just like, why don't you make superhero comics? Because that's what you grew up loving. That's what inspired you to make comics in the first place. So why aren't you doing your own too? And he kind of had felt like superheroes had had their day and weren't really like a modern kind of, take on the medium. But I gave him kind of a perspective of like what was actually fun about comics for him, and inspired him to go back to the superhero idea. And our comic is sort of our take on the comics that we grew up loving and reading, like that style and that kind of themes and feel and look, like visual, but with a more modern audience in mind, and more female characters, and not ones that were written in the 60s by a bunch of guys that you have to like explain why the female characters' powers are to disappear or to shrink down really tiny, or like things like that. Like, why don't the girls get the good powers? Not that there aren't amazing female characters, but never quite as much focus on them as there should have been. So we just like sort of when we had kids, we wanted to share comics with them. But then we went to the stores, and there were a lot of comics for adults, like real adult comics. And there were a lot of comics that were like for super little bitty kids, but there weren't the comics that were the all ages style that we had grown up with nearly as much, to where anybody could pick it up and might not if they're young, they might not understand everything, but if they're older, they're going to get the like nuances that are there. But a younger kid is not going to be like upset by anything in them. And it's just something that can be shared across age gap, because all of it is all ages appropriate. Even if it's dealing with big issues, it's still told in a thoughtful way that it's appropriate for any audience member. So that was our motivation for doing superhero comics, kind of like what we grew up with, but just a more modern take on that, and putting more ladies in the mix, but making something that we thought should be out there and we weren't finding.
Well, thank you for that. And what leads me to my next question is, can you tell us who were your inspirations? Who were the artists that you like, and which of those comic books or comics that you read and when you were younger, did you identify with, like Archie, the Archie comics? Because they're based in Westchester.
Yeah.
You know, Speed Racer or.
There are so many, and honestly, Brian is the one that's better at remembering everybody's names. But we both grew up reading comics, and I read relative to the more mainstream type comics. I read some Teen Titans and Excalibur. I always forget the name. I think it was Alan Davis and George Perez. I read Wonder Woman. I really liked the Teen Titans and Excalibur comics, but the comic that sort of was the most influential for me personally, Brian read different comics, was ElfQuest by Wendy Peeney. And Wendy and Richard Peeney, they still are alive, and they're still creator controlled, the property is still theirs, and they haven't farmed it out in any way. They've done loads. I mean, it's like an epic graphic novel, tons of stories, because they've been at it for over 40 years now. And I started back in 1978. That was the year I was born. And so we started reading it. My sister and I found it in a mall bookstore when we were, I want to say, in kindergarten. And my mom was like, if you can read, it's got some complicated words. And she was like, if you can read this first page, she was like, I'll get it for you. And so my sister was the one who did it, and she prevailed. And so we started reading ElfQuest, and it has incredible art, incredible storytelling, beautiful characters, and was very inspiring to me as an artist, and just as a person who takes in stories. It's like the kind of story that I want to read, and it's kind of set the bar for me for stories. Brian read, and I read some of this too, a book called Power Pack by Louise Simonson, and I want to say there's a artist, a female artist that he talks about for this one called June Brigman, and he enjoyed the artwork in these because it's more like realistic characters. The person who did the art, and I think it's June Brigman, actually got practice as a younger person doing caricature art at like a fair, or like a like boardwalk kind of thing, and so she got a lot of practice drawing different age people and like regular looking people, and so that's something interesting that you can find in that art, which is not that typical. But I'm trying to think of what all the question was, because there was a lot in the question. But I read a lot of ElfQuest, and like I said, Excalibur and Teen Titans growing up, and I was around a bunch of art, and just had my sort of bar set very high artistically and narratively for comics, and the visuals were very key for me, because I'm just like a very fine art, like visual. And then Brian, like I said, he read more of like the regular superhero stuff, but he read some other stuff too that I never got into, that is more like woody storytelling, pages and pages. He found all these like funny odd comics, like he has this one long shot comics that we use an example as comics that don't use any art at all, because they tell a story and their characters are just little dots. and they had a huge long story, and it just goes on, and it's this person's like whole life from like birth to death, and it's like this long tale just with little dots. Sometimes it's nighttime, but it's just like thousands of tiny panels. And he's really interested in that kind of thing. He comes at it from very much the storytelling angle. He's always been interested in storytelling and has studied a lot about the sort of art / science of storytelling. And so he was very intrigued, I think, when people were doing a good job telling the story. And I was more intrigued if I was drawn in by the pictures. He has another example of a book that he found that's called No Art. Also, Money Talks. The artists used just money, like artwork that was found on like paper money for his characters, and just like Xeroxed it and like blew it up or shrunk it. And I think he's always been intrigued when somebody can tell a story that shows that they really know what they're doing writing wise, and doesn't rely so heavily on the artwork. Wendy Pini is a great example, though, of someone who just has the chops, storytelling and artwork at like excellence level. But there's lots of different comics out there where it's kind of one or the other a lot of times. Like either like the artwork's really good, but the storytelling maybe leaves something to be desired. But sometimes, you know, because lots of times it's different creative groups that get together, or like it gets passed around between people, and so sometimes you do end up with a great combination of good artwork, good storytelling. It works, but it's frequently kind of short-lived, unfortunately, because people have their different jobs that they're going off onto, and so on and so forth. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was interested in creative inspiration. And my next question is, like, where do you find a sweet spot between the text and the pictures? Like, I'm taking up MFA in creative writing at Manhattanville College right now. And one of my classes is in television, so it's very visual oriented. You know, the fiction workshop is very, very it's action and memory oriented, but more, you know, prosaic. So how do you find that your story works when you have to come up with one illustration for one panel for a certain moment? You know, how do you pick the moment that you want to illustrate?
Well, Brian is our illustrator, so I will just speak to what I understand. He is definitely the one who is using the visuals to go along with the words that he's written. But he uses a story wheel idea. He's writing his stories, and it's like the one thing I don't have with me is his story wheel, but oh no, I do have it. So he has done a lot of studying, like I said, about storytelling, and he found this story wheel somewhere, and he could tell you where. Unfortunately, I don't remember where the credit goes to for this, but it sort of reduces the narrative sort of momentum to almost like caveman directions that are very like open-ended for just what comes next. And it's like this. It starts with you, where you put, you know, the main character, the focal character, the protagonist, the one that the audience is going to relate to, is, you know, the beginning. And then that character has a need, and then there's a go, like they have to, I mean, and go can be anything, you know, it doesn't have to be even actually going to a different location. It could be just going, you know, into a different mindset, or, you know, all of these are super open-ended. And then it says try and find, and then take. And a lot of times with take, there's also like some kind of price that has to be paid. And then there's a return, but when you are returned and you're coming back full circle, there's been a change. And he uses that and likes to illustrate how even in like a short comic strip, like 3 panels, 4 panels, that can be used. Like it doesn't have to be a long story. It can be, like it can be applied to a super long story, but it can also be applied to a very short story. And it can even be applied to just part of a story. One of our examples of kind of coming full circle that we use in our class is a book, Raina Telgemeier's Sisters, which is super popular and super fun, where we've got this girl at the beginning, and this is just a page in a much longer story, but you've got the girl at the beginning and she is trying to feed her chameleon, but it's not eating and all the crickets are all around. And then the mom and the kids are talking and they're like, well, we're not really sure what's going to happen. And then she's like, I'm sure it'll all get worked out by tonight. And then cut to that night, the girl is just laying there and just listening to all the crickets. And I like to use this example because you could take this page out of the book and it would just work as a story all by itself, like completely separate from the rest of the book with no context. It has a beginning, middle, and an end. The character comes full circle. And you also, when a character comes full circle, your audience is able to feel kind of like settled. Like I can walk away now from this character. I'm not left with like a question mark feeling of, I don't understand what I just read, or where, is this person being left? It's like in Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz. I mean, she comes back to Kansas and she's different. She's learned something. She's like now a master of 2 worlds is the storytelling terminology, but she's back to where she's settled and we don't feel like she's still kind of up in the air and unresolved. So that coming full circle is something that we really stress and makes a big difference for like a satisfying story. We use some little examples also of like when we do our comic strip class where we kind of try to get the people to understand just the basics. And obviously there's storytelling basics, but then you're talking about bringing in the visuals with them too. And one of the most important things relative to, it's called sequential art, if you major in it in college, relative to sequential art storytelling, it's clarity. And especially when you're starting out, it's better to start off simple rather than biting off more than you can chew visually or like artistically. And so you can always go in and add in more visual, but we talk about sequential art, we compare it to movie making, and it's very akin to storyboarding. Brian worked professionally as a storyboard artist for a short amount of time for a video game company. And storyboarding is sort of a niche skill because it's not about the art skill. It's really about visual storytelling without it even having to be about like really great artistic skill. It's more like understanding just the basics of a visual and like how you're going to lay out and thinking about the panel as if it's your camera, looking at something. And you want to think about all the different composition that goes into it. Are we doing a wide shot? Are we doing a close shot? Are we doing a worm's eye view? Are we doing, just a silhouette of someone? Like there's all kinds of different ways you can do something that have a different effect on your audience when they're reading. And it really like directs your audience kind of through the story if you're doing it, smartly and thoughtfully. So sorry, like there's so much to talk about. So we talk about keeping it simple. So our like little 4-panel example that we give is like, we're like, make sure you have established your character in their world. And here, like his world is established just by like 2 lines underneath him, which could be anything, but he's giving us a clue by saying, this is the way to school. And so we know this is probably a sidewalk, and we don't have any information that we don't need to have. And that's good, because you don't want your audience to get confused or sidetracked by anything that they're seeing, but not maybe understanding that's not necessary. And then we have, like, it kind of follows the story circle. We've got a problem, like our character had a need, he was going to school, but now he's got like a challenge, he's got a problem. And so he encounters this big dinosaur. Still very like low on information visually, like not doing a lot of backgrounds. A lot of times, like if you're indoors, the background can be established by just drawing a clock on the wall. Like you don't have to make things complicated. Some cartoonists are able to do super complex backgrounds, but that all comes with practice. When it comes down to storytelling and actually just conveying the action, and which is the same thing as storyboarding, it doesn't require a lot of good art. A lot of times storyboarding is just like stick figure level artwork, but it's about the composition and like the way that you arrange the figures. It's not about how beautiful they are. Our next one is the problem gets worse. In comic storytelling, we talk a lot about going to extremes, like ramping things up. Like if something's gonna get bad, it gets like the worst it could possibly get. Or if something's gonna be good, it gets amazing. It's just more engaging for an audience if there's like extremes happening and really powerful ideas happening. And then we sort of end it with the coming full circle or turning the tables. And turns out those 2 dinosaurs were just bringing our kid the lunchbox and backpack that he had left at home. So it's like a fun kind of way of inverting the problem and making it like turning it on its head to where there is no problem, everything's fine. Sorry, there's like a bunch of different things going on at once in my answering of your question, but so that's kind of like storytelling components. And then we talk about the visuals. I spoke a little bit about clarity because it's super, super important. And I really stress when I talk about making comics with young people, how important it is to keep things super clear. One thing I point out is that when you're writing a comic, people have learned in our time of texting and writing on computers that writing in all caps is like yelling, but it's not that way in comics. Writing, this is a comic that my daughter did. Writing in all caps is just honestly like easier for people to read. Like even like post office workers will have people write addresses in all caps. For some reason, it's just the way the brain works that all caps are easier to read. So I recommend that people starting off and like working, doing visual storytelling, write in all caps, make sure your letters don't touch and your words don't touch, and your voice bubble doesn't have contact with any of your words either. And your voice bubble is really just a way to keep your words separate from your background. Now, not all comics use a voice bubble, but like in long shot comics, they just had like a line pointing to the words, but they also don't have any background art. So they don't have to separate their words from anything. The voice bubble is there to just kind of give the words like their own separate spot, because visually it's a lot clearer to someone and a lot smoother a reading experience if everything has its own separate little place. That's the whole reason for the space between panels. This white space is called a gutter. And that's the whole reason for gutters. It's just because giving that little bit of space between the panels just makes it easier to read. And that's just tried and true through like trial and error. I'm assuming that people have discovered it's just much clearer if everything's got its own little space. And so relative to the artwork, the skill level is not important. The composition and clarity are important.
I know in stories, we talk about white space often in terms of giving the reader a chance to understand what was just said and give them a chance to take a breath and move on to the next, in your case, panel.
Right.
So yeah, white space is important.
Yeah, the art term would be negative space.
Yeah.
My design teacher in college always said, you know, a place for your eye to feast and a place for your eye to rest.
Yeah. So can you talk to us about any important projects you're working on right now? Like, do you go into schools, or do you do programs like this? Are you being asked to do things on social media, or?
So we typically fill our normal years with lots of conventions where we try to do at least like one every month. I think Brian is the one who schedules it, but he tries to keep us pretty busy doing conventions just in small. We really prefer small ones like at libraries or schools or just small town ones. Because frequently the bigger ones, it's not people going to look for what we're offering. It's not people looking for like original work. It's people just wanting to buy like their souvenir that they're looking for of their favorite character. And so a lot of conventions do kind of lack for, you know, original creative content. But the small shows are where we find people that are more open to that and more excited when they find us. And so we've, you know, made several issues. We're always working on issues. Our comic books of the Dimensionals, this is our first issue, which is actually sold out. I mean, we still have a copy, but it's not sold out. We had it translated to Spanish, so we still have some Spanish ones. But we've made like 6 issues so far. This is our last issue that we did, and we're working on 7 and 8, I believe. This one was set in our local library, Austin Public Library. Anyway, so we're always working on comics, and we're always doing that. This year, we have not been able to do our regular conventions where we would also be asked to do workshops and classes when we go to those. But we have been partnering with our local Girl Scout chapter, and also just offering to nationwide Zoom classes for Girl Scouts. For the cadets have a comic artist badge, and we've been teaching classes to hundreds of Girl Scouts this year, just teaching them some of these basics that I've been talking to you about today, about just storytelling and composition and storyboarding, you know, essentially, and, you know, getting that like punchy fun factor in 4 panels. So we've been working on that, but we're trying to get, you know, our issues done and get back on the comic convention circuit now that the pandemic is showing signs of having, you know, an end to the tunnel. We'd love to get back on the road and go to the shows, because that's where we get to talk to people and really have them connect with our work and understand what we're doing. And we get people coming back saying like, oh, I read your comic last year, I'm excited for your new issue, and stuff like that.
Are you working on a graphic novel? Did you say you're putting together the issues to make a graphic novel?
Yes. So we have one graphic novel of our first 3 issues put together. And then, like I said, we have finished issue number 6. we kind of, graphic novels nowadays, a lot of times graphic novels are just made as a graphic novel, but originally graphic novels were the individual issues of comics compiled into a book to where you could buy all of them at once. And so that's really the way that we do them. So we have a graphic novel of our first 3 issues, and now that we are finished with our 6th, we kind of are doing it relative to like the arc of the story. So, I'm not sure. I think either the end of 6 or the end of 7 is going to be the end of kind of the next arc, and that will be compiled together in a graphic novel. And just as we go and get sort of like chunks of storytelling, they'll be put into graphic novel form. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Now you said your husband does the text, does the story part, and then you do the art. No, so which comes first? You get ideas, and then you you get visual ideas, and then throw them out as an idea for a story too.
So he writes and draws it, but he incorporates me a lot in the process of generating the ideas. And so he works on paper and on his Wacom tablet and Photoshop, sort of doing, and sometimes I have an iPad that I use Procreate with, and we both like that with an Apple Pencil. So he does a lot of just rough sort of outline stuff and then shows it to me and sees what I think, and I'll say, this needs to change, or that needs to change, that's not working for me, and then he'll come back. And so that's kind of the creative process of getting the story and the artwork hashed out to where it's to the point of like a line drawing with words. Sometimes he will have the pictures before he has the words, and he'll give it to me without words, but I really prefer for him to give it to me with words, because what the characters are saying kind of establishes a mood, and that can affect my part of the process. He uses me a lot when it comes to character design, like when he's generating a new character. He talks to me about, costume design and color and powers and, just the styling of the character. And we, make little character sheets for all of our characters so that we know kind of a lot about them, and we have our visuals for them, sort of their stats. And so we generate the ideas together. Like I talk about what I think, visually is going to need to work. And he's been affected a lot by the fact that I have a costume design degree, because he would love to just make costumes that look cool. But I'm the one who's like, it has to serve a purpose. You can't just make them wear whatever you want. Like, it has to be functional. It has to serve a purpose. There has to be a reason they're going to wear that. And so I, police the design process a lot. But then once it gets to me in line and story, just black and white, I will make a lot of changes to if there's like a visual or like he has a tendency to draw hands way too big, and I always like shrinking his hands down, and he's better at drawing hands and I'm better at drawing feet. So a lot of times we'll have to fix his feet. But and also, like, he has a tendency, like, we have girl characters, and sometimes he will do their faces kind of too angular, or like have like a weird kind of, so I'll go in and like modify if something's like just not quite working for me. Or I also help with, he sometimes struggles to keep a character looking like themselves, like keep a drawing kind of consistent to where it's a recognizable character time after time after time. And I'm like, that's not what she looks like. Her nose is like this. And so I'm kind of the keeper of the consistency of the art, and the, kind of quality of the art being like managed. I go in and fix those sorts of problems. And then I color and change the backgrounds. And he shows me a lot of times the things that he's thinking of for color inspiration. Like a lot of times it's old comics that he wants to like sort of be in the style of. A lot of old comics have like their backgrounds all in like kind of pastel colors, and like softer colors, and so he'll use source inspiration for me. One time he had a drawing of a building here in Austin that he wanted to put in our story, but he was like, but color it like I'm forgetting the names. It was like a classic Illustrator back, that did like, old fairy tale illustrations. He was like, but color it like that person. And I'm like, oh, okay. And so he'll sometimes give me color inspiration, but he doesn't understand color as well as I do. So left to his own devices, he would kind of color everything yellow and green, or like I tease him about that, but he uses a lot of yellow and green, like way too much. So that's where I come in, is just sort of balancing everything out and making sure that that there's nothing that's not working.
Well, this is very informative for me. I know at my graduate school, they just offered a new class in what they call graphic narrative. So even in the upper levels, graphic arts is really taking off. Now, do you see a future for this in the elementary school levels?
I do. Brian and I both feel like comic books, I feel like, have never really been as gotten as much credit as they deserve, because the combination of visual art with actual storytelling is just so powerful and so just relatable and engaging, in a way that no other medium really does the same. And so it's got this very unique quality of drawing people in and making people want to read it. My kids learn to read from comics, and I really feel like comics and comic books are super underrated when it comes to being educational, and like engaging for kids that maybe aren't that into reading and all that. But it's just so neat because comic art, sequential art, storytelling is so accessible on even a very like young person level, but it can go super complicated. And so it's just like such a range of possibilities that is available to you, because you can make something super, super simple. We love James Kolchaka's Johnny Boo series. It's a young reader series, and it's just like a silly comic storytelling, but it's funny. It's kind of like, like the level of like Dick and Jane books, but way more like modern and engaging for like a modern young kid, as opposed to like the sort of old-fashioned very like squeaky clean kind of reader books. It's like so yes, I think that we're at a place where more and more kids are being interested in doing this kinds of storytelling, and we need more original stories, because I feel like we've kind of had a long stretch just in our society of the same stories getting like recycled over and over again. And so I feel like we're sort of poised for a big resurgence of original stories and ideas. I feel like we're kind of primed for that. So we need the people to be wanting to tell their stories, and kids are ready. They just need to be made to feel like it's accessible. And that's honestly part of our kind of mission statement, because we feel like the comics world hasn't done a great job historically in being like welcoming to new fans. And so we're trying to be a part of the solution to that problem by being welcoming, because that's how you keep comics fresh, is you like welcome new people into the fold.
Yeah. Well, I think that, the future looks bright for this. I mean, there's Comic Cons all over. There's New York Comic Con is now bigger than the San Diego Comic Con, which was the first one. It's been in attendance the last couple of years, and we started our own. And I've heard of a con down in a library system in North Carolina. So I think this is really tapping into an interest in the nation.
Yeah, libraries are definitely tapping, and we've done several different classes and worked with libraries, and they get it. They know what's up.
Well, is there anything else you'd like to share with us that I may not have asked you about?
Sorry, yeah, no, I've probably talked plenty, but just letting people know where to find us. We're, pathway-comics.com, but we're also just at Pathway Comics on Facebook and Instagram. And to just, I'm just trying to encourage as many young people to feel like comics are approachable and should be being made by them. And also getting kids to read more comics, because I feel like there's a lot of popularity with manga, and I don't have a problem with the idea of manga, but there are it's sometimes hard to find manga that is completely age appropriate for different levels. There's definitely a lot out there, but I feel like it's just that kids who get into manga just want to learn how to draw that style. And I think learning about all the different styles of comics and how diverse and versatile they are is super important and just way more interesting than sticking with the one style. And so getting kids to realize what a huge world is out there of comics, and how much has already been done and how much is currently still being done and how interesting it all is an important endeavor.
Well, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. And on this beautiful April day, it's 4:00 here and it's 5:00 here. So I hope you have a chance to enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Oh, yes.
Say hello to Brian and for contributing his artwork and his top assistant to the program here. Maybe next time we can get both of you.
He would love to come. I really enjoyed being here, and appreciate your time and still, giving me space to yak about comics, because it's something that I will do anytime.
Yeah, I hope to put this recording up on our page, so maybe we can do something similar in the future.
That would be great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody, thank you for coming to FerryCon 2021. In our Artist Alley right now, we have artist, painter, Colleen Deery. Colleen Deery is a New York City-based painter working primarily in oils with a concentration on landscapes, including the Hudson River, the inspiration for FerryCon's River of Infinite Imagination. As you can see right here, it's part of our logo. And if I looked outside my window right behind me, I would see the Hudson River. Colleen's work has been included in group exhibitions at the Court Gallery at Avery Fisher Hall, Cape Cod Museum of Art, Queens College Art Center, and most recently Lab Space, Hillsdale, New York. Her most recent solo exhibition was Homecoming Irish Landscapes at the DFPL Gallery. She exhibited as part of the Hullabaloo Collective from 2012 to 2014 and as part of the Women Artists Team in 2017, including internationally at Na Gallery in South Korea. One of her landscape paintings is on permanent display at Forest Culture Ulda, aka the Ulster Cultural Institute in County Donegal, Ireland. And in 2013 is when Colin was awarded that commission to design the mural for the Woodside branch of the Queen's Public Library. So welcome, Colleen. I see you are ready to paint.
Yeah, I'm just going to continue working on it because we only have a short time here. I would never do an entire painting, but I'm going to continue working on this painting of the view of the Hudson, looking across the Hudson River at the Palisades that I started last week. I'll be working from this pastel study I did last summer.
Yeah, that's great. And this is just work that you're actually drawing. Those aren't actual paintings, are they? They're just your drawing.
It's a pastel drawing. It's a pastel drawing.
Now, I believe you were telling me, so you take photos a lot of times first, and then draw, and then paint?
Yeah, I take photos, just because I don't have time to do a whole, I don't even always have time to do a whole drawing sitting outside, and I'm just passing through or after a break and draw. So I try and usually lay out a composition in the photo, but then sometimes it changes. And sometimes I will start drawing either just a pencil drawing or one of these just to get a general idea. Or sometimes I'll just take a look at the photo and just start blocking it in on the canvas, which is what I do anyway, just sort of blocking it in as I go.
Now, what draws you specifically to, say, landscapes or, well, I guess the Hudson River is nearby you as well. So, but like, what drew you to, no pun intended, what drew you to doing landscapes?
I can't even say specifically, but I guess it was after traveling to Ireland and just feeling like just really overwhelmed with the beauty and strength of the land, and just feeling a very strong connection to it. And it was something I wanted to explore further in my painting.
And how long would you say, so from the process of taking the photo to drawing and then the final paint, how long would you say the process takes?
Oh, it's hard to say. I mean, I wouldn't even include taking the photo or whatever in that, because I could take the photo and then not even look at it till like months later or years later. And this was done last summer, this pastel drawing here. It could take up to 40 hours to do a painting, depending on the size, but it's not like, it's not like I'm sitting there 8 hours a day working on it or anything like that. So
we can obviously you can take a look and see some of Colleen's art up on the wall there in her studio. And I do want to show some close-ups, so I'm going to share screen here. This was a recent one, and Colleen has a good eye for composition. Of course, you'll notice putting the tree in the foreground, and it kind of creates those different layers. This one here was called the Bag of Spuds that Colleen did. It's actually one that you did it with to music, correct?
Yeah, so I was invited to be in a potato themed show, the Big Potato, by artist and curator Jeffrey Allen Price. And I just didn't even know what I was going to do. I thought I was going to do a still life of potatoes, but anyway, then one day I had this idea that there's an Irish reel called the Bag of Spuds, and I thought, why don't I'm going to go to my music session Tuesday night, and when everyone takes a turn starting a tune, when it's my turn, what I did was I asked everyone who knows the tune to play the Bag of Spuds, and I went around and took pictures from various angles, and I recorded them playing the Bag of Spuds. So then I used those photos to develop this composition, and the entire time I worked on the painting and whatever drawings I was doing to get it set up, I listened to them playing the Bag of Spuds in a loop. And so at the original show it was in, the Big Potato, and then another show I was in a few years ago at the Queens College Art Center, Dukas, The Drive Within, we were able to have the recording there for people to listen to.
So that's more than obviously just the visual sensory. You're also getting the audio as well. So I think that would, that certainly plays a role, having that extra sense to this painting. So I think it comes through. And I like how you got the potatoes. You still got the potatoes, managed to get them into the painting
Of course.
the French fries.
Well, sharing
Who
the
doesn't love French fries?
It's like part of the whole, that's part of the whole thing. We would always share plates of fries. And then, so that painting is actually going to be in an upcoming virtual exhibition on the New York Artist Circle website called Lost and Found. It goes live May 1st and it runs through August 31st. The virtual reception for that will be on July 14th.
So yeah, make sure to check that out, everybody. And I'm just going to move along here a bit. So this is a painting. Now, this is kind of when you took your trip to Ireland and when you first really started focusing on landscapes.
The early ones, that's the Little Blasket Islands.
That water, like you just have great layers with the, in the water, you can just see the different crests of the waves and everything and the rocks. Is really well done. It's just kind of a small version of it from my file here. But this is kind of, to me, like, at least from knowing you when we were younger, obviously, reminds me of like a quintessential Colleen painting that I remember, like from, with the clouds I feel like you've always kind of been going towards that landscape work. And this here is actually the family farm, right? Family farm in Ireland. It's still there, correct?
County Monaghan, Drumcaw, County Monaghan.
And here is, this is awesome. And we are a library, by the way, of course, that's running this event. So Colleen was given this grant to paint the Queens Public Library Woodbridge.
Woodside.
I'm sorry, Woodside branch. And this is only one shot of it. It's a much longer wall. So Colleen outlined this entire painting and then neighborhood kids came and painted it in. So it was a big project that was all about, community involvement and getting kids into being creative and painting. Really neat. And of course, we love it because it's a library as well. So very neat.
Yeah, that was part of their they had a greening libraries initiative where they would do actually out there where we did the mural, they had gardening programs for kids back there. It was sort of like the back, I wouldn't call it the yard, but the sort of the backyard area outside the back of the library. And they also would do, they had a compost drop every week. They would do these e-waste recycling events. So that's what we were trying to highlight, or what I was trying to highlight with the mural. That was sort of like the theme was to highlight the greening programs.
Yeah, the garden's right there with the rainwater. And I know in some of the other sections of the wall, there's the compost area and teaching kids about, how to conserve and so on and so forth. So really neat project there. And here is one that you did recently. This is the one with the George Washington Bridge. And this, of course, is the River of Infinite Imagination, our very own Hudson River, our majestic Hudson River. That's right here in Dobbs Ferry. And of course, that's right near you as well.
Yeah, so it makes me think of like how it's like this artery running, it literally is running through New York, and it's like we're connected down here to up where you guys are by the library, the Hudson there, and the Hudson, further up and up in the Catskills. And then I guess we got Jersey over there across the river.
And again, the style for a lot of your composition that I find you to give it that layers, and we have the trees in the foreground, of course, and it flows very well over to the bridge. And you did this in 2020 or 2021?
2020.
Okay, so it's very recent.
Yeah, and then I had that was in an end of the year big group exhibition at Lab Space, a great little gallery up in Hillsdale, New York. They put on some really great shows up there.
And here's another of the rolling hills of Ireland, perhaps not in County Monaghan because the hills don't look the same.
County Donegal.
Okay, that's where the hills roll. And obviously the horses. And this is one you had just sent me, the ship.
Yeah, because I was thinking about, Dobbs Ferry and the ferries. That's the Tory Island ferry. So that Torrey Island is off the northwest coast of Donegal, and I went to visit there in 2008. I had actually seen a show at Glucksman Ireland House at NYU a number of years before that of the Torrey Island painters, and I was interested. I got interested in going to visit Torrey Island. Torrey Island is also a Gaeltacht, which is an Irish-speaking region, and so you have to take a ferry from the mainland to get there. And I actually got seasick for the first time ever on that ferry. My friend Carrie had gone at another time to visit. She also got seasick for the first time ever. So that one's called Seasick, the Waves of Torrey. And when I was on the ferry, it was about an hour or so ferry ride, and we were about halfway through, and the captain walked by and he said, "Oh, how are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, I'm fine." And he said, "Hi, you're a good sailor." And about 5 minutes later, the waves of nausea started walking over me, going over me. So
Yeah. Well, you were a good sailor for that first part of the trip, right?
Yeah.
He maybe he knew what was coming there.
Yeah,
So.
I would advise not having the full fry, the big Irish breakfast before getting on the ferry.
That is good advice. So let's check back in with you now over here in the studio.
And I won't be finishing this painting today, but if you follow my Instagram, Colleen Deery Art, I will post it when it is finished.
You can't finish the painting in 25 minutes? Why not?
You can't even start a painting in 25 minutes.
No, it's definitely a process. And what's that one to your left there on the board there?
This is a view of a sunset from, and this is not finished either, from Fort Tryon Park to the east. So I guess it's looking over Inwood and further in the distance, which you can't see here, the Bronx. That's from Linden Terrace, which is the highest point in Fort Tryon Park.
And so you're currently working on that one as well, right?
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Do you go for, like, when you're taking these, like a photo, for instance, that you're thinking of doing a painting, like, is it something you're always, like, for instance, like a stand-up comedian maybe would be thinking of, like, bits all the time in real life, like, oh, that'd be a funny bit. Do you think that way for painting?
I just take the pictures, and then maybe I look back later, and if there's something that I find particularly striking, then I might use that.
And obviously Colleen will not be able to finish the painting in time. However, if you would like to check out more of her paintings, you can go to colleendeery.com and check out any of the ones there that you may want to purchase. You can also check her out on Instagram at Colleen Deery Art, and she's always posting great new stuff. And it's great to see, you have the whole studio filled here. I feel like you've entered a new creative stretch, having known you for my whole life, of course, but I feel like you've entered a fairly prolific time at this point. So it's great to see.
So I'm going to consider this kind of a kickoff of the Hudson River series of paintings.
Yeah, it is the river of infinite imagination, of course. Any other questions from the audience?
Can I be heard?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh.
Hi. Hi. I'm Glory, Colleen's friend. Hello, family to Colleen. I'm a proud owner of one of Colleen's most recent beautiful works of art here. I totally agree with what you just said, that since moving to Manhattan, I don't know if it's the energy of the island of Manhattan, but Colleen has just been on a roll, just producing these beauties. And what I love, there's so much to like about Colleen's art, is that, yes, she depicts landscapes, nature, and she makes it powerful. You just sense of the lifiness, terrible word, I guess, of the trees and the plants and the water. Even though it's a still life, but it feels like it's moving. Like it feels like the river is moving and the trees are growing and the sun is setting. There's just a sense of that coming through. I don't know how Colleen achieves that with her paint strokes, but it's there. And I fell in love with this the moment I saw it in her studio. I was visiting and I saw this and I said, I got to have this, I do. This is it. So this will be one of many. And I don't even want to put it up on my wall because because I want to look at it a lot. So I just keep propped here on this little desk I have, so I can keep looking at it when I have my morning tea, or a little snack. I just can't even put it up on the wall because I want to have it here. I want more of these. All right, so Colleen won't disappoint.
Yeah, no, that's great, and it's cool because we just saw that on the computer. Now we're
quite small one. And sometimes it's just like this one up here that you can't really see it. I started. Sometimes it's just what I happen upon. Like I happened upon we have a free stuff area on the first floor of the building by the laundry room and the trash, and so people leave stuff that they don't need, they're not using anymore, but other people might want. Like this fabulous drafting table here was one of those finds, but I found a set of 2 pre-stretched canvases, and so there's one of them. So it was like, okay, gonna use this.
Fantastic.
And so I just happened to have the one that painting's on. I bought it, but I bought it years ago, and I almost started another. There was a green wash on the back because I was going to do something else. I actually think I was going to paint a thistle, and then it just never happened. And so then I just decided to use it for that.
Nicole Jones was curious, how many works in progress do you work on at one time typically, Colleen?
Usually no more than a couple, but I guess I sort of have 3 going at the moment, but usually it's no more than 2. But the thing is, sometimes it's at a point where it's kind of, the paint is really wet and you kind of have to pause and let it dry a little bit. So, and then it's good to sometimes you just need to step away from it, and then you can, sort of look at something else and give that, some work.
Have you ever had a piece that you need to you came back the next day and you realize oh wait, this is all wrong, and then you just wind up changing it completely and it turns into something morphs into a different type of painting?
I have this painting that I don't even know when I started it, but I started it and I put it down for several years. I started it and had this tree here, and then I just didn't go back to it, and then I was a couple of shows that I was going to be in, so I went back to it several years later. This is Glendalough in County Wicklow. So.
Wow, these are really great.
Yeah.
I think Gloria, like Gloria was saying,
Glory?
Glory. They do have a life to them. They really do.
Yes.
Very distinct. Well, again, I want to thank Colleen for joining us here, letting us into her studio. And I want to thank all of you for joining us here at the Dobbs Ferry Public Library. Of course, if anyone would like to stay on for Dave Fox, he's an amazing artist as well. He's worked for Marvel Comics, Lucasfilm, DC Comics, and even more. So, again, thanks to Colleen. Give her a golf clap if you will.
Bye.
Yep. Yes.
Excellent. How you doing, Tim?
Great. I'm doing great. Everybody, this is artist Dave Fox. I'm just do a quick intro for you. He's worked in Marvel Comics, DC Comics, Topps, Star Wars. Dave Fox is a freelance artist from New York City. His clients have included some of those I mentioned: Marvel Comics, Lucasfilm, DC Comics, Topps, Dynamite, Guar, Scratch Magazine, Punk Stuff, Universal Monsters Universe, Rittenhouse Archives, and many others. He has contributed his dark noir style to such properties as Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Indiana Jones, Red Sonja, Vampirella, and the Avengers. Additionally, Dave illustrated and designed original characters for the graphic novel Satan's Prep, published by Skyhorse Press, and is currently writing and illustrating his own creator-owned comic series. Between projects, Dave finds time to teach art as well as sing and play bass in a punk rock band, Dead on a Friday. All right. Now, you better not let us down. That was a big intro.
We'll make sure not to live up to any of that.
Demo. So Dave's going to be doing, I believe, a Joker sketch for us. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm going to attempt, well, what I thought, Tim, stay with me. I wanted to recreate a real convention atmosphere. So I'm going to draw while people constantly talk to me, and I break my concentration and try to answer their questions and try to do a decent sketch at the same time, which is a skill that you have to learn the more of these that you do. So we're going to do, you know, the real con atmosphere right here. And okay, let me see. I'm going to flip this bad boy around.
Woo! Oh, we are on the move. Folks, we are on the move. We're going to the artist sketch table.
And yeah, Tim, you can ask your questions. I can explain how I approach a drawing. I'm pretty much open. This is my day. I got nothing else going on. So, you know, Chrissy went away. I'm really lonely. So, you know, just trying to make the days go by.
No, this is the place to be then, man. You've come to the right place. So, okay, well, let's start off. What's your favorite tool of the trade right there to use? Do you start always with a type of pencil?
Yes, I do everything pretty much traditionally, with the exception of maybe a little bit of cleanup in Photoshop. I'll see, I already stopped drawing and I think the camera's still on me and I'm posing. So let me do this at the same time.
No, you're on the sketch. You're good.
Yeah, I use a pretty dark lead, a B lead, if you could see right there. The B is the hard one, so that I don't have to press too hard into the paper and dig in. And then I ink with a brush and India ink. So, like I said, it's all very, very traditional. And I've been coloring in Photoshop for the most part, whenever something requires color. But I don't do any drawing in Photoshop, you know, from scratch. So
I can understand why.
Yeah, I kind of always have to have a, you know, something physical that I can dig into first and then manipulate if I need to in Photoshop. But, you know, even, and I have to say, I'm not anti-Photoshop or digital art, because you still need to have a very good understanding of everything that goes into traditional art. You know, it's just another tool. But I like having the original art. I like being able to kind of make a mess on the page and really dig in. And as you can see, I'm just kind of blocking in the simple shapes first. I had just my simple oval egg shape, which I've drawn a million times. And I kind of have my center line here to keep everything a little bit centered and symmetrical. And then I start with my eye line, my nose line, my mouth line. With Joker, his proportions are really exaggerated. So all those standard proportions kind of go out the window. But, and here's a little peek behind the curtain, Tim. I'm doing this on my phone. So I have to look past my little setup here to the piece of paper. And what I'm kind of getting this weird depth of field that I'm not quite seeing the paper. So I'm kind of trying to look past you onto the Bristol board that I'm working on. And it is a whole other set of challenges. So
hey, listen, Fox, I don't want any excuses. I had Deadpool Bob Ross on here make a mighty fine painting through a mask. So,
wow.
No, it was actually fairly impressive, but yeah.
Then I take it all back. I don't want to be outdone by Deadpool Bob Ross of all things. So yeah, this drawing is going to be awesome.
Yeah, no, it's so I was curious. So when you kind of alluded to it a bit, but when you first attack a drawing, is that first thing you're going to attack with a drawing that, like, you wouldn't, like, if you're drawing a whole figure, you would go for the head first, like that oval shape you were mentioning?
You know, it depends. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to work, and a lot of people will go for the biggest shapes in the body. Which would be like kind of the torso pelvis mass, the rib cage pelvis relationship, and then kind of work out of there, which makes a lot of sense because all the limbs are going to come out from that mass, and you want to make sure that you have, you know, everything positioned right on the page. Sometimes, because I've been doing this a long time, I will just start with the head and work my way down, kind of like you've heard, you know, Jack Kirby, for example, will just start on one side of the page and make his way down from the upper left to the lower right. Which is kind of crazy. So it's not that level of skill that I'm talking about, but I kind of know for the most part where I want things to place on the page. So yeah, if I have like a really strong visual that I'm pretty confident with, I'll just start with the head, work my way down, block in the big shapes, you know, really loosely, even, you know, kind of messy, as you can see with the pencil. And then for convention sketches, sometimes I won't even, I mean, I'm kind of penciling a little bit tighter even, just, you know, so that this doesn't look like nothing shapes while, you know, anybody who's interested is watching. But for conventions, which is a totally different animal, and you're really just relying on speed and how many drawings you can do to kind of, you know, get the most bang for your buck, I will really, really barely pencil something, especially because something like Joker, for example, which I've drawn a million times, I'll know how it looks. And I'll just go right to ink and kind of draw with the ink. So unfortunately, I don't do that too much in my non-convention sketches, where I plan them out a lot more and kind of do a lot more wrist wringing and worrying about them. You know, the only reason I can't do that at a convention is because I'll get like one drawing done for the whole day. You know, and then I'd have to charge like $500 for one sketch. So and I'm not going to be doing that. So yeah, totally different animal. What I'm trying to do, especially lately, and by the way, this is a kneaded eraser, stretchy, fun to play with, kind of like Play-Doh. Very not messy.
What's it called again?
A kneaded eraser with a K, like how you knead dough. What I'm trying to do is get a little bit of that looseness from the sketches that I do at conventions and put that into my, you know, more labor intensive work. Oh, I got a comment here. Love the kneaded eraser. Yeah, give it up. Give it
there
up,
it
everyone.
is. Kneaded eraser. Woohoo!
Kneaded eraser 2021.
Kneaded eraser, kneaded dough. We had a Spider-Man earlier that was eating pizza. Now, who do you feel like, not only just like your influences, but did you have like any teacher or library that where you really felt like, you know, you turned the page of like, okay, this is kind of what I want to do? Like, was there any specific influence, and not on like, you know, some big level, but on a local level maybe?
That is a really good question, Tim. And especially you mentioning library just reminded me of something that I haven't probably thought about in, I don't know, since I was a kid. But, you know, I'm a Queens native, home of Spider-Man, as we all know, Forest Hills. So I would go to the Forest Hills Library, and I think you know, when I would go with my folks, I would check out every book possible on art. And I haven't thought about that until you just reminded me right now. So there was a book about how to draw creatures, and I don't know the name of the author off the top of my head. I'm sure you could find it really easily, and they all had pun names. I wish I could remember the name. And he did a couple different books. I haven't thought about this in 20 years, like I said, but I would always, if you do a little Google search there, you'll probably figure it out real quick. But it was like creatures and vampires and, you know, different kinds of monsters and zombies. And I would always draw the last step. So I wouldn't go through steps, you know, 1 through 30 over the 2 pages or whatever. I just copied the last step, which
really?
I don't think was, which I don't think was the way you were supposed to learn from the book. But I was just, especially as a kid, I was just kind of ravenous for all that stuff. And
always looking for the easy way out, Fox.
You know what? I just remembered one of the pun names, Imp Eerie Owl, which is just a pun of Imperial. You're like unlocking stuff from like 30 years ago, Tim. This is like kind of disturbing.
This is like a therapy session as well. See what happens?
Exactly.
Because part of your brain is focusing on the drawing. And
exactly.
The other part of your brain is allowed to be unlocked for
right brain, left brain.
Yeah, exactly.
So just before I forget, this is what I'm inking with, if anybody is curious. This is your
you actually you dip it in there, huh?
Oh, I dip it in there, yeah. This is as you can see, Dr. Martin's Black Star, India ink. This is a matte finish. I think this is the darkest ink that I found over my many years, my many travels. And this is the brush that I use, and I'm gonna just do kind of like a beat up one that I have. This is a Winsor & Newton, if you could see that, Series 7 sable hair brush. The reason that I started using this is because another book actually that I bought, so I didn't get it from the library. I actually shelled out the money and kept it in my house, and I still have it. Is How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. And in How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, they said every comic book is inked with the Winsor & Newton Series 7 sable hair brush. And I was too afraid, because a brush has kind of a learning curve to it. I was too afraid to use it right away. But when I was about 16 or 17, I finally was like, let me go back and try to ink with that instead of like Sharpies. And, you know, then I went to microns, then I went to a brush, and I sucked for about a year doing it, but I just kind of kept at it for a long time. And now I can't imagine inking any other way.
It reminds me almost like guitar strings, or like the different gauge on them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, obviously you want to be able to use a multitude of tools, and you're going to find the one that you like the most. But, you know, I had this, for example, I went to college at School of Visual Arts, and I had one instructor who I liked a lot. His name was Randy DeBurke. And he did some comic stuff. I don't know if he's still active now, but he wanted everybody to buy a brush, you know, to really get serious about inking. And I think the brush at the time was like 25, 30 bucks. And, you know, when you're in a,
Man,
poor
that's
college
what?
kid.
That's highway robbery, man.
Exactly. And so, you know, we were all bitching and moaning about it. And he was like, listen, you can make excuses, you know, for not spending the money on the tools. He's like, I'm sure you could find that money for beer or for pizza or whatever it is, or you can spend the same amount of money in a couple of weeks over really terrible brushes that keep breaking on you and the hair's split and you can't get any decent lines with it. So do you want to get serious about this, or do you want to complain about 25 bucks? And that always kind of stuck out to me, actually, where it's like, well, you know, any job worth doing, right, is worth doing well. So yeah, it's exactly the same as being in a band or something like that, where it's like you got to pay to get good recording, you got to pay to get good practice space, you got to pay to get good pressing of your merch or whatever it is. Quality, you know, you can't skimp on. So right now I'm just kind of filling in the blacks as I get some of the excess ink off of it, off the brush. And then if you could see in a close up here, I don't know,
Yeah, if you go really close, it gets blurry, but if you hold it down a bit more, it's a little clearer. Yeah.
So if you could see, what you're kind of doing is twirling the brush as you work so it comes to a point. And here I have just a piece of paper here. This is real interesting stuff for people.
How fast is that stuff? That stuff dries fast, huh?
Like instantly.
Wow. Yeah. So you got
the
good stuff.
Oh, ink is like a huge issue as well. So you could see, like, if I can get a line that thick, I can get a line that thin. So it's all about the pressure that you're putting on the brush. But this one is kind of dying already. I just bought a new one. And then when your brush is dying,
how long do they last you for? Like one brush?
Well, Tim, you got to treat them right. You got to treat them right.
Got to treat them right. Yeah.
You got to wash them. You got to talk to them. You know, you got to make sure you compliment them. Oh, thank you. You're doing good work today. For me, 6 months to a year, maybe.
Oh wow, that's a long time. So these are like you said, the tools of the trade. Like, it really is worth it if you want to take it seriously.
Yeah, and you know, the more practice you get with it, and the better you take care of it, you know, it'll last a little bit longer and a little bit longer. And then when the brush gets more and more whittled down, you can do some interesting dry brush effects, or you know, you can do other stuff with brushes that don't quite have the spring in them as when you first got them. So I basically don't throw away any brush I have until it's like literally, you know, the size of a pin point or something, where I can't even, it won't even hold the ink. So I'm trying to ink this outline a little bit more carefully. And as you see, when inking, what I try to do is just go from thick to thin in one kind of smooth motion, you know, not halting and starting and stopping. I see we got some questions on the board there too. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a bad
Come on,
host
Tim.
here. Heather asks, who is your favorite character to draw?
Well, Joker is definitely one of them. I like the Batman's Rogues Gallery. Batman's my favorite character of all time. And anyone that's a creature that has a lot of folds and crinkles and weird black and white shadows to them. Anything, you know, I'm a big horror fan. And that's kind of like the thing I've been doing more having is these bunch of horror portraits. And some of them are from, you know, older movies where the shadows are just all laid out for you without you even having to think about it, because it's all in black and white. So
I got to show.
Yeah.
This is Dave's Wolfman. How do you do that hair, man? Like, that's so intricate. I feel like, it's like you can see every strand of hair.
Yeah, it's
face.
actually not that intricate because of the tools that I'm using. So like with the brush, I kind of just let the blacks drag across the page a little bit, and then when there's less ink and it's dry brush, it makes this sort of middle gray kind of look to it. So, you know, if I follow the forms where the darkest darks are and the basic shapes and follow where the shadows are forming, the overall picture is really like the main thing you have to nail down. And then the rest is just kind of busy work. I don't know if that's the best way to explain it, but I'm trying to get the overall feel and layout. And then the rest is kind of your muscle memory, you know? So again, back to the music analogy, you know, that's the rest is kind of just like playing scales, you know, that your body knows already that you played a million times, but then you're using a different part of your brain to write a song with that, you know, with that knowledge.
Yeah, it really is kind of like there's a lot of brain work going on here. It's like almost like a subconscious for some of this. I'm just gonna move along with a couple other of your works here. I love horror anyway, and you know, like you said, creatures. I saw I don't know if I have the Swamp Thing one in here, but that was a tremendous piece.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, this was one you did for, I guess, Nighthawk Cinema and the Universal Monsters universe. Like, when these places contact you, like, did they reach out to you, for instance, Universal Monsters universe? Are they like, hey, you know, we see your style, we really like it?
So Universal Monsters universe is through a friend of mine that I actually met through my local comic shop, Royal Collectibles, and him
Yeah,
and
shout
a
out
friend.
Royal Collectibles. Yeah, they're
yeah.
great spot.
They are huge supporters of me. They are wonderful people. If you guys have any comics, toys, statues needs, please go to Royal Collectibles. Especially during the pandemic, they were doing Instagram lives. They have really gone above and beyond to make sure that people get their stuff. And you know, they're like a family, and it's literally a family-owned business, and they treat everybody like family. So
that's awesome.
Those are great people. And a lot of my projects has kind of been through them, you know, tangentially or directly. And yeah, one of the people that worked there started a company, Universal Monsters Universe, and he had a partner, and it's since expanded since then. And they've actually been able to do some interviews with some pretty big wheels, you know, especially with the new resurgence of horror at Universal, you know, with Universal Invisible Man and all these new projects that they have on the way. I know they did some stuff. I think they interviewed some people involved with that, the new Mummy movie that came out. So they, you know, they get around, and they were doing some screenings at Nighthawk Cinema, and they said, you know, it'd be really cool to do like a giveaway or something with it to really make it like, you know, an art house, local kind of communal thing. And they said, you know, would you like to draw Bride of Frankenstein and Frankenstein in sort of a old school poster tradition? So I did all the typography for that, you know, picked out the fonts, the design, the colors. Yeah, and I like that piece because I feel like it was starting to finally become like 100% me. So I wasn't, you know, I'm not a colorist. So I think I have good color sense, but I'm not a strict person that works in color, if that makes any sense. And with this one, I started to, I think, master, you know, how my art best looks in color, because I do a lot of black and white. And I've been that way since a kid. Like I almost never did any color. So yeah, I just felt like this one was really me, and I was really proud of how the whole thing came together. And I, you know, when we did the screening, it was really special. The poster was on 100 seats in the theater, and you know, they gave me a shout out, and I got a
awesome
a round of applause before the movie and everything. And I did a meet and greet after, so I felt very special.
Yeah. And so you're doing this color in Photoshop, right?
Yeah, the color is all in Photoshop, and the design is all in Photoshop. The line work is all inked the way I just showed you with the brush and the inkwell. Pretty much 100%. I think my little signature down there might have been with a micron pen, but I believe that is the only thing not done in brush. So you can get pretty small lines. Take some practice.
All right, so this one here is one. So this would be before you would take this to Photoshop per se, right?
This is, yeah, exactly. And this is actually a really, really new piece that I did kind of on the fly, again, just coincidentally, for Universal Studios. They were actually running a contest to design the next Universal Studios monster, which, you know, there was a cash prize, and I don't know, they're probably going to just take all the ideas and run away with them. Who knows? But another friend of mine, who's a friend of Chrissy's, actually, I think you remember him, Paul, who's an amazing artist and sculptor. in his own right. Yeah, he saw that contest and he was like, hey, Dave, you want to enter that? And
Yeah.
usually I wouldn't do it, but I kind of just wanted a change of pace. And this image of this creature just beamed into my mind. So I said, you know what, let me just get this down on paper and put it out there. And I did this a little bit differently. I did it with watered down ink, so kind of like a gray wash. And it didn't win, but I was informed it was one of the finalists. So that was pretty exciting. Out of, I think there were 1,700 entries.
Monumental. Now this one here, you are now tattooed on somebody's body, which is pretty.
Yes.
How does that feel? What's that feeling like?
Well, I wouldn't do it. I mean, I wouldn't, I wanted tattoos for a long time, and of course I wanted to design them, but I just couldn't make a decision on something that I'd want on my body forever. So, I think it's really exciting when people have the guts to kind of take something they're really passionate about and put them on them forever. And this is not the first person actually that has tattooed Dave Fox art on their body. So we're up to 3 people already now.
Oh, wow. I'm saying 10 by the end of 2021.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open. I'm open for commissions. Not cheap, but if you want to spend the dough. Yeah, that was done through a fan of the podcast that I host with my dear friend Jordan Cooper, which
who is that? No.
Which as well. And we have a podcast where we talk about They Might Be Giants, which besides punk and metal music is one of the only other bands I listen to. And a fan of that podcast, because we talk about other things on there too, like how we do music, we do art. She wanted to get a lyric from the song or a title of a song of something, sort of this image she had in mind, put on her leg forever. And so the song is, which is actually a rare kind of B-side song from really early on. It's called Sally Boy Candy Bar. So you see it's kind of this melted, almost zombie candy bar with its Sally Boy brand. So that was just a really cool experience. And when she emailed me the picture on her leg, I was pretty blown away. The second person that has my art on them is someone I met through Royal Collectibles. She's a huge supporter of my work, Willow. She got a character that she really likes on there by a design that she did. And the third person is my wife, who I designed her first tattoo of maybe more, we don't know. But it's just a little kind of woodcut style moon that, again, I did by hand. So I think that was the most special one, to have my art on my wife forever.
You're mine now forever now.
Exactly. Yeah. I was branding her. So I don't know if there's any in the works for me. Maybe if I get the guts to do it, but we'll see.
This is one from them, the ant right there.
Yeah, and actually,
go ahead.
You know what? That reminds me, Tim, because I can actually show you that in person because it's for sale.
And
that's
you
one of
have a Venmo as
Yes.
well, which I should put in the chat. And we should also mention it because this will go up on YouTube. So you'll get even more eyes on it from that. So what again is, you did send me your Venmo at one point.
It's at Dave Fox Art.
At Dave Fox Art. Awesome.
Yeah. And just to get it out of the way, that's kind of all my social media also. DaveFoxArt.com, which leads to my Twitter, Instagram. Yeah, and all my social is at Dave Fox, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Facebook, I think, is Art of Dave Fox, but it's all connected on my website anyway. So you can see more art and link to my band on there too. But I have some stuff here if people are interested. And again, I'm trying to recreate the real convention experience. So this is kind of the stuff I would have at a convention. Copy of my graphic novel, Satan's Prep, which is $15.
Steal right there.
What's that?
I said that's a steal.
That's it. It is. It's a steal of a deal. Gabe Guarente is the writer. I did the first half, first 50 pages. It's 100 pages. It's the whole story right here about a kid that dies and goes to hell, finds out it's high school. And I designed all the characters and kind of handed it off to these other artists to finish it. But to see some of the crazy stuff that happens in this hellish high school, it's 12 and up. So if your kid is, able to handle it, I'd say 10 and up. They toned it down a lot.
Hey, for all the stuff we watched as kids, I'm sure.
No, exactly.
We turned out fine.
Yeah. Well, I was saying, 80s PG movie is like hard R in current times.
Right.
Here's the variant cover that I did for the Guar comic a few years back. And as you can see, again, Royal Collectibles, I was able to strike a deal with them, and they were exclusively putting that out. I have some copies of it. That is $20. It comes signed with a sketch on the back of this character that I chose to do because no one else had done it with all the variants. And I thought he was just crazy looking. Again, and this was colored by Doug Garbark, an amazing colorist. And I really like the way he colored my work. And for someone like me who's a control freak, that's tough to do sometimes. Let go of the reins, especially when you've looked at something in black and white for so long, and then it comes back in color. It can be kind of a shock, which is another reason why I really wanted to learn to color my own stuff. So you were showing that them picture, which I have right here. So this is all original. This is the original.
So yeah, you can see the difference there.
Yes, and that's a hefty price, but it's well worth it because the amount of originals I have is getting to be less and less because I'm spending a lot more time on each one. But yeah, I've been having a blast doing these horror portraits just really for myself. And I might be collecting them in some kind of sketchbook or something.
You should, yeah.
Yeah, my next convention, because I haven't done cons since the pandemic started and the lockdown, is hopefully going to be in August at Monster Mania, which I've never done before. And the week before, COVID hit was the weekend that it was supposed to happen. So it got rescheduled about 3 times. This is actually the first convention I've done technically since all this stuff started, and that's a big part for, no, you got me to come out and do something.
Gotta grease those wheels or, whatever they say,
Yeah. And, that's a big deal for artists, as social animals that we need to be, and financial and all these other reasons that we need to do these conventions and haven't been able to. So a lot of people took a hit with that, as everybody did, and hopefully this convention is happening in August. And I think I'm gonna do some kind of horror portrait sketchbook for that show, and maybe one other, that creator-owned book that's in my bio that I've been working on back and forth. But here's another guy that's for sale. This is from Night of the Living Dead. What I was kind of doing, this is the first zombie they see, and that's $100 too.
Is that they're coming to get you, Barbara?
Exactly. Yep. And that's the first guy they see. What I'm kind of doing is a history of horror movies, so it's going to do something from every decade. So that's why they're kind of all over the place. You can see on my Instagram, I'm up to I think number 21 or 22 of that. I'm doing 31. That was actually, Tim, supposed to be for Inktober a few years ago, and you're supposed to do one a day. So I got up to 6 or 7, and I'm just doing kind of horror sketches, and then they slowed down and slowed down. And then I got this guy. This is from The Witch, which is, I think, one of the best horror movies of modern times. And this is $80 because it's just a goat. So it's not as recognizable. But for fans of horror and fans of The Witch, you'll know that this is Black Phillip, and he is the evil in the movie. So anyway, I got the graphic novels. I got some of the books. I got the originals. If you're interested in some punk rock music, I have my band, and I got CDs for $10, 2 albums. Dead on a Friday, album 1, album 2. I did the art.
All the design, yeah.
Yeah, I did all the art. Used to do all the flyers and stuff for them, back when I had more time. But now it's just basically the album art. If you go to deadonafriday.com, there's a bunch of merch there too. We got some T-shirts and other fun stuff. So, boy, that's a lot of plugs, man.
That's all right, man. I actually just watched the video last night because I was, refreshing everything with everyone that's here today. Now,
your due diligence.
So yeah, that was a great. You have a good music video there on the main page, the early grave one.
So, yes. Check out our music video. That's one of the best things we've ever done. It looks like a real video. Our friend Adam shot it. Again, my dear friend Jordan edited it and kind of turned it into almost like a Twin Peaks vibe, which I loved. And we just kind of shot that at Chrissy's old house and tried to make it. Wow. Yeah, that's just Long Island. It's not any like special location or anything. And what I was going for was just kind of a feeling of feeling unease and the unknown. And really, it was just a couple iPhones for lighting and atmosphere. So, it was really done for like zero money. And I think it's great. It's the closest thing I've done to directing a horror movie. So, which is something I hope to do someday too.
This is the Dead on a Friday that Dave was referring to here.
Yeah.
So, they got the video here. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
Dave
me.
playing music as well. He's not only a talented artist, of course, in the comic world. He's a talented artist in the music world as well. So
yes, thank you. Yeah, comics. and
Sometimes
punk
you
rock.
get blessed with multiple,
Yeah. Beyond that, just the
the
inkling
David
of,
Fincher kind of style that Jordan did.
yeah, it's really cool, right? It's all about lighting. And come on, there's
Perfect
Nick.
timing as yeah.
And Nick. Nick says hi,
Yes.
by the way.
Oh,
I
Nick's
told him
the
I was
man.
doing this, and he's like, say hi to Tim for me.
He's a great guy.
Absolutely. But yeah, you know what it is, Tim? I just have an interest in these things, and I just I try to be, I don't know, I try to live up to the people that did it before me as best as I can. So I just love punk rock so much. I try to do a good job with a band there. I love comics so much. I wanted to be a comic artist, and now the new thing is horror. I love horror, and it kind of rekindled in the last few years, and I want to direct a horror movie. I have an idea with Kristen for a horror movie,
Nice.
which we actually did a trailer for that's online. But I mean, so many hours in a day.
Right.
You got
right.
to
we could
one at
do-
a time. Hopefully I live another 50 years or so, 50 or
Yep,
60. We'll see. And I'm very
Amazing
slow.
matter right there. I did want to show one that I particularly find humorous is the Winter Soldier here. I just think this one's hilarious. So,
Yeah,
and
that
this is
was
a very
a-
popular series right now, the Winter Soldier.
Exactly.
This was a custom piece, was it?
Yeah, that was a commission again for my good supporter and friend Willow.
So Dave will do commissions. Pay this man
Yes.
some money. YouTube world out there or anyone here on the chat. today.
Not yet, not right now, but in a few months, because I got a full plate right now, for sure. But yeah, that's Winter Soldier with his cat Alpine from the comics, which I didn't know he had a cat, so I had to do some research and get some photos of a man holding a cat. But that's the life of an artist.
That's great. That's great. All right. Well, I don't want to keep you too long, and you've been very gracious with your time. And that Joker looks like it's coming along. So
Yes, and I want to announce we're going to donate this Joker piece to the raffle that you guys are doing. Is that correct?
Yes. Awesome. Yes, we will gladly accept that.
So I'm not going to hold on to it. I'll finish it up today. I'll send it to the
I can go
library.
get the raffle bucket. I think they walked away with it on me. So our winner for the Joker sketch is Hobson. Elizabeth Hobson has won the Joker sketch.
Cool.
So you can send that on over to the library. And again, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of you folks that have joined us today for FerryCon. This is our final program of the day.
Let me flip it back around. It's going to face you like a man.
Look at face me like a man. Look at that beautiful face. And no grays. Like, I don't know what happened that you.
Well, I've lived an incredibly easy life, Tim. What can I tell you? No problems at all. No tragedy. Yeah.
But
it's all just
again,
luck.
Dave, and make sure you guys go check out his website and check him out in August at the Monster
Mania. Yes,
Monster
Cherry
Mania.
Hill, New Jersey. I hope it's going to be still happening. But I'll be posting about it on all my social handles.
Yes, follow him. And thanks again, everybody. We've had a great day, and hopefully we'll be back live in person next year.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.